It's thinking.
What's going on, everybody? Good to have you here on a Saturday night, and what a Saturday night it is. Everything's been on fire for the past couple of days, lighting up in the toy world with all kinds of news coming out. We've got Kickstarters launching off like 12 hours before anybody expected them to. And, you know, most of all, like, tonight, we're going to be trying to dive into as much of this as we can. We had Toy Fair going on today. ZoloCon was today. So we got a lot of news coming out of both. And not to mention, just order of house. We got to talk about some upcoming parties we got going on. Stu, why don't you take it away here? Let's give you the full screen.
Oh, blimey, O'Reilly. Okay, cheers, thanks. So next weekend, weekend of the 9th of March, I will be hosting a 24-hour charity live stream in aid of Give Kids the World Village. And the aim is to raise as much money and awareness as possible within that 24 hours. I'm not going to be on my own doing this, by the way. So there are over 80 plus well-known names and faces from the YouTube and toy collecting communities that will be taking part, which is absolutely fantastic. Oz, you are going to be one of those people as well, as is Kempo. So, we're going to be having giveaways. We're going to be having auctions as well. So plenty of stuff going on. A couple of friends of mine, Martin Long from a long time ago, and Adam Berry, the real toy dude, they will be doing a 24-hour road trip around England to try and visit as many toy collectors within the toy collecting community in the UK as possible. So that'll be a pretty cool challenge. We have a stretch goal, a target of $1,500 to reach. And at every $300, we'll be giving a giveaway prize away. There is an incentive target this year. Last year we raised $5,200 within 24 hours. That's the reason why I grew the beard for the rest of the year. So I shaved that off on December 31st last year. This year, if we hit a target, an undisclosed target, which will be in a golden envelope, which will be revealed towards the end of the live stream, I will be getting myself a tattoo done, and the tattoo will be of this My Little Pony. So this is the Give Kids the World My Little Pony. A lot of people say I'm a brony. I'm not. I've never bought a pony in my life. I've been gifted quite a few, but so that will be the incentive goal. So if we surpass the target goal, the undisclosed target goal in the golden envelope, then I will be getting myself a tattoo done. And remember, a tattoo is for life, not just for 9 months. So I won't be able to get this rubbed off. So plenty of stuff going on. So you can take me off the big screen now. Cheers, Oz.
You got it. So I've gone ahead and I posted the link to your channel in the chat. I've pinned that to the top of the chat for the evening as well. Let people know, head on over. If you're not already subscribed to Universal Toy Collector, you should be. I don't know why you're not. Yeah, heck, you can even check out last week when I epically failed on Star Wars trivia. I got
No,
one
good job.
question right the whole time.
Yeah, you done all right. You done all right.
It
So
was
yeah,
loud.
the reason it's 24 hours is because so initially I did the first one in 2023, and it was coming up to my year anniversary on YouTube. I'm surprised I last that long, to be honest with you. I never thought I was going to be lasting that long. So for me, that was a big achievement. So I thought, what can I do? So I got thinking, let's do something that not that I knew of many people had done before, which was a 24-hour charity live stream. So I chose the charity Give Kids the World. It's a 89-acre whimsical resort set in Kissimmee, Florida, that offers cost-free week-long vacations to critically ill children and their families from all around the world. So being a parent, I could never imagine being in that situation where you have a child that's critically ill. Yeah, that was one of the reasons why I chose that as a charity. So yeah, 24 hours is because everybody can take part. So no matter where you are in the world, there's going to be, it's for everybody. So you've got people from Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Africa, the States, Europe. So yeah, it's going to be quite full on.
And what an awesome way to give back, right? Because we're all toy collectors, right? And we have fun in what's typically thought of as a kids thing. And what a great way to give back to those kids, because it was our childhoods that drive this passion that we have now. And it's so important to give back. And much like St. Jude's, where they take care of all the expenses for any kind of cancer treatments to kids, it's one of the best charities out there. This piggybacks right alongside of that because, families that are having to pay for treatments and everything else, they could never dream of taking like a Disney vacation or going to Universal Studios or all these other places that families get to go to. And this is one of those ones where all of that expense is taken care of.
Yeah.
And that's so hugely important to give these kids some magic in what's really a dark time.
Well, I mean, you hit the nail on the head when you said, because I do a series called My Collecting Life, and one of the questions I ask is to my guests is, what are your childhood memories, and what toy lines did you collect as a kid, and what memories do you have of those toy lines and stuff like that? We take that for granted, we really do, and it's like you think about it. Some of these kids will never have that question asked to them because, unfortunately, it's life can be cruel at times and stuff like that. So, I just wanted to, and I'm in a position where I have a YouTube channel, albeit a small one, but I'm in a position where I can do something for people and try and help out and stuff like that. And like I say, it's not just me doing it. It's, over 80 plus people within the toy collecting community that's taking part. So I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, you posted the lineup, and I got to tell you, there are a lot of great people you're already familiar with, folks in the chat. And, it's definitely going to be, if you had fun hanging out with us for 24 hours just BSing about San Diego Comic-Con, this is an even better lineup, and it's for an actual good cause. I was just sitting here BSing with everybody talking about toy news and toy reveals for 24 hours. There's a purpose behind this that is above everything else. And I know we all showed up in force when Punk was doing his 24-hour Toys for Tots. And let's do it again. Let's really drive it home here because, this is more important in a lot of ways than just Toys for Tots, right? That's giving out toys at Christmas, which is insanely important, as we all know. But, this is for kids who are going through the toughest time of their life and their families.
I mean, I think the awareness is just as important as raising the funds as well. The more people know about it, the better. So
I agree, because you don't need to just join in on a 24-hour live stream to be able to donate. You got $5 randomly, next week. You can donate to these places without that. You can literally go to their sites and donate that money direct.
Yeah.
So just having the awareness that these organizations exist, because people don't know they exist, You know, unfortunately, one of the only ways you realize something like this exists is when you're going through these struggles. So this is a really important way to just give back, man. We got to give back to the kids because this is an amazing, fun hobby that we all enjoy. And we all joke around about how kids don't play with toys and stuff like that. Well, you know what? We need the kids to be around to play with the toys and have fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, does anybody else got any questions at all or whatnot? If not, all good.
Do we all know the assignment, guys? No questions?
Got it.
I'll pull a line from Punk. And again, I say this in jest, but if you don't donate money, we're just going to assume you hate kids. You know.
But the thing is, so I've got a donations page which will be linked to the live stream, and that goes directly to Give Kids the World. So it's their kind of like the page they use for donations and stuff like that. So every donation that's made, every ounce of that money will be going straight to Give Kids the World. There won't be any like fees that go off somewhere else and whatnot. Right. So it is. So that will go live at basically 3 p.m. when it starts. That's 3 p.m. UK time, by the way, guys. So yeah.
Right. And I did drop the link as well directly to the live stream. So if nothing else, make sure you hit that notification bell so that you guys know as soon as this goes live. I know even though I'm going to be on the stream for a period of time, I'm going to be checking in throughout the day. You know, because I mean, that's, you know, just as fun. Check in, see how things are going and everything like that. Plus, I got to make sure Stu's going to be even awake, you know, or alive.
Oh, yeah, no, don't worry about that.
I'll be checking in.
I'll be coffeed up. I'll have plenty of caffeine. Don't worry about that. So the stupid thing is the first time we did it, like I say, it was just, I winged it really. You know, it was, I flew by the seat of my pants kind of thing. And I went on a friend's live stream and said, this is what I plan to do. And I went to bed and I just sat there and my wife goes, what's the matter? You okay? And I said, yeah. I said, I've said it now, so I've got to go through with it, which is fair enough. And then she was like, oh no, it'd be great. And then it suddenly dawned on her. She's like, oh shit, does that mean I've got to stay up for 24 hours? I said, yes, it does. So bless her. She does a lot of hard work in the background and stuff like that and whatnot. And so yeah, the first time we had over 40 people take part. The target was $1,500. We reached 2,500, which I thought wasn't a bad effort first time round.
Amazing, absolutely.
Last year, when I put it out there to get feelers and stuff like that, within 24 hours there was over 60 plus people that said yeah they'd take part. So that was pretty cool. Again, the stretch goal was $1,500, and yeah, we reached $5,200, and that was down to basically Jim Grindhead saying if we reach $5,000, I will grow a beard and keep it until we'll keep it for 6 months. We were nowhere near that. So I said, well, if we raise that amount of money, I'll grow a beard and keep it until the end of the year and shave it off New Year's Eve. And lo and behold, with about 15-20 minutes to go, someone donated a rather large sum of money, which took us past the target. So yeah, awesome stuff. But the incentive this time around, it's not expected. It is literally just a bit of fun at my expense. So any money we raise will go a long way to helping Give Kids the World.
Yeah, and like you said, a tattoo is a serious deal because that's not something you can take off at the end.
I mean, look at this. I mean, crikey. I mean, look. I mean, I've got tattoos. They're all tribal, so that's going to fit in well, isn't it? Brilliant.
Look, folks. We're talking. My Little Pony is going to get tattooed. And if I know Stu, he's probably going to get it right on the back of his head, so you'll never have to see it while he's live.
No chance. People have been saying, "How about your butts?" And I was like, "No, because I need to sit down. I'm not having that." So,
oh yeah, no.
And it'll be that size. It'll be that size as well.
So it's actually going to be 1-to-1 scale with the toy.
Yes.
Oh, that's a pretty sizable real estate you're putting on there too.
It is, and I'm not the biggest guy in the world, so there's only a couple of places it can go. So one of them's the top of my thigh, just in case you're wondering, guys.
Ooh. Is there going to be a live stream of the tattooing?
I was going to ask that.
No, hell no. It will get filmed. It will get filmed if it happens. So, like I say, I've not expected it. It's just a little bit of fun at my expense. And the thing is, we were coming up with some ideas and stuff like that for incentives, and I said to my wife, "Oh, I've got a really good one. How about a like a skydive?" And she went, "No," and I was like, "Thank Christ for that." Because if she'd have said yes, I'd have been like, "No."
Well, I'll tell you what,
you would have probably passed out on the way down. I said, absolutely.
how about this? I'll throw this into the mix. What's the goal we're going for again, Stu? Say the goal again for everybody.
The goal. So the goal is $1,500. That's the goal.
There we go.
If we raise anything more than that, it's an absolute bonus. So yeah.
Okay. So if we hit 2,500, I will grow my hair out for the next year.
Wow.
Which, okay, we know I keep it close to the skin, and even when it gets long, it doesn't get that long before I shave it off again, because I have this grotesque thing called a receding hairline that it just looks awful. Yeah, when you grow the hair out and you got the receding hairline, it's awful. I will grow my hair out until the end of 2025.
Wow.
If we can hit 2,500. Wow. I'm putting it out there. I'm saying it.
I would say I would do the same thing, but I'd end up looking like Montgomery Burns from The Simpsons, and I don't really fancy that kind of look.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm going to look terrible. And I'll probably, like, I already say brother a lot, but I'll probably say it with a certain nuance if I keep growing everything and I get the skullet going here, because that's what's going to end up happening. But I will grow my hair out for a year. I will not shave my head.
And how's that going to affect date night?
Oh man, that's going to look ridiculous.
and you said $2,500.
$2,500, which is definitely an achievable goal within a 24-hour stream, and I will make posts this week about it, that I will grow my hair out if we hit $2,500. And this is next Saturday, guys. This is the 8th.
8th and 9th, next weekend. I mean, we've got some great stuff to give away. We really have. So, we've got some auction bits as well. So this here, you've got a signed Bo-Katan from Katie Sackhoff. So that was donated by Delvian Seek. So that's pretty cool. What else we've got? We got some of these things. I mean, these are just plain ugly. So these are like a giveaway. I mean, look at the state of that, for goodness sake.
So they got a good name for a reason.
So, yeah, absolutely. What else we got? Let's have a look. We got some. So we've got a Lego section on Sunday morning with a Salacious Rum. I don't know if you know Salacious Rum. Absolute nutcase. So so this would be going for auction as well. So we got some pretty cool stuff. We've got an autograph from Dave Goals and Steve Whitmire from the Muppets. They voiced Gonzo and Rizzo. So we've got loads of stuff. Loads of stuff going.
I mean, I'll sign something. It won't be a Frank Oz signature, but it could be an Oz signature. I don't know. I'll sign something.
Yeah, that's cool. I like the sound of that.
And here we opened all those Power of the Force autograph figures the other.
Yeah, last year.
We should have held on to those if we'd only known.
All those signed figures for May the Power of the Force. Should have. I don't know if you heard about that, Stu. We were doing May the Power of the Force last year and opening up a whole bunch of, mint on card Power of the Force figures, and just for fun throughout the month of May, and doing like a little review of the figure or whatever. You kind of want to do a little video about it. And the one night we were talking about it on here, as we were getting all excited, I looked up a signed Boba Fett figure, and it was from back at like San Diego Comic-Con, where it was actually, oh man, now I can't think of the actor's name. Well, the guy, because you guys know I got a Boba Fett. Yeah. A signed figure from like San Diego Comic-Con of him for Power of the Force, where the picture on the front was of him, but it was still the Boba Fett on the card.
Yeah.
And it was like some ridiculous price. And then we started joking that, why don't we just go buy all these signed figures and open up signed figures? Wow. So then we said we were going to open up signed figures, and we just, randomly signed them ourselves and had fun.
That's cool stuff. That's cool.
It's just fun.
I've got to say, after last year, I felt such an accomplishment of what we achieved within 24 hours. And, I know, things aren't always right and rosy within the toy collecting community, but I mean, I felt so proud of being part of this community when that total amount of money come in and stuff like that. So, you know, like I say, it's not just like me doing it. I say it's everybody taking part and getting involved, whether you're in the chat, whether you're on the panels, whether you donate. I mean, people donate money, people donate gifts and stuff like that. So the generosity has just been absolutely incredible.
And it truly like just shows the power that we have as a community, right? How we can all come together, overseeing any kind of squabbles, disagreements, whatever we have throughout, you know, whatever. We all come together to do it for the right reasons, and for any time it's for the kids. That's when we're all on board, because there's just something.
It definitely does put it in perspective. I mean, you know, a lot of the squabbles are about toys. They're toys, for the love of God. We're grown men. I mean, so I can't never get my head around that kind of mentality. Like, oh, I don't like that toy, so you can't like it. And you know,
right.
I just, but never mind.
How dare you say that toy is a bad toy because you have an opinion of your own?
Absolutely.
How dare you?
Never mind.
We can't be friends. I'm gonna go back to my side of the playground now. Dig a little hole in the sand. You know, but I love stuff like this. I think it's great. I have a lot of fun whenever we can do something like that, and just, you know, again, we spend hundreds of dollars on toys a year, thousands in a lot of cases.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, like, why can't we just donate a fraction of that to something that actually matters more than the plastic itself?
I know Hasbro gets a lot of stick from people, and rightfully so sometimes, but I mean, they do a lot of work to give kids the world as well. They donate a lot of stuff for Christmas gifts and stuff like that. So little things that people probably wouldn't know that they do and stuff like that, and what have you. So, you know.
Yeah, because I mean, they're not blasting it all over like, look what we did. It's like, you don't need to. It's not for the recognition. It's just because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah. I mean, hopefully, if you know, this one goes well and another one does happen next year, that I don't want to think about it too much at the moment because we've got next weekend.
Let's make it past next week first.
Yeah. But you know, I'd like to try and make it bigger, get more people involved. So,
I mean,
see where we go.
I know a bunch of people. we just keep building it up. Next year it'll be 48 hours. We'll just take shifts.
Yeah. Blimey. So,
See, I'm just adding more work onto it. Let's make it through next week first, then we'll talk.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. I mean, the thing is as well, I mean, I've had people say, why 24 hours? Well, because when you do something for charity, you do something that you wouldn't normally do. It's like a challenge. So I'm challenging myself to stay up for that 24 hours. Like I say, it gets everybody involved around the world with the different time zones and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's not going to be, well, obviously it's going to be live, but it's not going to get recorded because YouTube won't upload anything more than 24 hours and stuff like that. So I've tried before.
Right.
And StreamYard, bless their cotton socks, they only record and save 10 hours worth of video footage. So I lost 14 hours the first time out, which I wasn't aware of. So this is just to see it, you've got to watch it live. Otherwise, it won't ever get seen again, type sort of thing.
Well, that's interesting because when I did my 24-hour stream, StreamYard had the whole recording. I know YouTube still has the recording, but they won't do it as a playback because they only do up to
12 hours.
12 hours for playback. So when we found out about that, I know Punk was gearing up for his charity stream for the Toys for Tots. So he was asking me questions and I let him know. I was like, he did 36 hours. So I told him, cut it into like 12-hour segments or smaller.
Yeah.
So that people can do the playback if people want to go back and watch, you know, a specific thing. Because I had never done a 24-hour stream. I didn't know this stuff. It was like 3 or 4 days later, I was still waiting for it to like finish uploading for the playback. And I'm like, where is it? Why is it? And I was like, I'm not sitting through, 24 hours of footage, splitting it into 2 12-hour segments, and then re-uploading 12 hours of streaming to YouTube. I'm like, nope, it's just going to sit there and, it'll still count towards my watch hours and everything else, even though it's unlisted. But I was like, I'm not doing all that work. So when Punk did his, I told him, I was like, cut it into smaller segments.
Yeah.
So they'll do it. But StreamYard had the whole 24 hours.
That's wow, that's bizarre because I thought, well, okay, I've recorded it, it's on StreamYard, I could just cut it into like the 2-hour time slots,
segments,
but I got to a certain point and that was it. It just finished. There was nothing else. So I lost 14 hours worth of footage, which was a bit of a shame. So, and because I can't get everybody uploaded and show everybody's footage, then I don't really want to put anybody's up there, if that makes sense, because
right.
Or everybody gets seen, or no one gets seen on the replay.
Yeah, you know what it may have been, Stu? So with StreamYard, like for what my StreamYard package is, it's like 50 hours.
Yeah.
But like previous continued streams are on there. Do you clear yours out regularly?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering if maybe that had something to do with it. Because I know I had that 24-hour chunk on there for like a couple of months or two before I was like, I'm not digging through the 24 hours. I'm just going to, remove that.
No, I mean, I even tried
such
to
a
do it again
big
last year as well. I tried to look through last year's as well, and it literally was. It just got to 10 hours, and that was it. The rest of it had gone. So it hadn't been saved or anything like that. So that's a bit annoying.
Yeah, it is. It's a real shame because
I mean, we had a discussion on StreamYard last week, didn't we? We were talking about StreamYard last week and how great they are.
Yeah. Oh yeah, how lovely they are. All the genius price hikes, and instead they're like, if you want
service, can't beat it.
All those great features, you just got to pay for that next package up.
Yeah. Well, I looked at trying to get see how much it would be to actually record the full 24 hours, because they do that. It's about $250 a month, and I'm like, yeah, all right.
No, yeah, I don't think any of us are making that kind of money on our channels that we're like, that's totally worth it.
No, definitely not. But never mind.
Yeah, I don't know what they're thinking over there at StreamYard, but unfortunately, they've almost, for it, in my opinion, ease of access, ease of setup, and user friendliness, they've really got the monopoly compared to most.
Yeah,
nobody else has really made it as smooth as they have, which is one of the reasons why, even with the price hike, I've kind of stuck with them, because I've looked at some of the other ones, and there are others that offer similar for what StreamYard used to cost, but they're still not as easy to use as StreamYard is. Like, I like something where I can just sit here and I can click a button and we're good to go. I don't want to have to adjust everybody's audio settings especially for a show like this, right? Like, a lot of people said, well, why don't you use OBS? And I'm like, because we'd have to stop every time we added somebody new to the stream for this kind of a thing. Like, either everybody'd have to be on from the start till the end, or we'd have to pause like every time we added somebody in and spend 15 to 20 minutes making sure we got their settings as we bring them into the stream with OBS. It's just not worth that kind of hassle. Not for the fun of just hanging out with your friends and opening up toys, which is what this is about. It's just not worth it at that point. So.
I mean, the good thing about StreamYard is it does make me look like a technical genius, which I'm quite thankful for. So, I'm very happy about that.
Oh, I've had people ask me about helping them set up like streams for other services, and I'm like, I don't know the first thing about that. And they go, but you stream on YouTube, and I'm like, yeah, well, I don't even use YouTube to do the stream. I use StreamYard to do the stream and put it through YouTube. And honestly, I tried to figure out how to do that with like Twitch for like video game streaming, because I was going to play Minecraft for a while and stream with that, and I couldn't even figure out how to get that to properly set up through YouTube. So I was like,
Minecraft is a quality game. It's a great game.
I'll never forget. That game first came out, and all of my buddies, like, this is like pre-alpha stuff. Like, it was like in its very first stages with Notch. They were all playing it, and they were like, so you got to play this game. You got to play this game. And mind you, I'm playing stuff like Halo, Elder Scrolls, all these kinds of games and stuff like that. And I'm looking at it, and I was like, I know you guys are a little younger than me, but I remember when those were cutting edge graphics. There's no way you're going to get me to sit here and just play a game about mining that looks like that. That's not going to happen. and they kept pushing at me. And this is long before it was available on Xbox and everything. I was like, look, when it comes to Xbox, I'll get it. So that year at E3 is when they made the announcement it would be coming to Xbox 360. I was like, you sons of bitches. Now I had to own up and eat it. And like, I had it for over a month, and I was like, I don't get why everybody raves over this game. I think it's the stupidest thing ever. And then I had a buddy jump in and kind of like teach me a couple things, and started learning like how the game worked and what it was. And then I started playing it, and I was like, oh man, this game's amazing. And it was like, oh man, we were playing for weeks on end. And the way it worked on console, I'd go to sleep and leave the game running with me in my house, and then let them jump in and out, kept it open so that way they could do what they wanted to do, and like basically turn my Xbox 360 into a server for months. So yeah,
awesome.
It was great.
Awesome.
It was a lot of fun time playing Minecraft.
Yeah, it's a good game. Good game.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and start diving into the chat here and say hello to all these amazing people who I know will be tuning in next week. Universal Toy Collector doing a 24-hour stream, and I know they're going to be here. So let's start saying hey to everybody here. Stanley Everhard was first in the chat saying, headed out to a youth hockey game. Be back later. Also, Full Force mentioned going live too. Not sure if tonight or Sunday. Well, good for them. They can go live. I don't own Saturday nights, despite what some people might think. We got, and that's no harshness towards Full Force. You go live when you go live, guys. Nobody owns time slots on YouTube. Whenever it works for you, you just do it. Go live. Same time as me. I don't care. Go ahead. We got Nolan in the chat, and you guys know that makes us ToyTube official. And then we have the wonderful Menhoz here with us. Dave's Dimension hanging out here. We got Frankie Rivera with us. Plastic Skulls. Troy Dodson in the house. Paul Morales is here. We have, long time no see, the Epic Badger joining us in the house. What's going on, brother? KJ Smith with us saying, yo, sup, peeps. The man himself, Sunny Sundries. He had mentioned he was sub, but apparently YouTube removes subs. And you know what? Every once in a while that does happen. Check your subs, guys. If you don't see somebody popping up in your feed, every once in a while YouTube gets weird like that. We have the better half of Nolan. We have Ray Black in the house here with us. And that means we are fully, officially ToyTube with the power couple of ToyTube in the house. We have K Roll in the house. Joe Fan 84 here, Stanley's Toy Channel. What's up, everybody? Long time no see, Stanley. Good to have you here. And then we've got Brick Something joining in, going, got hungry. He's cooking. What's up, fam? And then he's asking, did Oz open his naked, greasy bodybuilder yet? Not quite yet, my friend. That'll be coming up later this stream. Stay tuned to watch what that's all about, because we'll talk about that one later, too. All right, now I'm going to clear out these starred chats here. Oh, and Onryu83 joining us saying, hey, all, just finished WWE pay-per-view, ending that no one saw coming. Oh, well, there we go. That explains why we had such light duty tonight. There's a pay-per-view. But also tonight, Brick brings it up as well. So many streams right now. GDL, Mega J and the Toy Addicts, Full Force. Everyone's freaking out over the Toy Fair and ZoloCon coverage with Just Do, and we're going to be talking about a lot of that tonight. And hey, we got SCS Dog. See, that's what it was. The pay-per-view's over, so now everybody's tuning in. SCS Dog saying, aloha, all. What's going on, brother? And Todd C here joining us as well. Actually, I think everybody's just coming in now because they finally realized we're streaming, because we actually went live like almost one time tonight. It was insane. It's crazy. We had to show proper manners. We had Stu in the house, and he sounds
no. You don't have to stand on the for me. Stand on ceremony for me. So. Listen, guys, I just want to say a huge thank you for letting me plug next weekend. Awesome stuff. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely, brother. And I want to thank you for allowing me to come on last week to trivia, because that was a lot of fun, even though I completely washed out.
Yeah. I might have to rethink that for next time round. Wowzers.
I just got to brush up on a lot more of my newer. I felt pretty good about the original trilogy, and the prequel trilogy questions. There were some tough ones in there, but nothing made me feel as bad as asking all the questions about the new ones, and like the one about Andor and what the prison was called. And I literally just watched that episode with my uncle like the week before, and I couldn't even remember the name of Andy Serkis's character or the jail. And I'm like, I deserve to lose this.
But to add on top of that, I actually put into the chat stream that I was here for Oz, and I had to sit there and endure that. And already attached.
Yeah, no, I saw that comment.
How
I saw
bad
that
was that?
Hey, I gave you your money's worth. Yeah. I gave you your money's worth with all those funny answers I gave, because you know that ship is definitely the one with the pew-pews. Just saying.
Dude, I had so many bad wrong answers. It was awesome. I was going through making sure to give the dumbest answer I could through the whole thing.
Well,
that is fun, though. It is fun to go through and listen to.
It is.
I think Allison scored more than you as well.
Allison, she said she completely bombed. Yeah, she definitely scored more than me. See, that's what I say. Like, I defer to Allison. She knows a lot more than I do. And like, I used to be like the resident expert, but that was back in the day when we only had 3 movies and a bunch of books, and a lot's changed since then.
Yes. Gentlemen, I'm going to love you and leave you. It is past my bedtime, and I've got to get my beauty sleep in preparation for next week. So I just want to say a massive thank you once again, Oz, gentlemen, for allowing me to come on and unplug next weekend. So thank you so much.
Absolutely, Stu. It's a pleasure to have you here. And I hope you'll be joining us on more clubhouses sometime.
Later, man.
Yeah, no, nice one. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, take care, guys. Cheers. Bye-bye.
All right, so. All right, now who's the echo coming from?
I think Ed's got the microphone in his mouth. No. He's just like Bud used to. No.
Why are you picking on me, Kenny? I'm going to come down to Colorado and kick your ass.
Come on down, baby. Come on, we'll take you down the creek. I got a creek down here too.
All right.
Hey, Thanos, check your audio levels real quick, because whatever the stream's coming over, I think we're picking it up through your mic.
Mine?
A little bit.
I
know that clacking. I know that was Adam, because he's the only one typing right now. Which is funny, because normally yours is not that loud.
No, I'm trying.
He's dropping another toy line. No.
I'm trying to ask Arlen if he sculpted any of the Joes that got revealed today.
He probably did, at least one or two.
He probably did. And
damn it, I forgot the G.I. Joes.
There's 2 that look like he might have been involved.
Bud, come on. That's like
I have
30%
like
of our audience.
I have like 75 tabs open.
So look, in Bud's defense, Bud hits me up. I was at ZoloCon all day, so I honestly was only half paying attention to what was coming through on my phone, and still trying to keep up with everybody I was around and hanging out with and having a good time with. And Bud hits me up because I got home. I wanted to crash out because I was like exhausted for like at least an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. And Bud messages me out of the kindness of his heart asking, "Hey, did you want me to round up the pictures and everything, and we could just share screen from mine, so that way we'll have some of the new stuff to talk over?" And I was overjoyed because I'm sitting there thinking I'm going to need to scramble and get a lot of this stuff together. And Bud offered to do all of that for me. And thank you, Bud. I am
Granted, half the time Stu was talking, I was still grabbing screens.
Oh, I believe it. Hey, you know what? You got a couple more. And that's okay, because we got time. Because next up on tonight is slightly more structured than it normally would be. Mainly because I did want to have Stu come on, and I know what time it is over there in the UK. So I wanted to have him go over everything that he needed to for next week's 24-hour stream, which again, there'll still be a clubhouse going on. I'm just going to be over there for part of it. And then I'll be back over here. And then I'll tell people, hey, go over there and check that stream out and make sure you make a donation.
Is the audio issue fixed?
I'm not hearing any background, and I'm not hearing crinkling, so I'm thinking we're good. I think
it had switched from my mic to the onboard one.
That, yeah, it happens sometimes, man. But now I completely understand why it wasn't just quite right how we normally have it. Yeah, it makes sense. I hate it when it does it. It'll do it to me too, because like every once in a while I'll switch to this mic up here, and then you guys always tell me, Oz, you sound like you're really super quiet, and I'm like, oh shit. So then I realize immediately what it is. It's just not.
At least it isn't as bad as a Kenny's. Like when he's streaming, if he backs away more than like 5 inches from the mic, it'll sound like he's on the other side of the.
It's got to be all up on it with that got.
Yeah.
Guys, how's it going?
Oh, you're
I'm just
doing
gonna hold
wonderful
it
right
Actually,
now.
that sounds good.
You're really good, really
Yay.
clear, really crisp. I appreciate that. So next up on the docket for tonight, we're going to have Adam presenting us with a wonderful, amazing news that, oh man, I was overjoyed. Except I was expecting it to happen today, but I was kind of glad it happened yesterday. Ish. It was still today, but yeah.
Well, it was March 1st.
It was 100% March 1st. 100% March 1st, and I loved that detail. So we're going to talk about that, but real quick, we got a couple more people piling in here. We've got K-Dog Broadcasting in the house. He's saying, what's crack-a-lazakin'? I hope I said that right, because that's a weird one. Oz, Action, Kenzo, Cobb, and crew. What's going on, K-Dog? Glad to have you here. Just Jeff is joining us. What's up, brother? And I know I saw him, the living legend, the inevitable, Curtis Ackerman, joining us as well. What's going on, Curtis? Good to see you, brother. Glad you could join us. So yeah, we got to get to talking about this here. Adam, you had something happen yesterday. We've talked about it a little bit here and there in the past, but yesterday was the big day, and I got stupid excited real fast.
It wasn't yesterday. It was still today. It was
still today. It was today.
It was today, but it just depends where you are in relation to time zones. So it was still, I guess it launched 27 and 3/4 hours ago. So I guess it technically, from launch, it was yesterday.
Okay. Yeah. There we go. We'll make it sound like I'm right. Also, big shout out to you, bud. Rick saying you're a rock star. That's 100% true.
Damn right it is. I love you, Brick.
All right. So, Adam, what did we have launch?
Well, we launched the Kickstarter for Space Zombies from Mars, which is a 6-inch fully articulated action figure line sculpted by Arlen Pelche, known for his work for, among other things, Classified, Black Series, Marvel Legends, Mezco, Naughty or Nice for Fresh Monkey Fiction. He's done some Monster Force stuff. The list goes on and on and on. He's really, really not very good at promoting himself. So a lot of people don't know the things that he's sculpted, and he's uncomfortable talking about a lot of them. He doesn't like taking the credit. He's like everybody's like, oh, it's great when companies tell you who the sculptor is. He's happy to just do the sculpts, submit the work, cash the check and move on. But he's wanted to do this line on his own for quite a while, and he didn't want anybody to sort of like be able to tell him what he could or couldn't do with it, and what colors they had to be or what the lore had to be or anything like that. So he and his brother Ira, over the course of the last couple of years, kind of put together the designs and the lore and a soundtrack. And then about a year ago, I met them at Joe Fest. I had known Arlen for a while just because he does sculpt work for Jason for Animal Warriors of the Kingdom, and he and I had chatted a little bit, so we did know each other, but hadn't really spoken about his toy line, apart from, just, hey, cool pick, cool design, can't wait to see this line. But then we met at Joe Fest and got to talking and kind of decided that, what they were missing was what I could offer. And so the three of us, decided to kind of partner up and get this thing going. And a project that Arlen had sort of started on years ago is now coming to fruition. So.
And it's freaking amazing because I know last year at Joe Fest, they were kind of showing off some stuff.
Mhm.
And that was when, like, everybody showing the pictures of Joe Fest, when I really first started getting my eyes on it. And I'm like, this is that really cool, like, 60s, 70s style, retro sci-fi style that I dig. And it's zombies, which is also amazing. You know,
Always fun.
just
Yeah.
phenomenal. And, like, to hear the story of how it developed and everything like that, starting from an album and, and kind of getting this, like that right there, the fact that it's tied into music from the start,
Yeah.
that to me was definitely awesome. You know, and just as watching this evolve at Legions Con, seeing like some paint samples and all like that too, that was really cool to be able to see there. And now here it is, the Kickstarter launch, folks. This thing is live. I dropped that link in the chat, but you know what? Better than just dropping the link here, I'm gonna do a bit of share screen. We're gonna pull it up, and we're gonna take a look at this amazing project. Now, I don't know why it's saying back this project, because I 100% have backed this project. Oh, it's probably because I need to log in on here, but
Yeah.
whatever. As long as I know I did, because I got the first off, there's a glow in the dark figure, so you all know I was on that.
Yeah, that one's pretty fun. That's going to be a Kickstarter exclusive with sort of any quantity that's available after that will be available more or less directly from us. So whether that's at conventions or, you know, giveaways or something like that. But the Kickstarter exclusive won't be available through any online retailers or anything like that.
There you go, folks. That's enough right there to get you to need to go back this project, especially if you're a sucker for glow in the dark, like me. Yeah, as soon as I was looking over the offerings, I was like, yep, that's the one right there. Backed it immediate.
The plan for that one, it's not written in there, but we've been sort of going back and forth about it and trying to decide whether or not it's possible. But the plan for that glow in the dark is to actually have it be like a translucent, like semi-opaque
Nice.
plastic, and then have sort of paint over top of that to sort of still show the details and the sculpt for the zombie stuff. And if we can go that route, which I believe we can, the plastic itself will be glow in the dark, so it won't rub off or anything like that. And then so it'll just look a little bit nicer. The problem is you can't render that. So you can't render semi opaque. That's not how digital renders work. Which is why it looks solid. But we tried, but they looked weird and it just looked bad, and you couldn't see the face, and because the renders sort of showed the internal reflections. So it didn't work. We tried a bunch of different colors, but so we kind of started with this, tried a bunch of different ones, and then came back to this. And so, yeah, glow in the dark for sure. Translucent, hopefully, if everything sort of works out. But only available through the Kickstarter, or if you're very lucky, you know, you can potentially get it from us at some point.
Look, I don't know how lucky I can be, but I sure as hell ain't gonna leave it to chance. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
so that's what I did immediately. I was like, that's my one right there. That's my one, because they all look great. And when all of these are looking this amazing, and again, a lot of these, like, yeah, okay, you know, kind of similar and everything like that, but they're just fun figures. I love the kind of retro styled accessories too, right? Like these guys aren't walking around with like your big Nikon digital cameras or cell phones kind of equipment. Look, we're still using hard copy here, folks. Hard copy. This is a file. The pew pew.
yeah.
You guys are killing it on accessories. Like, they're so cool. Like, and then like some of the gore effects you guys have showed off already too. Like, I love that stuff.
Which some of these are not shown.
They may or may not be gore effects. Yeah, I mean it's meant to be fun. I mean it's meant to be a little bit satirical, and like there's a sense of humor to this that is there on purpose. And it's like George A. Romero kind of zombies, right? Like where there's a little bit of like humor to the absurdity of it all. And so it's just really, really fun. And like the ideas that we have for stuff that we'd like to do beyond this kind of continue in that way. We were talking about, okay, here's the, there may or may not be gore effects, as some of those reveals. But we were talking about other gore effects that we wanted to do. Thanos, I know you were excited for like a gore effects pack, but it just didn't fit, financially for this one. But Arlen were just sort of going, Arlen and I were going back and forth like, well, why don't we do this too? Why don't we do this too? It was just more tooling plates, and it would have just sort of driven the funding goals up and stuff like that. But it's sort of like, we've got wave 1.5 and wave 2 kind of penciled out to have some of that stuff. But yeah, the figures themselves are just a lot of fun. A little bit about the lore. So the retro astronaut. So you get the two guys in the red suits, Spike Spectre, and then the retro Red Walker zombie. Yeah, that guy right there. So he's got the kind of more 50s pulpy sci-fi look to him, with the fishbowl and more of like a jet pack than an astronaut backpack, and definitely like a full-on sci-fi laser gun.
Yes.
So he
Let me see if I can zoom in on that real quick.
Yeah, he's like the actually I have it. I just don't know where I could find it.
I blew it up a little bit more. This looks like the kind of gun Marvin the Martian was walking on screen with.
Yeah.
That's the kind of fun we're talking about having here with this is that level.
Yeah, so the lore wise, he's the leader of the original Red Dust mission. So he's the first mission to Mars that launched in the late 60s. And then all the other astronauts look different. They look more modern because that's actually the second mission to Mars, which is Red Dust 2. So the majority of the comic book and the sort of story that we're telling with this Kickstarter is mostly to do with the Red Dust 2 mission. And as far as Red Dust 2 knows, Red Dust never made it to Mars, so they don't know, what to expect when they get to Mars.
Yeah, and I've hovered over this a couple times, folks. As we were talking about, the roots of this line started with an album, and you can get it. It's Prometheus, the album, and. They purposely chose purple because they knew I was such a big fan. That is a complete fabricated lie. But you know what? I can still think of it that way for myself anyway.
Every time I look at it, I think of you. Green on the outside, purple on the inside.
Right? Like it's right there. It's all of my color elements that I love so much in one package on vinyl. Mind you, this is a render. I'm hoping the actual disc will be purple when it comes out because I know they print in color these days.
If you purchase the vinyl, can you get a digital copy? Because I do not have a record player anymore.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
We're gonna have, like, we already have the masters done for it. So
Perfect.
the soundtrack may go out sooner than anything else, because it's done. Like we have it able to be sort of processed and packaged and sent out.
And yeah, that was actually, again, one of the first offerings that I saw when going into back this is you can get digital copies of the album, digital copies of the comic as well. So right there. Plus you get the physicals, double dip, guys. Double dip. Get the digital because we're all too new and fancy with our tech to go back to such archaic things as a turntable with a pin. Because most of us have turntables, they just don't play records anymore. And
I still have a record player.
Hey, I've been wanting to get one for a while. And you know what else? Let's face it, we could probably turn a couple pages. I know we all love comics, period. So good. But I love the fact that the bad guy's a stretch goal, by the way.
Yeah, that was. We went back and forth on that. Unfortunately, because there's like more tooling plates to make him. We couldn't. We really couldn't offer him in the launch unless we actually bumped the funding goal up by about 15,000. And so we thought getting him as a stretch goal, kind of 5,000 above the funding goal was sort of a happy medium. The thinking is if it funds, it's kind of a no-brainer that this would unlock. And then, each unlock is pretty close to the last one. So hopefully it'll be sort of like dominoes. Like once the funding goal gets hit, then we'll unlock the first one. And then they should just, with the momentum of people sort of adding to their pledges, we should just sort of plow through all the unlocks in pretty quick succession. So.
Absolutely. And that's really fun and exciting as well, just in and of itself, because we all know like the kind of hype that can build behind that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, we hit the first stretch goal. Can we is the next one going to hit? And then you see that next one fall, and it just, avalanches into that. I don't want to say roller coaster because that'd be going up and down. We don't want up and down. We want to just keep building.
No, it does though. And that's so, like Arlen and Ira, I literally, I didn't even really look that closely to what it's at now. I am intentionally like not looking at the numbers because until it funds, like it doesn't, looking at the numbers doesn't really benefit you. It just, it just gives you more anxiety. So I'm just kind of intentionally, Kickstarter actually sends an email every day. Like if there's any activity on your campaign, even after the fact, like if somebody comments on the Animal Warriors of the Kingdom Kickstarter, I get an email from Kickstarter that says, here's the activity on your page. So every day they send an update and I use that like a debrief. And that's my touch point. I'm just not even looking at it anymore. Because you can drive yourself crazy because it'll go up and it'll go down and somebody will back for something and then change their mind or sort of like rejig their pledge. And so the number is pretty dynamic over the course of the Kickstarter. And you got to try to ignore all that and sort of understand that, hey, we submitted this. We think this is sort of the best version that we have. This is as good as it's going to get. And then you just kind of hope that, between the Kickstarter itself in terms of the campaign page and the rewards and then doing the videos and sort of posts and sharing and all that kind of stuff, that it gets to enough people that, people can enough people can see it and back it that we get there. So.
Right. And honestly, guys, when you see stuff like this at no additional cost to you, that's always a great goal. Like if it hits this and you're backing it, there's no additional cost to a parts pack. That alone right there always should get everybody hype. And what other toy line out there right now is giving you a 1/12 scale ukulele?
I'm not aware of any.
I can't think of any. I mean, I know there's 1/12 scale instruments out there, but are they played by astronauts? I don't think so. I just don't think so.
No, that's a fun one.
I just backed for the comic and the soundtrack. I will probably add a couple figures, but I gotta figure my taxes first.
Absolutely, and that's it's there's no good time to launch a Kickstarter. When everybody, you hear about like, oh, I waited, we delayed our Kickstarter because this, and then something else comes up and they're like, oh, we delayed it because of this as well. It's like, you got to just kind of go at some point. You got to hit launch and just see what happens. We know that we're up against a whole lot of things, including tax season, including a dragon, including other pre-order waves from other lines and stuff like that. There's never going to be a moment where the whole toy industry just pauses and you can just have a month to yourself in this space. So we've been saying March 1st for a long time. March was chosen because March is named after, Mars. So we were like, okay, let's just commit to that and do it. And then, we've been saying it for so long that regardless of anything else that happened, we were going to go March 1st, which was not Saturday, March 1st. It was, but anyways,
it was Saturday, March 1st. Well, real quick, I did want to jump in here and say hello to a couple new people who have been coming in. We've got Dre, the Geek Dad, saying, yo, what's going on, Dre? Thank you for joining us this evening. It's great to see you here, brother. We've got Jay Astro saying, hello, all. What is up, Jay? I try to say Jay right after saying Dre. That was not a wise decision. We've got Mr. Mad Gus saying, hello to all you fine gentlemen on the panel and chat. I was not aware we had fine gentlemen on the panel, but I appreciate that, I guess. Well, you know what, Curtis? Maybe you are the fine gentleman he spoke of.
Oh no, not at all.
I thought when Curtis came on, it dropped us down a couple notches.
You know what? It definitely did, because everybody's still pissed he killed fucking Cremone.
Yeah.
And if you guys are wondering what the hell I'm talking about, go back and listen to this past week's Legion's Quest.
I would just like to say, listen to the conversation earlier about, people struggling with, kind of promoting themselves and really just putting themselves out there for things that they've done. And I really struggle with that myself. Like, I'm one that never talks about my channel or anything that I'm doing. And so, yeah, I can totally relate to that.
Right. Yeah. You completely understand, not self-promotion or any type of thing. Completely and totally humble. For sure.
I mean, I think probably the only person more humble than me is maybe Punk. He's
I don't know. It just depends whether you throw a super chat at him or not. We've got Tony's Figs in the house saying, what's up, fam? What's going on, Tony? Good to see you out there, brother. And all music fan Jeff joining us here. Let me highlight this one. We got him. Hey, Oz, chat. Guys, thank you all for being here this evening. It always means a lot to see everybody in the chat, and the fact that you all can listen to us ramble and talk. And I shouldn't say ramble. I think Punk's got that copyrighted. I probably owe him a nickel. But, we like to go on and have fun and talk about toys. And the fact that you all sit here for like the 6 hours that we stream every week, I'll never know how you all do it, because I barely understand how I can sit here for most of it myself. So
I think that nickel just went into his bank account, because I heard money.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I heard it sounded a little something like this, I thought.
Yeah.
I bet you if I play that 3 times in a row, I might actually summon him.
Oh yeah.
Or Ken will show up.
Yeah.
Ken might show up too, and he's like, Punk's here?
No.
I needed to talk about this font for a little bit here. For the load. So there was a game back on the Super Nintendo called Zombies Ate My Neighbors. I don't know if anybody remembers that or not. It was a ridiculously fun game. You could pick either a boy or a girl to go around and save your neighbors, who all looked the same, which was really weird, and then kill zombies with squirt guns, because that totally works apparently. And maybe they were filled with holy water. I don't know. I didn't know holy water actually killed zombies, but I guess it could. Either way, though,
hey, the zombies beat the water, beat the aliens in science. It's possible.
It's true.
That's something I could believe, but considering we ourselves are mostly
come to Earth. Sorry, zombies just don't like being hygienic.
and I agree with Thanos. Like, if you knew you were allergic to water, why the fuck did you pick the one planet covered in it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Higher intelligence? I think not. So, and Mr. Bad Gus saying, smash that like.
Unless you already liked, because then if you hit it again, it unlikes. So you don't want to do that. It makes sure it's an odd number. You can do it as many times as you want.
I mean, if we have less likes
yeah.
than people watching, that might be a good thing.
Hey, you know, I don't know. It's always a possibility. But yeah, like this font totally reminds me of the box for that game. You know, and again, even those retro like horror type feels that the cover of the game came out and everything, the label on that. This is absolutely just incredible here, and I'm loving it. I've been excited since you guys started showing this stuff off.
That font was actually done by Jason, and I just messaged him and asked him if that's where it came from, because I don't know. I have no idea. I'd never heard of that game before.
Hold on a sec. Thanos has got me. Hold on.
Yeah, there's like a PlayStation 4 version.
Yeah,
of
I
that
just
game
looked it up. I was like,
okay, so it's not exact, but like you can see what I mean by how inspired it seems by it, right?
It might very well be. I don't know. I have literally no idea. But what I will say is horror and zombies. I mean, the font's going to be green, and it's going to be kind of monstrous looking. So maybe it's just a coincidence. I don't know.
It could.
I think a lot of it too. It's the green fading to the black, but on yours,
yeah,
it's more like barely there.
Right. Yeah.
Compared to the other one, so you're good.
But I love it either way.
Oh yeah.
It's fantastic and amazing. Now, earlier tonight, you had sent me a little link to a video. Are we able to share that?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. All right, I want to bring up that video here, and I'm going to try to see if we can do it in a way that we can actually share the audio as well, because that was just brilliant. Absolutely.
Yeah, so this actually Arlen's buddy does kind of ads for brands and things like that, and does these little videos, and we've been sort of waiting on it, and he was sort of gracious enough and generous enough to do this for free, even though this is like what he does for work, or one of his job. Like he's got a whole bunch of stuff that he does, but anyway, he was like, yeah, I do my best work under pressure at the last minute. And I was like, hey, it's the last minute. Like the campaign's launched and it wasn't even done. He finished it this morning, so it's up on the page now at the very top. But
let me
it's
see
an
if
awesome
I can
video. It's cool.
I did, it did get loaded into the Kickstarter campaign. Now it's right at the very top. That image should have a play button on it. So yeah, it's okay. So it's fun. It scared my 9-year-old. So.
So all you 9-year-olds watching,
hide behind your pillows or whatever.
Cover your eyes.
It's not that scary. It's just I knew exactly when to kind of nudge her to get the jump scare. But
okay, all right, this should work, and we should get the audio with it. I'm not sure I'll be able to get the whole. We're gonna get the bulk of it on screen, but it's a little bit. Can I full screen? Oh well, let's just go for
Humanity has established a thriving colony on Mars.
This soundtrack is pulled from the soundtrack. It's like clips from the soundtrack.
Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
Kids, your life is on the silver.
Wake up.
Written on the desolate surface of Mars, a cosmic thriller that blurs the line between science and fiction.
Oh man,
I like it.
It's so good.
That's awesome.
I've been watching a lot.
Good.
So the first 3 seasons of The Expanse got pulled off of Amazon, so I've been like feverishly trying to rewatch them. And so that when that got sort of posted, and Arlen's like, "What do you think of this?" I was like, "This is exactly what I've been watching for the last few weeks."
Was it a Dead Space?
Yeah,
video game. Giving those vibes too, which is nice.
Yeah. Oh man, Dead Space was phenomenal. It's one of my favorite games when it first launched back on 360 and stuff. Like, it was terrifying in so many good ways.
And then the third one kind of turned more into an action game.
And that kind of happens with a lot of stuff. So
yeah.
I get it. Whatever sells more copies. But I gotta say, so this launched last night, and we've talked about it a couple times tonight because you said March 1st, and it was like late evening here. So, like, wait a minute, it's not March 1st.
Yeah.
How did we come up? What time zone did you use for this, Adam?
So there's a time zone called UTC, and it's not really a time zone. It's the Coordinated Universal Time. So it's effectively the time zone that is used in outer space. So when you don't have, a longitudinal sort of position, you don't really have the luxury of being like, well, the sun's up, it's daytime. If you're on the International Space Station, you have to look at the clock, which is in UTC, and it'll tell you what time it is, sort of in relation to the Earth, at a specific sort of point. But I thought it was cool to use that, because if you're on Mars, it's irrelevant what time it is on Earth. So I just thought that was I thought it was clever. There was people gunning for the #1 backer spot. One of my buddies who lives in Canada, he said he had his alarm set on his phone for every hour of Saturday, and was like super bummed. He wanted to get backer #1, and he was like, it did catch me off guard.
I know Travis was super excited with spot 11, which is one.
He got one twice.
Yeah. But when I said I was backer number 10, then he gave me a mean face. I was like, whoa, wait a minute.
All I got from Travis last night was there was 10 people before me. That was,
and I was the one directly. I was the one directly before him, and that made him mad.
I launched it. I actually work until about 5 p.m. locally, and I launched it at 4 p.m. locally. So I had to like sneak off and like go do like a task and do it sort of while I was doing my task, and then just go back to work like it was no big deal. But the funny thing is, after I launched it, I had a post kind of ready to post on Instagram, so that if people didn't get their email right away, maybe they got Instagram notifications on, maybe they'd get that. And before I posted, we had 2 backers, and I was like, who are these people that are like so tuned in that they're just like within like minutes? And people
had that notification bell hit. I mean, I'll be honest, I saw the post that said launch and I liked it, not realizing, like, I almost thought you were doing like a countdown till March 1st.
No,
and it was like,
no.
You sent the link, and I was like, oh shit, it's live.
Yeah. No, and it was a little bit misleading too, because I was posting a countdown of like days to launch, and one day to launch was only like 14 hours between that post and the next one. So it was a little, people can be mad. That's fine. But I was having my own fun at everybody else's expense.
You know what though? It's still great because it was a lot of fun. And to be honest, I feel like maybe it was kind of the right move to do it at the time you did, leading for March 1st, compared to have launched it anytime today almost.
Yeah.
Right? Because just been overwhelmed with toy news. So like earlier when you asked me, did you still want me to come on and talk about this? I was like, yes, absolutely I do, because I think it's very important that we do. I don't want things to get lost with all the other toy news that is going on right now. So I felt it was very, very important to have you come on and talk about this.
There was a few reasons that I picked it too personally. The biggest one was knowing that launching it at 0 hour on UTC meant it was 4 p.m. Pacific, meaning I still had to finish my workday and then come home and take care of my kids and get them, ready for bed and do all that kind of stuff. So it kind of in a way took a little bit of the stress off, because I just launched it and then didn't look at it literally until about noon this morning when I did another video. And I won't look again, till I get the email tomorrow, kind of thing. So for kind of my own mental health, I decided to do that. It also meant that I could sleep in this morning. It also meant that people wouldn't be texting me like, is it an hour from now? Is it, when's it gonna?
Right.
And also I couldn't think of a good time, to launch it. I couldn't think of like, okay, what do I pick? Pacific time? Do I pick Eastern time? Like, do you launch it at 9 a.m.? Do you launch it at noon? And so I was like, okay, what's the, like, I didn't want to launch it at midnight either because I didn't want to stay up because I've been staying up way too late and I was overly tired already. So I was like, okay, I'll just put it at the sort of earliest 0 hour, that makes sense. And so in doing research for like other things, I mentioned this on another video. Like I was looking at, okay, well, what's the distance to Mars? Can we use that number in some way? What's the circumference of Mars? Can we use that number in some way?
So,
like,
do you care to explain to people why you couldn't use the distance to Mars exactly?
Yeah.
Because this is a fun one
Yeah.
that most people don't think about.
So the distance to Mars isn't constant, for one thing. So from one day to the next, it wouldn't be like if I explain that, somebody Google search it, it'd be like, hey, you idiot, that's not the number that I get. And it'll be like, okay, well, it depends on the day that you look, because there's actually a huge variance in the distance to Mars. We also couldn't use it because even if it was a static number, we had to do this in Canadian dollars, and people are going to look at it in other currencies. So it's going to look like a totally random number in another currency. So it was like, that doesn't
work either.
It doesn't work. It's just going to look like I'm an idiot and I just punched, like I had a monkey punch in the number, and this doesn't mean anything.
So you called up Jason. You said, "Hey, can
can I borrow one of your apes?
Can I borrow one of your apes?" It's funny. I saw him today at ZoloCon, and I stopped to talk to him for a minute and everything like that. Told him how excited I was that you were able to launch this, and he was going, did he show off any of the paint samples? Did he show those? I was like, he didn't open late yesterday.
Yeah.
And he showed off the paint samples. And I was like, and I know why you're excited, because I know those are yours. Like, you painted those.
Yeah, Jason did all the paint samples for the bodies, and then Arlen did all the heads. All the heads are sitting on my desk right now. I'm just, lovingly, gazing into their zombie eyes. And it's fun. It's like it's really happening, and it's kind of like it's gonna be a crazy 31 days. But we're excited, and I'm happy that we're now able to sort of share this stuff with everybody, and for everybody to sort of see it. And when people have questions, it's nice that we can now kind of answer them. And in some cases, the questions that people wanted to ask are in the campaign. So it was sort of like, just go look at it. Like there's your answers for most of the questions potentially. But there's still a few that come through.
Well, like this one, Brick's asking, why not 60 seconds to Mars? And I was about to say, it's because they're twice as good as Jared Leto. But then he goes, oh, wait, it's 30 seconds to Mars.
30 seconds to Mars. Yeah, Jared Leto's a douche. So that was never even.
Yeah.
He's a weird one.
The thing about the whole Kickstarter is Adam's bio. It says Adam Drake, I'm just a guy that loves toys.
Yeah, that's all. That's
I love it.
All you
like,
need.
When you're actually doing the Kickstarter, I didn't have anything there. Because I back Kickstarters all the time, but like no one cares who's backing.
Right.
Like no one's looking at the bio of their backers. So I never put anything in there. But then when I'm going through the Kickstarter and they're showing a section of the Kickstarter is incomplete because I don't have anything in my bio. And I was like, what do you put there? Like, what is it? What is a Canadian that doesn't like talking about himself put for his bio? And it's like,
I'm a Canadian who doesn't like talking about myself.
I should have put that. I can go back and change it, I think. But
I'm a Canadian guy that loves toys.
Exactly. Yeah.
You just do what everybody else does these days and do AI generated bios or whatever.
Yeah. Speaking of AI generated, I see Trav's in the chat there. Trav sent me, he plugged in to like an AI program, like chat. I've never used AI, so I don't know how you'd even do this, but Trav loves AI. So he plugged all the information that he thought he had into like some AI computer, and got it to predict the time that we would launch so that he could try to be backer number one. And he sent them to me, and I was like, these are dumb. I said, AI is stupid, and it overthought the whole thing. In one of the three, it referenced UTC, and I was like, it got literally one detail correct, but it was so weird, the answers that it gave, but he never had a chance.
Yeah, Lone Dragon suggests going the Ralphie way. My cat smells like cat food.
For my bio, it should just say, "What's a diorama?"
Oh, and Curtis, you'll be happy to know I didn't knock over anybody's dioramas today.
Well, that's good.
Yep.
Did they have a no backpack policy?
Oh no, because I was telling the guys earlier, I was actually late to my start of my day because I had to tear apart my cleaned room to find my backpack because I lost it. And I realized after I was going to need it for the amount of people who were asking me to help pick up stuff from Legions Con, or not Legions Con, from ZoloCon. Already at that point, I was like, okay, so it's more than just me wanting to go and pick up a headhunter and getting Travis a headhunter. I had other people asking about like getting the Masterverse exclusive for the Steel Brigade. So I was like, yeah, sure, I'll help you out, kind of thing.
And gold heads?
No gold. Just the regular. I had one person that was like, hey, open it up, crack it open. I want to see what I got. And I was like, you just want to know if you got the gold head. And
they don't. Yeah, that's all.
So I did. I popped it open and so it's their toy. I don't care if they want me to crack it open and spoil surprise. That is fine. And on our way to ZoloCon, that's when I realized I should have just brought the duffel bag and not the backpack. Because the amount of people, like,
you should have just gone around with Terrence and used his wagon for your stuff too.
Oh my God, no, I couldn't have. Terrence, I saw Terrence and Gina there, and he showed me the pics of his hotel room. Now, mind you, he was coming back with an empty cart. He was showing me the pics of his hotel room, and it looked like he had the vendor's booth of just ZoloCon exclusive figures in his hotel room. And he wasn't done yet. And I'm like, geez, man. Jeez, but it was great. But it was a lot of fun today, and I do enjoy trying to help people out with it. And having done it a couple times now, I wasn't nearly as overwhelmed with the amount of people asking me to get them con exclusive stuff. Where like at PowerCon, I was like flooded with things, and I got very overwhelmed, and I was like, I got to go get this person's exclusives. I got to go get this person's exclusives kind of thing. Like, Adam, I think you were the first person that mentioned anything about getting anything exclusive from PowerCon for them. And so, like, I was sitting there at the table for D13 getting the demons. And then, like, as I was standing there, more and more requests just
the
came
floodgate
in.
opens. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But I do what I can. I always try to help people.
Did you by chance grab a Minos? I'm just kidding. I'm messing with you.
Bud, actually,
grab his what? Oh,
that's I was just wondering.
The con exclusive. I wanted to make Oz panic.
I was gonna say I didn't get any message from Bud about anything until I was already on my way home. So you were shit out of luck.
Oh, that's the worst.
What about those 3 that I asked you for a month ago? Remember?
You know
those
what?
3?
Terrence is still there, guys. Go hit him up.
While we're piling on, Cold Slither, San Diego Comic Con. I need several of those.
I'm
Get
not
you a
going
ticket to San Diego
Comic-Con, so you're shit out of luck, Stanley.
Okay,
Stanley, aren't you like pretty close to San Diego?
I was going to say you're way closer to SDCC than me.
Come on,
at least you're on the right coast.
yeah, I'm in the north. Yeah, so okay, getting back to
yeah.
Sorry. So backpack, carts, strollers, and that is there a full power with that at conventions nowadays? Because I was at a local toy show today, and there's just backpacks everywhere, and people's bumping into each other. Is that a big thing nowadays, where kind of minimize the backpack storage you carry around or roll around?
Well, nowadays,
is there something with that?
For nowadays, by the way, for me, I've always taken backpacks to conventions because that's just something I've always done. And yeah, I've been again to Comic-Cons. I've been to, you know, cosplay. Otakon is like for years was the biggest cosplay convention here in the United States, and that was right here at the Baltimore Convention Center. So like I would go every year, and you just always carry a backpack, like, you know, because you're going to get stuff. Mind you, a lot of these places, my first time going to a con, everybody was giving you swag bags.
Mm-hmm.
So like they'll give you a bag while you're at the con, and you just start throwing everything in that. But they also used to be kind of small, and it's like for everything that I'm buying can't all fit into like the one little swag bag or the other, you know, all these things. So it was like I very quickly just started bringing a backpack to these conventions. Heck, at GameStop, like there was one year they gave us a duffel bag. It was GameStop branded duffel bag, a backpack, and like one of those little cinch bags, all GameStop branded. And I'm like, are you guys actually giving us this much free shit that we're going to be walking around with at the convention? Like, why did you give us 3 separate bags at 1 year?
Yeah, that's it's hard, right? Because like if you're gonna buy stuff, where are you gonna put it if you don't have a bag of some sort? Like you don't have a shopping cart. Like it's not a grocery store. You got to figure out some way to deal with it, and it's just that's. You know, I think everybody in it is sort of like in a perfect world, nobody would have anything like that. But you know,
right? Then
you get the cart, and then people are like, "Oh, people have carts and they're in the way," and it's like, well, they're buying stuff. Like, what do you? Where is Terrence going to put 3 cases of barbarians if he doesn't have a cart? He's like a backpack wouldn't even do for that.
No, not at all. Well, I mean, Terrence very quickly started bringing carts to the convention and not just backpacks. When I saw him at PowerCon, he did not have a backpack with him. Later that year, at the very next convention, he was walking around with the freaking cart. So now I will say this. I'm a lot bigger than I used to be at conventions, and carrying around a backpack and then putting stuff in it only adds to your mass. And sometimes when you turn slightly to avoid bumping into people, you bump into a diorama and you knock a little piece over. And I just taken a picture of it, and I swear I put it back where it was. And maybe I didn't. I don't know. So I know somebody was kind of upset about that. Duarte, I'm sorry. Anybody ever heard him go off about somebody knocking over part of his dio? It was me.
I noticed he was at the same con as you today. I didn't know if you guys had maybe interacted at all.
Oh,
you know, I went up to the table and all like that. He was busy talking with other people. And like, look, they're actually kind of like looking at stuff to buy from him. I'm going to let him talk to them because that's going to mean more than my apology.
Mm-hmm.
But
it's like the little penguin in the movie Misery. Knocks the penguin over and then sets it back facing the wrong direction.
Right.
Knows you're there. Got break ankles now.
Yeah. See, he was right on the end of the lineup leading up to Bobby Vala's table and all like that. It was actually a really good way they had that all laid out. I saw Thanos while I was there. He was at ZoloCon. I even snagged a picture of him. Yep, he was out there in display. Full display.
Working his hip.
Let me share something.
Sure. All right. While you're bringing that up to share real quick, I wanted to let people know I actually almost brought Guaisagwe home. I almost picked him up and put him in my backpack. You know, but then I found out very quickly he wasn't for sale, or that if I did pick him up, I had to pick up the whole family 4-pack, and I just don't have the space for that.
This is from Dub3, which is Lacerda Photo on Instagram. Already did some amazing photography with that new barbarian from the Horseman.
Oh yes.
Can I ask a question about that barbarian? Does it look does it look as greasy and grimy as it does in the pictures?
Yes.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a dirty barbarian, and
it is
with 3 different hairs, and one looks very much like He-Man, one looks very much like Conan.
Yeah.
So,
He's gonna save me some money.
He's got about as
like
many.
Mama Fratelli. Mama Fratelli.
That greasy brown body with the blonde hair, that is, I mean, the figure looks great. I think this version of it with the black hair looks phenomenal.
Yeah.
The blonde on it looks goofy as it does
Blonde
not
on
look
this-
right.
The
It doesn't
blonde
look right.
makes it look like he's wearing a wig.
That's
Yeah.
exactly like it just
And-
looks like it looks like a Mad TV sketch.
I was gonna say the blonde on this is comparable to the blonde wig that comes with
Damn, I just
Mikey.
knew it had blonde hair. I didn't see it on it yet.
yeah, I saw a meme today that said, for people that hate Conan, you
Yep.
can make it look like
I saw that
He-Man,
one.
and for those that
Yeah.
hate He-Man, you can make it look like Conan, and if you hate both of them, you can make it look like a barbarian. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, this is kind of what I felt like it looked like here. If you want, I don't know if you can pull that
Oh
one up.
yeah.
Yeah, it's the caveman lawyer from
Yeah.
from SNL. That's what I see. So
You throw a suit on this guy, and dead ringer. Dead ringer.
he's got a little bit of a caveman.
I'm telling
brow
you,
on
give
him.
him a little purse, and it's Mama Fratelli. That looks just
Right.
like.
now it
Like, I
hopefully
put the
doesn't
side
have
by side.
hopefully when you take the wig off, like it's just a complete bald head, right? It's not like a thing that pegs in.
I'll
No,
tell you
it
what,
pegs
though,
it.
but for
It pegs
$50
it.
bucks, getting all those different looks and yeah, it's a nice figure.
It's
Yeah,
one of
hoping.
I gotta say, it's one of the best figures that I've seen. As far as it's right up there, kind of like with Fisher Rice, like parts kind of deal and looks that you can do per price, right? Like per the price of the figure. It is right up there with Fisher Rice. And speaking of which, guys, I think we should start cracking out because I got ZoloCon exclusives here. We got Headhunter. We got one of them sweet barbarians.
Beauty.
We got another one of those sweet barbarians, so we can rock 2 looks. Because as soon as this thing dropped this morning, I was like, I need 2. Like that just became a thing. And
That
on the way
Skeletor
there,
guy.
I was figuring out how to get it. Like, how am I gonna do this? Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna do it. And then we also got from Savage Crucible, I wanted to pick up this Lemurian. Now it's funny, the reason I wanted to pick this guy up is because his armor set just kind of reminded me of a barbarian, like a Conan styled barbarian from Frazetta's art. Like that's one thing that I really liked about this. And I know their bodies are slimmer and smaller, but I figure maybe with some heat and some adapting, I might be able to adjust this to fit on, maybe a barbarian figure that I already have. And then they later dropped these, and I was like, okay, well, I still kind of want to get this for the armor bits. But
That was,
yeah,
I think that Lemurian was announced beforehand, right? But it was released today.
right. This is
Yeah.
the first time it's been available.
Available, yeah.
Yeah, and it wasn't ZoloCon exclusive. It is their, like last year they did a con exclusive figure that was available at all cons, but not
Yeah,
on their
they're doing the
website.
same thing for this is their 2025.
Their 2025. Right.
I like that. I like that it's
It's a
that
smart
it's like
idea.
it's not a specific event, and it's
Right.
That's kind of how I think they should. The small guys need to do the convention stuff. I think that's what Four
I think
Horsemen
it's
said about the
smarter.
Barbarian too. That it's going to be available exclusively at cons for a little while, and then at some
And
point
then
they'll have it
retail.
online.
I was just gonna
So-
ask that.
But I think that's cool. It's also funny that like I'm seeing people posting like I'll pay $100 for the Barbarian. I'm like, why don't you just wait, man? There's probably a convention.
Seriously. Yeah.
They're gonna be available.
Nobody likes to wait though.
No,
Do
I
you
know.
not
I don't
know
mind
anybody?
waiting.
Do you not know anybody going to a convention that could pick one up at some point? Like,
Sometimes
do you
people
not?
don't, though, right?
I
Sometimes
guess.
people know lots of people in the collecting sphere that they're in, but for whatever reason, maybe they're not a nice person. Maybe the people that they know are not nice people. There's nobody that can help them out. Like, and I
That's
feel
true.
bad for those people, but
I'm definitely gonna.
Or you could also be
save me money on an Atomon. I'm like, I don't even.
Yeah, trying to get the Adamon figure.
Yeah,
Because
I mean, this is probably more like He-Man, anyways. I think
Adamon, Keltus, those guys are tough.
The Death
I
Dealer
would
that
just-
was on the Savage Crucible table. Was there any info with that?
For which one?
The Death Dealer.
So you know what's funny? I actually overlooked that because I strictly went over to where the product to buy was and didn't really. Again, I get overwhelmed at these things sometimes, and so like I start forgetting things in my panic, mode. I didn't even get a chance to like really look at the rest of the table, and I wish I had, because I totally missed out on the Death Dealer and didn't realize until I was on my way home and I saw pictures of it, and I was like, I was right. The Ball and Chain Warrior was sitting right there at the table that I could have gotten up close look at, because that's one that I pre-ordered because I wanted a Conan in my collection that wasn't Mezco expensive. But then I ended up getting 2 Conan figures today, so I don't know if I want to keep that one or not anymore now.
Was that Death Dealer already announced too, and it was just revealed for the first time?
Not theirs.
Okay, maybe I just heard about it somewhere. So,
well, because
it didn't strike me as being new or news.
Well, Frazetta Girl said they were going to do one.
They're doing one. Who's the other company that's doing? Well, no, there's already 2 out. Yeah, Loose Collectors got. Yeah. So, and then just as I'd finished doing all the shopping for everybody else, got my own stuff. Oh, wait a minute. Jeff's saying he was bummed about ZoloCon. No Hellboy at all anywhere on the floor. Bastard. Jeff, were you there and I just didn't see you? Like, I don't know. Honestly, again, I was overwhelmed. Brother, if I missed you there, I'm sorry, because that would have been awesome. I would have liked to actually meet you in person. But on our last walk back into the convention after we had ate some food with everybody and got to hang out, I was pretty much done. I went up to go talk to the guys over at Skeletor, right up there and just get a chance to chat with them and talk about everything I've seen. Everybody knows I'm not like the hugest military collector. I delve a little bit into classified, and I love Delta 17 because it's that very classic O-ring. Ziggy is the more military guy. He loves, 1/18 scale stuff, and he enjoys getting into the military lines because he puts them with his Joes or with his Star Wars and everything. So, in any case, the going through and talking with Mark over at Skeletor, and then they were connected to a table with Marauder, and I was talking with John at Marauder. They had a German Shepherd sitting at the table. These guys were $12, and I was like, I can't pass that up. $12 to get a fully articulated German Shepherd. And I was just gonna get that. But then John, the salesman that he is, he goes, oh, and he's got like this accessory pack that comes with, like his little vests, a couple extra leashes, which I'm all like, yeah, okay, I don't care. And then he goes, and there's a dog bone in there. And I was like, oh, son of a, I can't get a dog and not get the dog bone. So, I spent the extra bucks to get I spent $8 extra to get a dog bone.
Yeah, if he's been a good boy, he deserves the bone.
He's gotta get it, He's
Sucker.
gotta get it. Yeah.
Is he articulated?
Yeah, he's fully articulated.
Okay.
It just as well as Timber.
Thanos, does that figure make you want to go work out? To look how cool you would look if you were buff as hell?
I've lost like almost 50 pounds.
Can we maximize Thanos here?
Thanos, did you go buy that hat to match the figure?
I've had this for a long time. I have been
allegedly.
There's proof. I worn it on stream before.
Thanos has worn that one. But I'm just saying, if you got some steroids and you
that's side by side.
Wear little shirts like Punk does.
He's
Look
tougher
at
than
that,
me.
man. That is so cool.
I think those look like Thanos' guns.
Dude, that looks just like you, man. That's so
Yeah,
good.
for 100%.
Did you offer to autograph other people's atlases at the show?
Yeah,
Thanos
you
wasn't
need to
at
just
the
go to
show. I
cons
was just
with that
joking
thing,
when I said
Thanos.
You've been signing figures.
Bobby needs to
Okay.
tour with you. He needs to have you come on tour with him.
And don't
So-
say anything. Just walk around and look at people, and then like have the figure like close to you, and don't even talk.
You just walk by his just walk by his table and say, "Was like the one son that pranks the grandma and puts her face on stuff and then places it at Walmart?
Yeah,
It's my face
You
on
got
his face. Like,
where's
Yeah,
my
that's
cut, you son of a bitch?
At school.
Bitch turned me into an action figure.
I do plan on doing a review of the figure. I shot a couple things for it while it was still in box.
With the beanie
just
on?
to claim it as my own tribute.
It's your
Like just
homage
completely
figure.
100%. Like this is obviously
Bobby's-
a Thanos copter tribute.
You
Bobby,
need your cut.
fan of your photography. Been a fan for years, and yeah. So yeah, this good boy is fully articulated, and like I said, I really just could not pass it up after I saw it.
Are you gonna name him Order?
No,
Don't need to.
Yeah,
Nope.
he got shown off today too.
I was gonna say, yeah, he's coming. So like, I don't need to actually do that. Now, the funny part is though, it's like, again, he's 1/18 scale, so he's a little small for like the 1/12 scale to go with it. But I still think he could work as like a puppy to go with them. And he's got a bone. That's great. Best accessory set ever. Okay,
Well,
so
you should get a Martin Riggs Lethal Weapon figure now too, and have him eating the bone.
I should actually see if Marauders has one. So it's Marauder Studios, Jeff. And those guys, freaking phenomenal. Just had a blast talking with them again. Yep, and Steve's popped in the chat. Marauders, really, really good. And again, guys, you go on there and order. Hey, look, if you guys like some sweet decked out figures, they've done a lot of cool work on decking out figures. They've done some full customs of properties you guys may like. You know, Big Trouble in Little China, Snake Plissken. They got a John Wick, and they're all like 1/18 scale, so they go right in with that if you guys are collecting 1/18. That's right. No, he does not have the red rocket. He's got a bone. Okay, a bone.
I got a dog with a red rocket. Where'd I put him?
I was gonna say I know Thanos has got one.
The old
Hey
James
Kenny, I
L.
sent
Bob,
you a private
like,
comment.
Walt
came with
Flanagan's
the
dog.
Walt Flanagan's dog. It's got the very large red rocket. Like the dog can't even stand on his legs because of it.
Yeah, I used to have that, man. I don't know what happened to those figures. I lost them and moved.
There's a kickstand. Huh?
Yeah,
They did not have any wiener bomb disposal units. Sorry. So I just had a really, really fun time today getting all kinds of goodies. And again, we've got multiple heads in here for him. So he's got one where like the ears are slicked back, and that way he's got that mean snarl look to him and all like that. I'm gonna have a lot of fun with this. And we got Alberto Mangana saying, "What's up, fellas? What's going on, brother? Good to have you here." All right. So, what do we want to say? Brick, are you still in the chat? I know you have been kind of patiently waiting for me to get to the point where I was going to open one of the barbarians, and I might as well just start with the barbarian. Man, like I said, this dude got announced, and like I was floored with it. As soon as I looked at it, I saw the unopened version first, and I saw the red hair, I saw the blonde hair, I saw the naked head sculpt, and I was just like, all right, we're doing kind of a Conan and He-Man look. And then I saw the picture of him on the table with the red hair, and I was like, ooh. So, and speaking of Terrence St. John, he's saying, hello, fellas. Sorry I didn't get to spend much time to see you today. It was a busy boy. I know, Terrence. I know. I was trying to find you there at the end, too, before we were heading out so I could say bye to you and Gina. And you guys were just busy all day.
Is it still going on?
Zolo? Yeah, it's
tomorrow.
Today and tomorrow. So if you guys want one, you need to reach out to somebody. Terrence is there for both.
Yeah, Terrence. Might have to get with you.
Shoot him a message.
Yeah.
I'll help you out.
Cobb, you can get me one too. Oh. Cobb, can you get with Terrence and get one for me, and then I'll shoot you.
Oh my God, Terrence. Shoot, I forgot to grab one of the hammers off the table for Jason. Terrence, if you manage to pick up an extra hammer, please send one.
Okay, we got nipples.
Need some sun.
There we go. That Thanos clearly does not go sunbathing.
Probably pretty accurate, huh?
Yeah. All right, Terrence, I don't know.
I'm pretty white like that, even though we're out here in California.
I was going to say, I don't know
see
if
that
you
action
sent this
figure.
to me for me to share, but right now, Terrence is showing me his... look at them cheeks.
He still can't log into the system, though, that figure.
All right. If I don't open up this figure, Brick's likely to kill me. So
I thought Brick was coming on. Didn't he cut his hair? Isn't he coming over here? What the heck's he doing?
He cut his hair, but then he went to go cook food. So maybe he got hair in the food. And
I cut my hair too.
Oh, we got that deer going. Could somebody embiggen that? I'll wait. I'll wait.
Al Bundy.
Okay, man.
So that's the Naughty or Nice reindeer that I totally missed. I should have pre-ordered it, but I had it in my cart and just had it like saved for later or whatever. And then they all sold out. Like all of the reindeer sold out, and I missed all of them. So I got to wait for their restock. But Arlen was like, "Well, I can send you one." So he sent me one, and I got the saddle pack, and then I got all the extra head pack as well because I just really wanted this guy. Obviously,
everybody's buying them in multiples of 8 or 9, so it's no wonder they sell out so quickly. But there's 3 different ones, and 4. That's right, it is 4 because that way you can really mix and match for the different pairs. Hold on a sec here.
But this one is going to be a Mythic Legions one, and then I know who's going to ride it if he fits.
So I see Joe's just pumping into the group chat here, and he said it will be at every con they're at this year. And yeah, that is. And I just want to know, Joe, where the hell are you? Why aren't you on with us?
I shared something at the bottom that I saw on the Cabal. It's a Digibash that somebody did with that new figure that I think is pretty freaking cool.
We've already got Fakor. Holy crap. Yeah. Just doing the
basically painting the skin and the boots. Yeah.
Right.
So
that looks
pretty neat. I like it.
Actually, that's the best use of that red hair sculpt he comes with.
Yeah. Well, an anti-Eternia, I think it would kind of work with that too a little bit.
Yeah.
Darken it up a little bit, but
that looks perfect right there.
All right, so Curtis just sold every Motu fan 3 of these guys, and if you think about the black hair and you give it a quick brown dry brush, guess what, folks? You got $1.
There you
go. We're just trying to sell them in sets of 4. All right, so on the back of the card, normally there's not a whole lot of flavor text on the back of the card here. It says, barbarians have been a staple in high fantasy since the earliest days of the genre, and these muscle-bound warriors were also part of Mythic Legions from the very start. The original Barbarian builder kit from the first wave of Mythic Legions remains one of the line's most popular releases and the legends of Mythos include barbarians like Atlas the Conqueror. I'm hoping that Double J is pronounced Juno.
Juno.
Yeah. The Crusher. Man, I can't wait until we get a second release of her, because she was one that I wanted. I went looking up her prices and I was like, oh no. And Bolthor the Tower, which is another figure that I'd really like, because we all know I like them big and beefy, and more. As part of the 10-year anniversary of that first Mythic Legions wave, which debuted on Kickstarter in February 2015, we decided to revisit this barbarian theme with a special release, the Legendary Barbarian. For the Legendary Barbarian, we sought to create an archetypal warrior that would fit in with your existing Mythic Legions collection or work well in any high fantasy setting, whether he is fighting a den of skeleton warriors, hint, hint, wink, wink, engaging... well, I lost it here. Where is it? A den of skeleton warriors engaging a raiding party of bloodthirsty vampires, or standing against the brutal might of a fully grown frost troll. This legendary barbarian is ready for adventure. So that's flavor text on the back, which again, they normally do not have that. Then if you come to the little bio part on his card here, and this is where I wish my new glasses had come in. There are legends in Mythos that are passed down through the oral traditions of the people in the remote reaches of the realm. One such tale is that of a barbarian warrior who fought and bested all who stood in his path. Some speak of a man, while others say he wore no helm in battle. Oh, I skipped the whole line there. Some speak of this warrior as a bearded brute of a man, while others say he wore no helm in battle to cover his long black or blonde or red. And yes, it is listed just like that. For one can find variations of this legend to support any of these depictions. Some say he traveled alone, while others insist a female warrior as powerful as he fought by his side. Believe what you will. So that might be a subtle nod that we could expect a female of this ilk as well. I mean, let's face it, yeah, we're probably going to see one, right? So, yeah, really, that's it. Now, one of the things that I've liked over the line in the last year or so is that with Jacob Marley, they started putting out like those cloth boots, like leather boots. And ever since then, I was like, man, I'd like to get these in more colors. And then we saw like when they did the Ashes of Agbender wave, like Kai Pacha came with those kind of boots and everything. So like very quickly we were seeing them start to reuse them on other figures with the like. And this guy has those leather boots. These aren't armored all the way up the leg like, you know, my other Barbarian Legion builder, which by the way, I absolutely love that figure. And I think he looks great with that Atlas head that was in the Legions Con exclusive 2-pack.
They are different than the Marley boots, just FYI. Like
are they?
Yeah. So the Marley boots had to be specifically made a certain way because of the translucent. They couldn't have the plug go into the boot because you would see it through the translucent. So the boot actually plugs into the upper part. Right. And then the other thing is that the part above the boot on Marley is cloth legs instead of the bare legs. So both of those parts are slightly the boot will look the same, but the engineering is different on the boot, and then above the boot is obviously the bare skin instead of the pants.
Right.
But yeah, same kind of design. I just wanted to throw that out there in case anybody's trying to pop and swap, because you're not going to be able to swap it with the Marley. You're going to have problems.
Yeah, no, that would not work. Not at all. So I'm just undoing my twist ties here. You know, wrapped them up around my nuts a little too tight. So
Oh my.
Oh my. All right, here he is, first out of the package here. Oh yeah. It's embigging me a little bit here because I know Brick was asking. Brick, go ahead and ask some questions, buddy. If you got them, I'll try to show them while I am on screen here. Solo layout for a little bit. So here he is with the helmeted, bearded look that you get. And of course, there are like horn attachments in the tray here that you can add to the helmet so you can get that more look.
The way that's spaced, I almost put like 2 clear caps on the top and almost look like freaking goggles that are like slightly up.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, it would. Which be kind of funny to put this on a dwarf and act like he's got goggles.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let's see here. All right. I was looking to see if Brick has. No question, just think it's red and want to see it. I guess I like to see the arm articulation. So here we go, buddy. Yeah, your standard ratcheted single jointed elbows, but they work so nice. You've got kind of the standard, again, 1.0 buck as far as his movement. You know, it's what we've seen, what we get. He does seem to have a little bit more give in the torso, but I think that just might be because he's a little warm sitting in my room. So I think he's giving me more movement than colder figures would there. But legs great. Soft goods underneath of his greaves here, too, by the way. And that's actually really great. And they are wired. Like it's a little wired here so he can flow out the back. If he's got a little bit of the swamp butt, you know, we can just open him up a little bit back here and let that air out a little bit and it'll stay. So he's vented.
You could put a little brown wash on the back in case he like craps himself.
Well, you can always give him Gold Bond. Because Gold Bond is your best friend on tour.
He's got red undies on. He's got red undies on.
That's it, Oz. You ruined the secret. Now you're getting trash from the cabal.
It's so you don't see him bleed.
The Punk Club.
I'm going to make sure I put it on the thumbnail. So
just make sure you tell him, Oz, that you'll do whatever the F you want.
I will do whatever the F I want. I'm going to show it all. I'm going to show everything. But yeah, man, this figure blew my mind this morning when I saw it. I was like, I've wanted a good Conan. Oh, and it's got the new neck. Well, that better range of motion neck, rather, which I kind of realized when it came out of the package. I'm surprised. I don't know why I'm being all surprised after I actually get it out of the package, because it had that more hunched over head look, like he was looking like this. You know, head up, neck forward. Kind of how I was reading the box earlier, actually. All right, so let's pop this alternate head out here, which is kind of almost a very similar look to how Frankenstein's creature's face almost looked in a way, minus the stitching. And naturally, I'm going straight for the dark hair here. And Bud, as we were saying, it gets keyed in. So,
okay.
Now, somebody could easily print off a bald cap to put over top of that.
I don't know why my brain went to this.
But he also doesn't have ears.
A Mythic Legions
No, he does.
Lego man.
You know what? I wasn't even thinking about that, but you're absolutely right, Curtis. He has no ears, so
bald cap might look a little odd.
Maybe you got to have ears dangled down from the bald cap. Make it like a whole.
If you don't wear the wig, it's totally a freaking Mythic Legions Lego man.
Right? Well, it's because they saw how Brick's head is before he puts on his hairpiece. And, all right, trying to get the head pop back on there. Always seem to have trouble with the additional joint. There we go.
You had too many joints? Is that what you said?
I wish. Smoke 2 joints in the morning.
I've had too many.
Joints at night.
I wanted to make mention to the pauldrons that he comes with.
Yes.
Those are the pauldrons from Poxus, which is one of the Dark Four, which is a deluxe figure. So being able to get those pauldrons as a customizer on a standard figure is pretty nice.
Right, because again, that $50 price tag, as opposed to buying an entire deluxe figure just so you can get some extra sets of pauldrons, it's madness. But I did spend $8 more to get a dog bone, so it's not unheard of to do stupid stuff for a party.
But yeah, I mean, like customizers look at this and they're like, hey, we get these pauldrons, we get the leather boots, we get the bare forearms. There's a lot of really awesome parts in here that are needed for customizing. So it's a cool figure in of itself, but it's also a nice one to piece out for customs.
Yeah, it's got a lot of nice pieces for that. And like Curtis is saying, you got these bare forearms where it's the circlet. Now, to me, the circlet around the arm is that sculpted? No, that looks like
it should slide off. If you pop his hand off, it'll slide off. It should.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looked like it was sculpted, but I did see separation there. And yeah, that just slides right off. So you can, oh man, now I'm really glad I got this second.
And see that lower arm is one that we, for the first 10 years, we never had a lower bare arm. Right. So yeah, that's an awesome piece.
Yeah. Yeah, that is really, really good. I like that. And again, this is to me like when I picture Conan as he's described in the books, that's him.
I think if you've got, depending on how you display your Frankenstein's creature, the soft good pants that come with that on this would be awesome too. I think, just like, yeah,
that's a really good.
Put it right above the boot and kind of, yeah, that would look nice.
Well, I'm glad I got 2 because now I can play around with these a little bit more. So yeah, I was like a madman running around trying to make sure everybody got these today. And I definitely was able to score again, help Brick out, got Brick's brother covered, got Travis covered, got John covered. This, I got the Ball and Chain Warrior specifically because I pre-ordered it because I wanted a Conan in my collection that wasn't as pricey as the Mezco version. And you know what? Like, honestly, I don't even think I need it anymore. He's got shackles, some more chains for my BDSM dio. I mean, hands, plenty of hands in there. So I'll be throwing some hands. He'll be catching some. He's got that really, really awesome battle axe sword. It's kind of like just the standard shield, but with a different paint coloration. Again, you can see the horns in the tray for the helmet. And that's not a bronze color. That's just the way it's showing up in my light. That's not really that kind of bronze. I mean, it's slightly, but not as much as this light makes it look. Trevor Williams can tell you all about how light will change the color of a thing. So he knows. He's an expert at it. Oh, man, so good though to get this figure. But yeah, so now I've got a Conan in my collection that I am super happy with and thankful that it's from one of my favorite toy companies. All right. So I opened him up and played with him a little bit just to make him look the way I want him to for now. And then I'll open up another one and might do some more pop and swaps later this week.
What's the skeleton looking figure you got? Has like a white cape.
So the Yeah, he can definitely be next. That
Okay.
is
Because like I saw him for a split second, and I had an image pop in my head, but I want to see him again just to make sure that I'm not crazy.
Okay, so a little quick rundown here. This is the Warrior Beasts, which was started off as like a He-Man knockoff line, where they were basically using that kind of muscly style buck back in the day, and Skullman was like one of their original existing characters from the line, and then as the line continued after it was picked up again later, because again, not everybody was into those lines, they kind of died out. This was brought back later. This is a newer original character, and when they debuted or when they showed this off originally as being the ZoloCon exclusive, first off, it's just really exciting that they were. Last year we got Skullman, he was the ZoloCon exclusive, and then this year they announced this one, and it was like, oh sweet, again, he's got those boots.
Yeah, he's really cool looking.
And those boots again are not the pants from like Jacob Marley, what I was saying, or Kai Pacha. They are definitely these leg pieces again, but done up all in black. And then he's got the bones painted on him, almost, if you will, kind of a reverse Scareglow. And again, we can see here where he's got that skull with no lower jaw that we recently got from the Undead Legion builder.
It's a really cool head sculpt.
So that popped in my head. So now after seeing that figure, I'm going to need 8 of them. Also an old man wizard, and maybe a elf, like skinny guy with like black hair. Because the second I saw that skeleton guy, I got the scene from fucking Karate Kid, where like Johnny and all of them are in the fucking skeleton suits jumping Danny.
You know what's funny about that, bud? You bring that up, and that is something that got brought up on Mythic Conversations, where that was brought up in the chat, where for a lot of people it went to that, where some people didn't even think of it like that at all. But then after that was said, it's like, yeah, I can't not see it. Now there will be a standard release of this figure that will be launching that is not con exclusive. It's going to be missing certain parts. But for what you're talking about, bud, you can definitely do that.
Nice.
With the standard edition. So like the parts that aren't going to be, and Curtis, correct me if I'm wrong, it's going to be that skull piece without the skull without the jaw, and then like the
green flame effects.
Green flame effects around them, right? Yeah, those pieces are con exclusive. Everything else, it is kind of a bummer, but that's how they make sure people get the ones from the con,
And those flame effects are in the Undead Builder pack.
Undead Legion
They're
builder
blue instead of green, but they are there.
And we all know how I'm obsessed with green. This guy was like one of the key deciding factors when I was just going to be okay if somebody maybe picked him up at the con for me. But when Ziggy and I were talking about it and I was showing it to him and he was like, how far away is that? And I was like, let me check. 2 hours? He was like, yeah, we're going. And I was like, okay, cool. I'll buy the tickets. Bought them. All right, so I'm undoing my twist ties again, getting them unwrapped from my nipples. All right, so fresh out of the box, this is what we're looking at here. And if you look, it's almost like leather for the skirt piece there, which is really, really nice touch. I love that that's like really textured. Yeah, it's like just faux leather, but still it's really nice. The paint apps on the belt, like, no, it's not just a white belt. They've got all the rivets silver, the buckle silver. So that's really cool. He's got those hand wraps that honestly I think are one of the coolest pieces, like with the forearms down to the hand wraps like that. I think that's one of the coolest pieces that they've done. The way it's, so you can see on the back there, it's not a solid black neck all the way up and then just a white skull on top. They painted down that top part of the neck white. So that's cool. And again, it's got the extra neck hinge to give it that better mobility and range. Mine's a little stiff right now and I haven't heated it up. And as the good rule should be, if it gives you resistance, just stop and get consent before you proceed. You know, otherwise you're going to break your toy. There he is with that. And I'm going to have to heat it up before I feel confident in popping his, popping the head off and then popping the other heads on so that I can do the effects look. But it's got, again, the same glowing effects that go in the eyes of the Undead Legion builder. Same, you know, around the neck kind of spectral fire flame effect that kind of almost gives it that very Ghost Rider-y look to it. And if you got an Undead Legion builder, you know what that looks like. You've seen it, you played with it a little bit. If you don't, quit being lazy and go buy yourself one because it's badass. And then, of course, he comes with this like halberd poleaxe, which is really cool, and it is really massively long. Mine's got a little bend at the tip. It's also what she said. Got a little bent at the tip there. But this thing is phenomenal. I love this entire pack, this whole setup.
Just you know, heat that up. It should straighten right out.
Oh yeah, definitely. Now, once I'll eventually start heating up some more pieces here. But yeah, I was super excited last year to get Skullman. So this guy getting another one this year. It's totally great to have both of those in the collection. Because last year I didn't go to ZoloCon. But our good friend Terrence did shopping for me last year, and that helped. So I want to take me off full screen because I don't like hogging screen time. I feel kind of weird. Now, let's see here. Here we go. Terrence is already letting people know he'll gladly grab Clubhouse Friends, Barbarians in a few weeks at Toylanta. Because I'm pretty sure he was probably the person who shopped the most at the table today. Judging from how many times he was back and forth to that table. There's that beautiful man.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, everybody.
What's that, Joe? Look, not to steal Joe's thunder here, but I'm sorry. Thanos, hold that back up again.
Nice.
Okay. I had it. I had the stream up on a different screen, and I forgot to mute it, so everybody's greetings were overlapped, and I couldn't make out any of it. But hi, everyone. So,
Joe. We all said we love you, Joe.
Everybody was saying how much they don't miss Cremon.
Nobody watches that show.
That is a lie. I do watch it. And I knew something was up because I just barely started watching this week. And I had gotten a message from Curtis like immediately. Like, yeah, did you watch the episode? It's like, what did Curtis do? I know he did something.
He was proud of
talking
himself.
about.
That's
I'm
for
totally
sure.
innocent.
Yeah, sure.
I'm a sweet guy.
I was
He's
talking to
looking
Nate
for
and Jesse today, and I
validation.
said, so how much did you guys actually want to kill
I don't think anybody wanted to kill him except for Curtis.
Cam wanted him dead. Just saying. I was told
I
by a
don't-
very
I don't
reliable
think
source.
so.
Cam wanted to take an arrow and shoot it right up.
I think everybody else was kind of really getting into his redemption arc, and Curtis was like, "How can I ruin this?" And then that's what he came up with.
He had to pour one out for his homies too.
I did.
I don't want to give too much of it away because I want people to go watch this. Go watch and listen. And if you're wondering who Cremone is, that means you need to actually go back to the beginning of the playlist and play the whole thing, so you can find out what a little fucking shit Cremone is. And as
he was getting better, though, he was getting better,
much better.
Yeah.
So was
he
the
died.
food. Unceremonious.
Yeah.
All right. Dynamo Dave has jumped into the chat here saying Mickey Mouse helm, talking about the helmet from the new Barbarian. Hyperdelic has joined us this evening. What is going on, Rob, brother? Good to see you. Thank you for being here. And Figure Fight Club jumping into the mix saying, what's up, guys? What is going on, brother? Good to see you. John mentioning, looks like Conan to me, right? Yes. Oh, and Ray Black was asking, what's this about joints? Smoke them if you got them.
You roll them, but don't roll them too hard because
don't roll them too tight. Your joints need to breathe. Need to breathe. Justin was jumping in saying, what's up, fellas? What's going on, Justin? Glad to have you here, brother. Man, I'm so excited. Thank you all for showing up tonight to hang out because with everything that's been going on, I wasn't sure really who all was going to be here tonight.
Yeah, where were you at last night?
I told you last night I was going out. I said that in the group chat yesterday. I probably got drowned.
No, you probably did.
I definitely did. I always try to give you guys a heads up if I'm not going to be there. So, otherwise, where would I?
We were having a funeral for a friend.
For Cremone? Oh,
for McFarlane losing DC. We were having a.
He's still got it till 2026.
Yeah, actually, they showed off some really cool stuff at Toy Fair today. So
yeah, stuff I have.
They actually showed off the only good Superman head they've ever had. So
you gotta go. You gotta go out guns a-blazing.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? If that's the case here, why don't we start looking at some of that Toy Fair news? Because I'm sure everybody's tired of watching my crappy reviews of Mythic Legions figures. There are much better channels that do a better job of reviewing. Well, thank you, Joe. I appreciate that, sir.
I've been drooling over posts of those figures all day today.
And I definitely heard from a couple of people you're covered. Joe. You are covered.
Maybe more than a couple.
Yeah. As the day went on, I found out more and more people got one for Joe.
It's going to be a ramen noodles week, that's for sure. So.
Oh yeah, I can tell. And Thanos, who's working the poll?
Whoa. Nobody yet, but we'll find them somebody.
Whoa!
Oh dear.
Thanos on Clubhouse Live, hanging out with the Wang Out.
Being modest because I have much bigger ones than that.
And I thought the biceps were a little big.
Well, that's nothing.
24-inch python.
I certainly want to clarify here. Gina shopped a lot too. Don't give Terrence all the credit, and you are absolutely right because again, they had that thing limited to one per time through the line. I got lucky. I got real lucky.
And I already mentioned this on Purple Gang, but TSJ, Gina, doing Lord's work, helping people out. People don't take advantage of it. Keep in mind, they still got to box these things up. They still got to ship it. Make sure you take care of them. If you're going to a toy show later in the year that they're not able to make it to, make sure you offer them the same kind of courtesy. Just be cool.
Right. You really should. I mean, I know.
Is there a toy show they're not going to?
Honestly, I'm not sure at this point. I mean, I know.
Well, send them a $5 tip for the toy show. They are going to, Adam.
If you want them to appear at a toy show, maybe buy their ticket and a hotel stay. If that's worth the price of the
maybe buy him a dinner. Yeah,
buy him a dinner, something. Terrence,
give him a couple swig figures at Legion's Con. You know, something.
Terrence and Gina definitely go well above and beyond for everybody in the community. And there were a lot of other community shoppers today as well out there. We're getting a lot of requests. Like I said, even mine, I really lit up, and I didn't have nearly as many people reaching out to me as they do.
Yeah,
So
they make up for the douche nozzles that are putting the barbarians on eBay for $160,
which is just insane, guys. Do not pay the Evil Bay price. Do not pay the Evil Bay. All right, who's having diarrhea on?
Yeah, somebody's got the squirts.
Somebody got the green apple splatters, Hershey squirts. Okay,
I must
all
do
right.
my dinner.
Well,
Bud's snacking, I'm sure.
Get your packet.
Yeah, the horseman said that this figure is going to be at every con that they're at this year, so don't feel pressured to get on and pay huge aftermarket prices. There will be lots of opportunities.
Yeah, I'm gonna get one at Joe Fest. I'll wait.
Right, and again, they're not selling out of this figure tomorrow. They're not selling out. Like when they're making a promise that they've got enough to bring them to every con they're going to this year, they're going to have enough at every con they're going to this year.
I might definitely grab one.
Well, I'm sorry to hear you had some less so amazing people that you helped out, Terrence. But the funny part is he's still helping those people because that's just the kind of guy Terrence is. He's stand up. He's an amazing.
Not me. He told me to fuck off.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
He liked Cremone, Curtis. That's what happened.
Gotcha.
Yeah, when you go killing off beloved characters in a story, jeez.
I don't think anybody called Cremone beloved.
You don't know what Henry was saying in hee-haw.
Oz just did. Oz just did.
Dre's co-signing on the Terrence love because again, we do love Terrence.
Yeah. I know Terrence helped me with like 2 of them. I can't think of which ones.
Almost every single one that has been a con exclusive, Bud, that we've gotten you so far, Terrence has played a hand in that.
Well, thank you, sir.
Yes, absolutely.
Now you got to give Terrence your other kidney, Bud.
Don't worry, Bud. We'll get another one for you.
Okay. You gotta get Terrence some of those cat ear headphones.
Can we 3D printer kidney?
Terrence would look wicked with cat ear headphones.
He would look great.
Yeah, I'm all about
it. Yeah, Gina, hit me up. Let me know what you need.
There you go.
Figure something out.
She's looking about trying to get one of those sweet Darla capes. Can't get to MuskyCon because sadly, Terrence has said that is the one convention across America that they are not able to make this year. The one is going to be MuskyCon.
Where's that at?
Michigan. And
okay. I was gonna say it sounded kind of like central.
I'm gonna go to the Trans World Halloween thing tomorrow and see Alan, see his display.
Nice.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's about 25 minutes from me. So
no kidding.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
He's got that show this weekend. It's been going since Thursday, I think. Tomorrow's the last day. So
yeah,
pop in.
Yeah, he sent me a video of his setup there earlier this week, and I told him make sure he takes extra pictures for Skelly, all the fish people he's made.
Very nice.
Yep. All right, bud. You're the one that set up the slides.
Yeah.
You go ahead, start walking us through here. This isn't all Masters of the Universe, is it?
No.
Okay.
There's no favoritism to these. I just group them up. Oh, look, Motu. Okay.
You didn't learn how to do slides from Punk, though, did you?
Well, he's doing the biggest game method with the 30 billion tabs open.
Yeah.
as opposed to Punk not knowing. Punk hitting the remix and shuffle on his slides playlist.
So this is actually, I think this is a really cool idea to get 2 like characters out of one. Because you get the parts for Orko, and then you could swap them out and get Orko's uncle, which for some reason the name is
Montork.
Yeah.
I think it's a good move because I wouldn't have bought a second Orko. The other Origins Orko is perfectly cartoony.
Right? It was great as the vintage toy, and it doubles perfectly as his cartoon counterpart, right?
The robes look a little shorter too, so I think that might be a new part.
The robe's shorter, and if that's the stand he's coming with, it doesn't have the purple magic effect underneath.
Yeah.
They're probably the same arms.
Yeah. Now you can see from the eyes too on the uncle that they're square to make him look like the old man glasses, which was like how you were supposed to tell he was an older one, besides the white beard. So again, this was something that was kind of surprising and shocking, and I'm glad we're going to get it. He's also got that medallion right there, which then you can put on the Orko, which is cool.
Kind of wish one Orko would come with his wand. That'd be nice. But
didn't the Master?
I'll print you one.
Masterverse didn't. That's right. There you go. Kenny's got your back like always. All right, bud. What do we got next up here? Fangman. Knew this guy had to be coming because Reptilax basically uses the same head.
So that looks like a whole like rubber kind of like shirt.
Right?
That looks like it just like slides over. There's no clips, but you can see the skin under it. So
yeah, it definitely looks like that's a complete separate piece, which is really cool.
And I think that might be reusing Reptilax's face.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
It is definitely using the same head sculpt as Reptilax.
But yeah, he's cool.
Cartoon body and butt there.
I forget what like item he's holding. I can't think of it.
Whichever one it was from that episode on that thing.
I stepped away. Can somebody explain the Orko beard?
Okay, yeah.
It's Uncle Montork.
It's what?
Uncle Montork. His uncle?
Uncle Montork? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's in a few
Orko has
Trala.
Yeah.
He lives in Trala.
But is that the this is the cartoon collection Orko? Is
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
And then you just swap out the scarf and the head.
Yeah.
2 for the price of 1.
I think I need this just because I have a lot of other Orkos at this point.
I think I need this one too.
And that uncle, when you look at it like from the Club Grayskull line, or the that thing is so hard to find, and a lot of people are spending a lot of money. That one and Driel together,
right,
pretty pricey.
Yeah.
Pretty pricey for Super 7.
As if that wasn't pricey enough already. All right, so here we have the cartoon collection version of Grizzlor.
And one thing I'm noticing right off the bat, the harness is attached right to the chest piece, like to the fur. Because you can see the way it's like painted.
One thing I was
standard buck underneath it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just going to say right away, one thing I noticed is that they didn't just try to glue on carpet.
Oh my god!
I was going to say I'm kind of disappointed that he's not fuzzy, but
right, I see someone
people like this. Is this like?
Sorry.
Well, this is very cartoon accurate. I was going to say, I know somebody is trying to jump on right now. We are at full capacity, so
I could jump off.
Yeah, I can too. I'm gonna have to make it early night anyways.
Okay, all right. Well, Cobb and Stanley, thank you both for hanging out with us, brothers, and I hope to see you in the chat still.
Yeah, I'll be in the chat. I just gotta jump off first on eBay.
There you go. eBay. You got to go get a barbarian off of eBay.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Not to.
Yeah, shave his balls.
All right, I'll catch up with you guys here.
Later, fellas.
Allison mentions that the Grizzlor reminds me that my ex's mom was telling me there was an incident at her electrolysis appointment last week. Oh boy, they added more hair. And again, if you know the lore of Grizzlor, when he sees his reflection, that is all right. So whoever's just trying to jump on, we got 2 more spots open.
Watch now, no one jumps on.
Nope. I heard the ding. Who we got coming in?
Who do we got? Oh,
hey,
Brick.
Brick.
That'll be
Coming
me.
in.
I'm just kidding, man.
What up,
I
Brick?
love you, Brick.
About time. About time,
Wait.
fool.
Wait, hold on.
I would.
What's up, fellas?
Let's see the hair.
The
Let's see
perfect
the
hair. There it is.
haircut.
Let's see
hey,
the haircut.
yeah.
We got to see that trim.
Ooh, that's a nice fade.
little fade
DIY,
going
baby.
on.
DIY.
I
And that
love it.
Floby does some good work.
Good. That was
Since I was
really
15, man. Been cutting
It
my own hair
sucks
since
as
15.
it cuts.
It's so horrible in my head. I was like, is that a fade or receding hairline? I'm sorry, man.
Oh,
no.
Bud.
Oh,
Damn, Bud's just killing people today.
Ouch.
He gets that
For
new
me?
microphone and he's roasting.
No, I'm kidding.
think-
Vic.
I
You look
think-
great.
Fake more than the microphone, Kenny.
Thank
Rick,
you.
I still think your hair looks amazing. So
Yeah,
you know.
it does.
You guys are funny.
For like
Thanks,
doing that
folks.
yourself. It's actually
Yeah, for a homemade haircut. Yeah, it looks good
Yeah.
for a
Yeah.
homemade
What was
haircut.
that? A
Get what
buy
you
one
pay
get
for,
one
though,
free
Way to
deal?
qualify it, bud. That's
You get what you pay for, guys.
I've paid for my haircuts. I think
There's just no
4
recovering
times in
from
my
this,
life.
so I'm going to click on the next frame.
Brick,
show something good, quick.
I do have to say, Brick,
Whoa.
on a haircut
Zippers.
thing though, that's another. You're my boy because of that too. Because I've been cutting my hair since high school as well. I've
Yeah.
not paid for a haircut since then. I actually did haircuts for other people, and I got paid to do it. So yeah, there you go.
I used to cut students' hair. But my
I haven't cut my hair in a very long time.
The last time I cut my hair, I just shaved it bald.
What about the stash,
my,
Joe? Do you trim up the stash?
Every once in a while, I have to because it gets in my coffee. So
Yeah.
Joe has a special person that comes and does
You know,
Once
like
it
a
curls-
stencil. You have like a
Once it
stencil
curls
Joe?
over the
'Cause
lip,
that's
you gotta
gotta
cut
be.
it.
That's got to be a stencil job. Come
my
on.
mustache actually cuts itself.
Nice.
I've
It's
trained
sentient.
it. It knows what
Joe-
it likes.
Joe
I think I
does
saw
it
that
with
on
a
the
knife.
Tick cartoon, right? The Tick.
It's kind of a family thing. My dad's been cutting my hair since I was young, and then at the point when like I stopped because he was frustrating, my brother started doing it, and then I took over. So we all actually cut our own hair. The
I
three
cut
of
my
us.
dad's hair forever too. Yeah, I cut my dad's hair.
Well, I gotta say, I think I just talked myself out of cutting my hair for the rest of the year. If we meet that goal next weekend,
Nope.
for the
you gotta do
charity
it.
drive, I am not gonna shave my head until the end of 2020. That is
Just do the
9
legendary
months.
barbarian. Get 3 wigs and just pop them on at different times.
There you go.
It's
Yeah.
we gotta have a really odd looking blonde, red, and then a normal looking black wig.
And each wig has to have their own name.
Right?
Oh,
and I
man.
gotta remove my ears.
Yes, you definitely got to do that. You know what? It looks like we got another spot left. I hope Allison jumps on so that we can kind of, both be sad about McFarlane losing the DC license. So together,
commiserating over it. I understand.
You
Bucks
know what's
did
crazy?
about
We're gonna have a final count of how many Batmans, Robins, and Jokerized versions.
No,
were made
no,
by
because
McFarlane.
he's still going to be making these on the side in his own.
He's
just for
gonna
his
have
own
bootleg,
purpose.
bootleg
The lines he
DC.
had.
If he Jokerizes it, it's not DC property. He can just
Right?
Jokerize figures that he's already made.
He's gonna
Just say, I don't
Jokerize
know. How is this DC? It's just a guy with a smiley face with
It's
a
a
jacket
Jokerized
and
Joker.
I was just looking at the stuff from Toy Fair, and I'm pretty sure he only revealed like 4 new Batmans. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's not bad.
I gotta say though, it's gonna be rough because I know there's a couple people that wanted like definitive versions of characters to go
Mhm.
with certain teams, and
As a team builder, I'm actually kind of glad
Right.
I got out of it because I would have been mad.
yeah, there's gonna be some people that are hurt that they're not gonna finish out their teams that they were looking.
Which is why I'm very glad I got out of the Power Rangers Lightning collection
Oh
after
man,
2 figures because they
Not even-
released They
He's
showed
not
off.
even gonna stop. There'll be like this mysterious toy company popping up out of China named McFarlane. That'll be making Jokerized Batmans. He'll be
You
like,
say
"I
you
don't
can't
know."
stop the Todd Father. Todd Father does what he wants. You can stop me when Rob Liefeld learns to draw feet.
Yeah, Playmate showed off their new Power Ranger figures.
We'll get to those. I'm sure you got some slides.
Actually, I don't.
No, he's just
It's
got
okay.
Motu.
They're totally worth skipping.
I knew it.
Yeah, he only brought Motu
Yeah.
stuff.
No,
Yep.
those are horrible. Let's not look at them. They're actually
So here's
kind of
Bo.
I was going to say, let's not jump over this guy because, again, I actually really enjoyed the Bo figure that came with the Princess Power line as a kid. Because my sister had most of those, and I enjoyed having this Archer with my He-Man toys. So it's cool to get him in that more Motu style, less Princess of Power style.
I think the boots might be one of two Bob Steadies.
Could be.
He looks good though.
Yeah.
He does. He does.
Oh
look-
yeah, he's a must.
I think
Like
I need to go
him-
back and get the cartoon collection Shira stuff because it seems like they're doing
It's-
all cartoon collection.
I'm definitely picking up them because one, that's the only way I'm going to get them. But like, they look good.
So far, Cartoon Collection, Princess of Power, they've done Hordak, Shira, Catra, Leech, Mantena. So, like, real quickly, they are definitely pumping out a lot of the Princess of Power stuff through Cartoon
And there is
Collection,
another
which is good.
one next.
The only thing that is a little bit weird to me with this guy is the build, right? The body, just
Because he's
Bo,
buff and Bo
yeah,
wasn't upper.
yeah.
Because
Like,
again, they're
if you
making it
look at
fit in the
the-
rest of the line.
And I know I'm jumping ahead, but am I crazy, or are the Thundercats more lithe, more thin, the new body?
They
We
do
will
look
see
thinner,
one.
don't
They
they?
do. We'll definitely get to those too.
I saw
It's just
somebody in
odd
a
that-
comment
that-
saying, "Are these Masterverse scale?" And I was like, "Oh, I can kind of almost see that when you look at the." But maybe that's just the way that the rest
they're
of the
thinner.
figure is designed.
Yeah, but I think part of the reason I bring it up here is because like it's just odd because if you watch Shira, that they're a lot more lithe, they're a little thinner. Felt the
Yep.
same way about classics too, where like everybody was like
Super buff, like to
overloaded
the
sausage
point where
rolls, yeah.
they couldn't set their arms down
Mhm.
like straight, like they were always cocked, like they went to the gym.
And
I
they look
picture
great.
them always walking around like
No,
this.
I mean, but they look great. It's just that when they're
Yeah.
all like that, it's just kind of like
Little
a little-
disconcerting.
a bit much. It's a bit much.
But to me, this is also like when we got the 4-pack for the 40th anniversary He-Man and the New Adventures He-Man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, again, he was always more of the athletic build than bodybuilder. And yet when that 4-pack came out, now he's like full on Arnold Mr. Olympia. It's
Yeah.
like, that's not how New Adventures looked. So I dig it though. I dig it, and I like that we're getting this. I really do like that we're getting it. All right, bud. Who do we got lined up next here? There she is.
Mhm.
Oh man, can I not say enough how much I have wanted this figure? And I was glad they did her in Masterverse, and I was hoping we would get one in Origins. Cartoon Collection is just as good to me, and we got the spellbook and the scepter. I'm buying this one. There's no way I'm not getting this
Yeah.
one. I don't have like a lot of the Cartoon Collection stuff, and I'm kind of like almost out on a lot of the Motu, but this one, there's no way I am not picking this figure up.
I'll probably get this one more towards the end, only because I literally just made one. So like I'm good on having one, but I do like the head is a lot better. I want the cloak, the book, and the staff.
Graf is mentioning no swole shaming here. Okay, all right, Graf.
Giraffe.
Sorry if
I
I
mean, I
offended
know
you on
you
the
watch
soul shame.
GDL. I know you watch GDL, so that's definitely their brand. Over here, we shame all the time. Just to make that clear.
We definitely shame. We shame everybody, including ourselves, most of the time. Go ahead, Rick. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
Who, me?
Oh, I thought you were still saying something. I'm sorry.
No.
In Delta 17, Steve's saying, looks like a big microphone. Well, that's because she's going to karaoke.
Oh, that is weird. I hadn't put that. Yeah, that's
trying
totally
out
natural.
as one of the holograms for Jem.
Totally.
Now that that's
Song
been
weaver.
mentioned, it looks a lot like one of Thanos' accessories. It looks a little Hitachi-ish.
It's a different kind of wand.
For the Disney parks people, I'm expecting that thing to shoot bubbles out of it. In
There you
crowd.
go. Yeah, that's the toy I was talking about. The one that shoots bubbles. Right.
Is the color off too? It's a little on the pink side, right? I don't remember her being.
I don't know if it's the camera.
I think it's the lighting
lighting
in the camera because her
Yeah,
skin
it's
looks
probably
really
blue.
like evelyn yellow too, almost.
Yeah, it's probably just a little too bright, like in the case.
I think so. But can I also just say I'm loving the spell book because again, books are a very underrated accessory for figures. And when you've got spellcasters, like their grimoire is kind of essential. And the fact that there is text like you can see, that's pretty badass. Like you may not be able to actually read it, but you can see it.
Does it close? Is it like a?
No, doesn't look like there's a hinge.
That's cool
on it. Still though, yeah, it's cool.
Something.
Gonna say, just I'm gonna have to get this now. Okay, I didn't see this one today.
Now
What is
Masterverse.
this? That's Masterverse.
New Eternia Shira. Now this is obviously
I like
a painted model because like the skin tones are not matching up. But
wait, no, keep going, keep talking about it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that was it. Like, just like I could tell this is like a pre-production-ish or like a
Well, it looks like they snatched the face sculpt right off of Charlotte Flair.
Yeah. I'm definitely gonna paint some makeup on that if I ever get it.
Yeah.
I like the toy.
The arms though. Like the arms are from the new Evelyn. So it's got a little bit of like muscle on it.
Now, did they show whether she was made in China, like Kenzo likes to show us about the new Eternia Evelyn? No, they didn't show. Can't even see in the mirrored bottle there. All right.
I said in our little.
I like the crown.
Chat.
I like the crown. I like, and look at the sword. That is the vintage sword. Hopefully, she comes with a second one that's more.
Just take it off your other one and then put it in her hand.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is definitely vintage Princess of Power sword. I like it. Honestly, I like everything about it, but the face sculpt. Like,
yeah,
that Evelyn was just so mesmerizing and like.
I'm hoping that's not final production.
You remember when they showed off the cartoon Tila? Like it looked real bad when they first showed it, and it was like one of the best ones. So
so this is my issue with it too, is the face. Does it look too realistic for the new Eternia line?
It actually kind of looks like a Millie Bobby Brown.
Yeah, I mean, it looks very art direction wise. You're totally. I'm with you, Adam. It's like it looks like that the movie.
Yeah, that's
and
what I'm thinking.
Also looks like they're messing with, and they've done this with a couple of the Masterverse figures, like they're experimenting with the sort of same, jet, whatever inkjet kind of thing going on, the spray stuff that Hasbro does.
Yeah,
on their
the jet printed faces or whatever it's called.
When you see them, like there was I'm forgetting which Tila it was, but if you look up closer, you can kind of see that they're doing a little bit of that. So it's weird because it does stand out from everything else.
The
in
rest
the
of
line.
the sculpt, yeah.
Well,
Now,
but that, like, being that I'm really realistically only looking at new Eternia figures from Masters of the Universe for the most part. I wanted a new Eternia Shira, but I don't want this one. It doesn't. It looks like a movie figure. It looks too realistic. It looks too kind of human in the face. I have, but it still has. It still has like a. It still looks like
there's
a toy.
an aesthetic to it, right? Like
it is, but it's still very much like that. That one you can tell they're totally moving in that direction.
Right.
Hold
now,
on, let's see this. Show skin, Thanos. Yeah, it's got a little bit more of that. The thing is, she has heavy eye makeup.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe the difference is just the
But you can see it in the crown and everything. They're going more for like a photorealistic kind of deal.
She looks
But
great.
I
though.
think it's
I love
dope.
this. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Evil Lyn one or the Shira?
The Evil Lyn one, yeah. This one I'm not sold on, but like I said, the Tila one for Origins, like the cartoon collection, it looked bad when they showed her at first.
Yeah, and now she's like one of the
did.
best looking figures.
It did. All right, so Allison is dropping here in the.
I was going to ask her for the history. Yeah.
Dropping the knowledge. So this is New Eternia drawing from the original toy concepts by Justine Danzer and other women designers at Mattel. None of the filmation stuff in this. And to accompany that, she has also sent over.
Yeah, you can tell. I've seen this concept art before.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and that is very much that aesthetic that they are doing in the oh, does it not let me jump from one to the next one? Okay.
It depends on how she uploaded it. If she
yeah, you're right.
If she did it
IG is weird like that. So yeah, you can definitely see a lot of these elements within her costume there.
I kind of wish it had that pink in it. That actually looks really nice.
I'm not gonna lie, yeah, I kind of do too. I think it would look nice, but I guess that's what they're using, the pearlescent, so you'll get some pink in that.
And that little swerve to get the mask on. That's actually really cool too. They should have done.
Looks like you just got a message there, us to your left.
Yeah, I definitely did. With the big, you know, it didn't pop up with the notification at the bottom of the screen that I almost highlighted, but yeah. Nice, Brick. Nice.
But yeah, no, that's cool because that's what New Eternia is about, right? It's supposed to be based on the concept art, and I'm glad they're doing that. If they could somehow get to, God, one of the most like formative memories I have was Comic Scene magazine way back in the day, and the very back when they'd announce like new movies coming. I remember them announcing the Motu motion picture was going into pre-production, and then they started showing the concept art for Mobius did, and
right,
was it Art Adams? I think also did some, but there was a Shira in there. Man, she looked badass. If they could do something like that, that'd be amazing. It's like full body armor, gold.
If they just did a Mobius Masters of the Universe line, I would buy it.
Totally. 100%.
Maybe when they get done doing the like movie line of the like Masterverse ones, they could do like some like concept ones.
Right. The William Stout stuff.
I would have loved that one.
Curtis, how you doing down there, buddy?
I'm doing all right.
Okay.
This just doesn't do anything for me. I'm good though.
Curtis, do you do Masterverse at all, Curtis, or no?
No.
I know. Okay, but you're
the only masters I collect is Mondo right now.
Got it. But that was big for you too, right? That was a big touchstone for you toy wise.
Oh yeah. I mean, I went through a huge classics phase, and then once Mattel did their thing where they lost DC, and we're like, hey, let's steal classics back from Super 7, but destroy it and create something new. I was like, yeah, I'm out. So,
got it.
So
this looks rad.
Right, this is blowing my mind. I think this is probably like one of the best looking Skeletor figures I have ever seen. And mind you, like I'm not a big fan of the whole. There are elements from the Techno Skeletors that I've liked, but I don't know. Maybe if they did all of them like this, I would have been way more all about a techno Skeletor. I love biomechanical stuff, and that is, I'm getting so many Geiger vibes from this. It's
the claws, but I don't know. The visor covering his face doesn't do anything for me.
Oh no, I'm so loving that accessory. I think it might be because it's like,
I like
it
it too.
looks bright pink
so
with the blue.
It matches the boots, but like it's also so out of place. Like maybe if the visor was red like the belt,
it's absurd, and that's
blue
what I
had
love
some
about
silver in it.
Then
it would look dope.
What bugs me about these figures is that they'll do certain parts really well, like those claws have a nice wash and some dry brushing and highlighting and stuff, and then you've got like the mechanical parts coming out of his back that it's just sculpted in a color with zero paint apps whatsoever. And so you've just got this mix match of, is this a cheap toy or is it an expensive toy? We really don't know what it is.
Well,
Like, yeah,
like $2 more than their Origins figures, so I'm not going to ask them for too much.
I mean, it's just different aesthetics. Like if they
Yeah.
if they did it where it wasn't painted at all, okay, cool. They just sculpt them
Right,
in
yeah.
plastic, whatever. But then it's like you see hints of, hey, we could do this awesome. But we're only going to do it on some
Exactly.
parts.
You see what they could do with just a little bit of wash, and
Right.
they do it on
Yeah.
some things, but then and especially because that silver plastic for those kind of tube snaky things, you know, is going to be in that sort of weird plastic that Mattel always uses, that you can see kind of the swirls in the plastic, which drives me absolutely bonkers.
That
But you
glitter-ish
know that it
stuff.
needs a wash just to sort of
Anything
mask
silver
that a little bit.
that they put the swirling in, I paint all of it. Like it has to be painted.
It's like
I don't want to look at it.
you could have just hit it with a few more paint apps, and this would have been a really great looking figure.
Or like you said, Curtis,
that's true for
like
all,
don't put the
all
wash
of
on
their
the claws.
stuff.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's true of all their Masterverse stuff. I really like the line, but
Ooh.
if they actually, you know, they're not going to pay for hand painting at all, unfortunately.
But they did it
And
on the
so-
claws. You know, like the claws, you can tell. Like that's not
Look how
just-
good
Yeah, but it's like a real but it's
too.
like a loose, you know, it's like a super loose brush that doesn't require like a whole lot of attention.
It's just dry brushing.
versus-
You could have done the same thing on the
Like if this part
metallic
here
part.
had some silver, I think that would like really
Yeah.
like just give it the extra, because it's got the silver here that goes down to this skull, and this is a skull, so like why not?
Yeah,
Actually,
I wish
it
they
looks
would.
more
It
like
would
a
just
dragon.
the
And then
sculpts
take
are
this
really.
I was gonna
purple-
say, do you think they got rid of the dragon backpack thing and put it on the
That's a
helmet
diff-
instead?
That's a different figure.
It is?
Yeah.
This is,
Yeah.
Terror Claws. You're thinking of Dragon Blast.
But it's probably based on some like, you know, I'm assuming it's based on concept art for Terror Claws.
Are those the new adventure Skeletor arms?
Might be.
They look like it with the robotics on the bicep.
cybernetic
the
bits.
tubing and piping in there.
But
Well,
like
I'm glad
you
they're
can
getting
see the
reused in
skull. If you can kind of see the skull under the mask, and the skull actually looks really good. I'm
Yeah,
hoping that helmet can pop off. That'd be awesome.
Are you on a Mac, Bud?
No.
Okay, never mind.
but
Yeah,
I
let's-
definitely feel what Curtis is saying about the. Again, I
Oh,
actually
totally. I
like
wish.
right.
No,
like
wait. Terraclaw Skeletor has that white dragon.
Oh yeah,
Flail
little
thing,
bone
yeah,
dragon
I
thing.
forgot
That's
about
the
that.
thing I'm talking about.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I'm not
It's
talking
funny,
about the one
I'm-
where it has like the backpack thing that comes over. I'm talking about it clips on his back, but it's
The
a
funny
handheld
thing
weapon.
is, I was looking at that Skeletor, and mine, I bought two of them, so I put both on the one, and I totally just skipped right over that.
Yeah.
My bad.
But I'm digging his halter top. He's definitely hanging out at Venice Beach in the 80s.
That's
Yep.
what they're talking about on GDL too, the halter top.
Yeah.
But it's on.
I've been
design.
making that
Like,
joke for years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like they're all barbarians.
They're all wearing loincloths too. Keep that in mind. So it's not like a.
Well, that's because it's a little drafty in
Clearly-
Eternia, and they need to keep
it's clearly very warm there, but you still need to be somewhat decent. So
Right.
That's what I was saying on GDL. I was just saying like one Skeletor's wearing eye protection, but he doesn't have eyes, and like he doesn't care about it.
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah,
like
it's got
the
a
one thing that
visor.
he's going to protect.
So, can we zoom in on the crotch piece here? Because I didn't notice that detail on the.
Of course, you'd want
other
to.
one. Yeah, look at that package. First off, I want to say it's really funny how at this angle, I thought there was a certain kind of paint scheme on the skirt from the last picture to this one. And
No, I think it's just lighting.
It is.
I think
It's the
reflection
lighting and how
because
it
of the-
shades. That's kind of cool.
Because it's ribbed for Skeletor's pleasure.
Yeah.
And you can also see, I think there's a hinge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They've actually been doing that a lot.
Oh,
lately
yeah,
with
looks
the
like it.
Masterverse though, where it's got like the kind of the paint that gives you like different shades at different angles.
Right. Now, what is the animal on his crotch?
Bird?
Yeah, I was wondering about that too. Like a owl or a bat?
It's
maybe?
on, this is on a lot of the figures.
You're not supposed to ask about the animal on Skeletor's crotch.
Is her
We-
name?
we don't
even-
kink shame here.
Look, I'm not kink
I
shaming.
have a
I'm
feeling it's
interested.
a
Inquiring
rooster.
minds want to know.
I think this
Inquiring
is a dope figure. I mean, I really love all the variants of Skeletor. My issue right now is like same with a lot of other lines. It's like I want to get other characters.
Yeah,
in
right.
Masterverse. There are a lot of like variants. I think we're like on our 4th Beastman, and
Like, how are
This
we
is
most of
just
the way
mainly
through
accessories.
Origins? Go ahead, Thanos.
I was just saying they could do stuff like this. Just like you want Terror Claws, like here's an accessories. Pack it with like the Dragon Blaster armor. Like there's like alternative ways to get the alternate looks without like here's another figure that we're not
like
we're
the way
doing
Mondo
a
did.
million
They put out a
Skeletor.
deluxe Skeletor with like 3 different looks, and you can choose which one you want. And if you want to 2 months later switch it up, you can do that. So,
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm digging
But I
the
mean,
idea.
even instead of doing a deluxe, though, if they did like a Skeletor and He-Man, like armor packs and weapon packs, like people would buy them, and then you could just take the buck and put whatever you want on them. And they did that in the vintage line, so.
I was also gonna say like that might be neat too, because like say they do release like a different body, right? Because again, the body for New Adventure Skeletor is drastically different from the original Skeletor, right? So like, what if like they even showed off the accessory packs? Like, okay, you pop this on, like here's that vintage Skeletor, look, and now you pop these parts onto that body, and this is how it's going to look. Or if you pop it onto a New Adventures body, so you're only buying like maybe 1 or 2 versions of a Skeletor with multiple different looks. And I mean, like, I don't know.
but that doesn't allow them to sell you more figures with the same tooling.
That's true. It really doesn't. And we all
Yeah.
know that's where the money is.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't
I
know.
think
Give me
doing
a-
things for goodwill with your community also helps you sell stuff, but what do I know?
Just give me a $12 dog, and I'll pay $8 extra for a fucking dog bone that's like minuscule size. So.
I'll pick this
that I could have printed for you, Austin.
Thanos paid $8 for a bag of bones.
Look, I was freaking out because they had the dog and they waved a bone in my face, and I was like, "Oh, give it to me for $8."
I do wish the big toy companies would think that way, Thanos. That would be great.
Yeah,
it would.
They're so stuck in their way of selling figures and dealing with retail that like, which is silly because like back in the day, Mattel used to do accessory packs, but it was also a different time, and they they felt like they could sell anything Motu and make a bunch of money.
Right.
So
It was like,
And they were right.
90% of the Princess of Power line was accessory packs.
Right.
I did not see this. What is this?
This is
Eternia Hordak.
Eternia
No
Hordak.
shit. This looks
I
rad too.
Fucking
Yeah,
love it.
the
Was
wings.
this on their
my
display
gosh.
or whatever?
I don't know. Like
I haven't
just
seen
saw
this
the
picture, at all.
I've seen this picture, and yeah, they for whatever reason. I think it's probably not in some of the main photos because Quip and Jay kind of skipped over it. today, so I don't think they knew.
But that head sculpt,
yeah,
like
it's the
that
one.
looks.
that I've been
I'm
wanting.
glad that I didn't pull the trigger on any previous version of Hordak because this looks phenomenal.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as his arm doesn't fall off whenever you try to move it.
Yeah.
It's already a vast improvement over the last
I
one.
think it'll be all right because it doesn't look like it has the switch out.
And it doesn't look like the hood pops off either. Like it's a part of the armor.
Which is another cool feature that I
Because
like.
it doesn't have the weird 3 pegs in the back. Oh, I hated that.
It also doesn't have a shitty cape, so that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Would be
Biggest
cool with a nice
improvement
cape,
of
though.
all. Yeah, well, they'd all be cool if they had nice capes.
I remember who it was, but somebody was saying something about like, oh, maybe Mattel will do soft goods with their DC, and it's like their soft goods are like the worst.
I'm really hoping that Mattel is gonna like research or hire somebody else, like hire Gentle Giant or somebody else to design their line, because they've done it before. They deal with outside folks all the time. Like one of their best Masterverse figures. Like I really love that that Prince Adam, which is like they had to go somewhere else because they didn't have that thin buck. And it's one of their best ones. They went outside. So it's like, just go hire somebody else to do your stuff, because that DC thing needs to hit.
Yeah.
It really doesn't hit.
Now, so here's the thing with that. I think if you're taking on a master license that's that big, you don't have the choice, because you're going to have to do so much product to justify whatever they had to pay to get that away from, all the people that had it previously, that you're not going to have sculptors, and you're not going to have a design team and a production team that can basically, double up their workload. You're gonna have to do that. There's no, I mean, unless they know something that I don't, as far as
Motu's ending. Didn't you know Motu's ending?
Yeah, who's getting the Motu license? Because Mattel's not doing it anymore. McFarlane picks up Masters of the Universe.
So one of the things that really kind of bugs me about that, right? Like, we've made a lot of jokes over the years about the way McFarlane was handling the DC license. And again, most of it's in jest, because overall he's done pretty good with a lot of it. But he was just really stepping the game up and giving some good quality capes, like we were just talking about within the last year or so. And just, man, why now? Like, because we know now that it's going to go back to our good friends over here at Mattel. Like, I feel we're going to lose quite a bit of that. Like,
I don't know how much of this is Mattel got the license as much as McFarlane let the license go. Like, I mean, the hubbub that I'm hearing is that he wants Marvel bad, and the license is coming up on that. Hasbro definitely wants out of the game, and he doesn't maybe want to do both, or maybe he doesn't have the capacity to do both, and he doesn't want to outsource the sculpting. And it could very well be that he just said, hey, I'm passing on this so that I can make a big play at the other.
And that could be it too. And who knows what kind of legalities fall behind the same company having the same license for both competitors. Like, I don't know, kind of puts almost a monopoly on superhero toys in a way.
You know what? I hope that McFarlane gets Marvel so that I can stop buying Marvel figures.
But see, then I'm really gonna want a Todd McFarlane version of Spider-Man.
I know people.
You won't want his version though.
People gotta take their shots at Todd, and I get it, but the dude's a fucking legend. I mean, the toy industry today would not be what it is without Todd McFarlane.
That's true.
And not only that, but his DC line, like, you can, I know people have some nostalgia for the DC, classics, but you compare them versus what Todd did, and it's night and day. Like, he blew them away. And they, you can talk about all the Batmans and everything else, but we got a whole fucking Justice League. We got a bunch of Green Lanterns. We got we got a lot of versions of figures that I never thought that we would get in DC. Yeah, I mean it's my favorite retail line. So
I just hope
The ones I
gets
have, I really
DC, doesn't have their legs quite so long. It's the biggest thing that bugs me about the McFarlane stuff.
it's a different proportions, that's for sure.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
These look great.
These are trip. What a trip.
Oh man, these were kind of blowing me away. I saw more pictures of these than I think anything
Yeah.
else today.
Compared to that first,
And
the first photos we got, this looks really good. It also could be the shadowing, the light, but like that head looks so much better.
I think wasn't it just mainly renders we saw?
it was renders
Yeah.
and just wow. I don't know.
This
I'm
is-
digging it more.
I mean, Bud, Thanos, and anybody else who's getting Origins, like, is this the cartoon collection body? Is that why it's
I don't
live?
think so, because
You think it's totally new?
the muscles on the chest are.
It looks
Yeah, it
leaner
definitely
and
looks a
less
little bit
defined.
And like,
cartoon collection.
I know the legs are the same because it's got those. Like this
It's
is
got the
supposed to be
X.
the like kneecap, I guess, but it just looks like it's too far up, especially when you see
Yeah.
it here.
Yeah.
That weird hump. I hate that. But the rest of it looks like it's regular proportions ish. Just cartoon collection version. Like I only have one cartoon collection character, which is Adam. Where's he at? I'm not gonna grab him because I'll tip stuff over. But I don't think the muscles are this like flat and shiny.
Right? Like they're not as the abdominals are not as defined as like what's
And
currently out.
considering this, all this is like a armor piece too, so he's quote unquote padded. So the actual buck's going to be a lot thinner.
Yeah, right underneath that.
Because I do know the cartoon collection torsos are a little bit thinner in the curve up to the ribs.
Mm-hmm.
And the abs are a little bit less defined, but I don't know. This one
Yeah.
just looks like it's more.
And how about the cat head on his shoulder being Eternia?
That's really cool. In
Yeah.
fact, there's another
Oh,
figure
yes.
coming up that you might wanna. I'm definitely, Kenny. You're definitely gonna want to scan these parts because.
Well, and look at this one. This
I'm
is
sure you've seen
Bujibu
that
that came
already,
out a month ago.
Hold on.
Right. I was gonna say. He's actually had that a while too.
Yeah, that's
it's been. I bought it a month ago or so at least. Yeah.
And he's also got Bujibu's got the Eternia lions as hands.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. So,
So I
it looks
dig-
like
I
the
dig
abs
that a
look
lot.
different. I think.
Like they
different
look
from
flatter and less cut.
Yeah.
I mean, here it does look a little more defined because of the shadows.
Yeah, that's true.
So it
still
could
look
just be there's so much armor on him that the body just looks smaller because, I mean, this is puffy, the legs are puffy, the fur on the crotch is bigger, especially with the belt, and he's wearing all this armor. I guarantee if you strip down the armor, it's just going to look like a normal
cartoon collection.
buck.
Yeah, I mean, I only asked because what Brian's saying there, like, I want it to be this. Like, Thundercats were a lot more live, thinner, and I'm just surprised that they put in so much work to create a whole new body, which is awesome. If they did, I think
That'd be
that's
a lot
good
of
sign.
tooling for a side
Yeah.
window.
Yeah,
Which
But
I
mean,
wouldn't really
at the
be
end of the
mad
day,
at,
they
but I
would
mean, just
Well, also at
ideally
the end
for
of the day,
them.
they would just use it again for something else later down the road.
Right.
But still, it looks really good. You know, and I've heard
So,
people say like, "Oh, I."
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was earlier tonight, a different show. They were saying like, "Oh man, the only thing that we're missing is that we can't quite see if we can truly take off all that stuff and get like the perfect classic Thundercats looks,"
Lion-O.
which like
Yeah.
and then they said, I think the phrase was, "It'll just make the entire thing fall like a house of cards." It was Jay, and you know I get it, but I just challenge that notion because it's like,
well,
I get that we want a
coming
certain
with the
thing.
swappable parts too.
Well, but aside from that, like even if it doesn't get you the perfect Thundercats figures, like I think this is kind of a rad concept. Like just like we were looking at that Terror Claws Skeletor, like was like, wow, that's really cool looking. Like we can have new things too. And I think the fact that there's like the Eternia lion on Thundercat is just really cool. Like I think this is a cool concept.
Paint's peeling off the hand.
Well, because we know it's not a finished
Yeah, I know.
product, you know, but yeah, nice
He
catch
does
there.
seem
bud.
to have. It looks like he's got a thumb claw too, so he's got claws.
Yeah,
and
it's just probably
he's-
not on the fingers.
And again, just in Graph's pointing it out as well, he's the wrist articulation on that.
Yeah,
Like you can see how it's bent up, but yet it's still got, you know, the extra joint. Like,
Well, if you also look, it's not fully pegged in, so I think they unpegged it just a little bit to kind of
get
maybe
that
give it
aloft
that
pose.
angle.
Yeah.
Well, no,
Okay.
it's got the joint here, so it does have the aloft hand.
Right. And that's what I was
Okay.
also kind of hoping for, like something like that with it, so
Yeah.
he can get that better pose for sight beyond sight. Because again, it's a key pose of the character, and much like how it took them forever to give us a He-Man that could do that, or in this case, an Atom. You know, it's nice that I hope to see more of that now that they've tooled it up, and I like that they are coming with swappable parts. So again, even if it doesn't break all the way back down to the, again, classic Lion-O look from LJN or whatever, like if you can get me there close, honestly, break it down so it's that 2000. I'll just put it out there. Break it down so it's that 2000 remake Thundercats look with Will
that show was
Friedle,
good.
voice box, pushing the button in the back. So my Lion-O can sound like Eric Matthews, but not a complete idiot, just mostly.
Sorry.
Sorry, bud. Didn't mean to
You're
make a joke.
referencing.
Nope.
You're referencing the Superior Thundercats cartoon, right?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Brick, because you know exactly where I was going with that.
So next, this one's a shocker, and the head sculpt.
Two in a
I
pink, one in a
personally
snake.
really like it.
Right?
he looks
I am
great.
not mad about this at all.
This is so cool. Like that is Eternia chess piece. So I was gonna say, if Kenny ever scanned the shoulders, you could put them on both sides, and it's pretty much like the kind of like the I think Boujaboo made that Eternia
Like full
armor
Eternia
set.
armor.
Yeah.
And one of the other things that I love about this too is that head sculpt reminds me so much of like King Grayskull He-Man from Revolution at the end of the show, like when he had that new armor and everything at the end of Revolution. This head sculpt just vibes to me.
And like the other figures, I think this hair pops off, and I think this is
Need a helmet.
a helmet.
Yeah, and that's really, really
That's cool.
And
Look at the sword too.
Right, the Sword of Omens,
the crossover.
Oh,
That looks really good.
And Kenny, do you have the Boujaboo version of that they he made up? Just since we were comparing some other Boujaboo parts to it, why not?
He's holding up. If you want to switch them.
Oh. Okay, I'm stopping. Whoever else, take the reins.
That was
all
me.
right. So again, Boujaboo's version is really freaking cool.
It's more Thundercat than it is Motu, which
Right.
isn't a bad thing.
But this
Where
also
this one's a
looks
little bit
really
more
good.
Motu-ish with crossguard and the.
I'm not
shape
gonna
of the
lie.
blade.
That was like one of the first things that stood out about this picture when I saw it earlier was that sword. I was like, now that is a really cool sword sculpt.
Something I was actually just thinking, Kenny. I definitely think I still want that sword or like one of them, but have one of like this sword and paint the other one, the one that's 3D printed purple. So that's kind of like the two halves of the sword, but two halves of the Omen sword. Just random idea off my head.
Mhm.
Anyways,
As if we don't already have enough work for
And,
Kenny
like,
to do for all of us.
I know. I feel bad every time I have a cool
you do
idea, and I'm just like,
all of this.
"Oh, Kenny," because I was totally going to go to him today because one of the reveals might have a monster coming out of a wall, and the way
we're
they
gonna talk about
showed it
that.
off, it looks like an overgrown Modi with 6 legs. So I was like, "Oh, Kenny,"
Mhm. Oh,
but I
saw
didn't
that
want to.
one.
I didn't want to bother him while he was at his thing today.
I
But
was
look
gonna
at the
say,
leg wraps here.
I'm
I was
liking
doing
that.
this first, by the way, with
Yes, you were.
sports tape.
Scareglow.
But this actually looks really good. Like, I dig this, and it's also kind of, even if you took the chest piece off, like, this could be like a caveman He-Man kind of, or kind of like a little more of that original version when he was just like Olar or whatever.
Ular.
Ular, yeah.
I mean, honestly, it could just be his own character too. Like he looks
Yeah.
distinct enough.
Like with the head and the hair. Like, I mean, we know it's He-Man because it says it's He-Man, but like, that doesn't look like vintage He-Man, so it could totally be a different character.
One of my buddies was over just making fun of He-Man's haircut yesterday.
The Page Boy cut?
The regular He-Man cut or this
one,
top knot thing?
Specifically, it was this figure.
Oh, okay.
So, just quickly point out here, does this look like the 2000X Battle Cat helmet?
That was the one I was showing last night from Battle Lion.
Yeah, like this looks like it's totally that helmet just painted blue.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that silver?
Or bluish silver.
Is that like the dress that's like blue, silver?
I
blue and
see.
yellow?
I guess I see silver because of the speckles, but if I really look at it, I see a light blue.
Either way, it's a badass figure.
I
know not everybody's going to feel that way about it, but I like it.
No, I mean, again, like, I'm appreciating the art direction on this. Whoever designed this whole line,
he needs a fur cape.
They definitely were like trying to come up with something new for these characters, and so I dig.
I was honestly scared that He-Man would have like a cat face. Like the crossover was like he turned into
anthropomorphic kind of.
Yeah.
Nah, we got that with the Battle Cat.
Yeah, yeah. We can keep it with that. Which he looks really dope. And by the way,
yeah, this looks so much better than the renders. The renders were just posed awkwardly.
Yeah, big time.
We were thinking what the claws were. It looks like they pop right onto the hands.
Very cool.
Because these are 2 separate pieces, which does kind of give us a Terror Claw look. So if you got a second one of these and painted it up Panther style, it could be like Terror Claw's Panther.
I'm down for that. I'm down.
Yeah.
All right. Real quick, non-Toy Fair related or anything. So I'm sitting here playing with my snake. Yep, I said it like that. Like it's Conan and then like one of the snake men from Set, right? I was noticing they share the same waist piece, but because again, I'm just getting everything and taking a look at it really for the first time sitting down, and I didn't realize that inside piece there to the belt was different. I don't know, small minor detail that I find amusing. Now, I'm not expecting everybody else to care, but interesting.
Whatever you can do to get the focus off Mo2 over to 4 Horsemen, Moz, whatever.
Well, if it wasn't for the 4
we've only
Horsemen,
talked about Motu for the last 2.5 hours.
I sat here. Wait, hold on. I sat here fucking speechless for the first fucking hour because we talked nothing but fucking Mythic Legions, so I don't want to hear that shit.
I wasn't.
Hey. There was
Did
hour
you
that was
guys even
nothing
hear
to do
my
with
ugly
Mythic
ass?
Legions.
I didn't say
Was that
nothing.
Kenny's voice? That was Kenny's voice. All right.
It's exactly.
But
No, all we heard was
you.
you diarrhea in your pants a little earlier.
We did hear.
Yeah.
All right.
What was
Let's
that, by the
go
way?
on. What else we got? It was a paint bottle from
It was
Kenny.
a paint bottle.
Sure it was.
Here, let's do it again, kids.
I dig this one a lot, man. That was like
I really like it. I do
the
kinda
anthro
wish-
sort of anthropomorphized.
I do kind of wish the
Battle
helmet.
Cat.
looked
Yeah, I
a little
liked it
more
when
like the
Horseman
classic
did it
Battle
as
Cat helmet.
Tauros.
Yeah, or even before then, there was concept art of it that was in one of the books.
There was
It's like-
also a comic from like 2000, early 2010s, I think.
Yeah, it was like from
where there
it
was a
around
Battle
that
Cat
time.
man.
But it was cool. It was really yeah, I was intrigued by it. Like he's sitting around the
Or
table.
could have
with,
been more
like,
recent. I'm not sure.
all the masters.
Well, wasn't
But,
it
like,
the
look how good that
original
head sculpt is.
Thundercats crossover?
No, it was. Oh, I don't know if maybe that's what Bud's talking about.
Well, no, there was the
It was the
from
multiverse.
last
one. There
comics.
was
Yeah, the multiverse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's more recent then.
Is it? Oh, okay. I thought that was from earlier. But yeah, like look how good the head sculpt is, like with the beard and the fur on the face.
Yeah, it looks a lot better than when they initially
Yeah.
showed it.
Way better. Way better.
But do you see how like this line has they took its own like art direction. If you look at like the Motet Manette, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Grayskull thing, like they're basically like you got your classify or your origins figures with their standard sort of looks mixed in with Turtles figures that kind of are mixed into that aesthetic. For this one, they like went ground up with like the face sculpts so that the Thundercats actually kind of match what's going on with their Motu. Like that He-Man head sculpt was totally its own unique like style, art style. It's very like animated looking, and I can totally see that working with, especially when you look at the Tigra later. It's like, oh, those two totally work together. So they put a
Spoilers,
lot in
Rick.
this one.
I'm just joking.
Yeah.
Speaking of Tiger
Look at that sexy bitch.
or Chitara.
Chitara.
Chitara. Wow, I totally messed those up. Tiger's later.
Well,
Tiger's
it's-
later.
We were also
In
talking
fact,
about.
you can kind of see him here in the back anyhow.
Right.
Hey,
Yeah,
real
no.
quick, Kenny, I just want to let you know that hold on, I can't see. I'm just unboxing this Mythic Legions figure for the first time. Which is, you know what?
Oh wait, hold on. What? Look at that gruesome.
He's gonna
dude.
rage quit on you.
I finally got my Necronominus stuff this, what was it, Thursday or Tuesday, I think, and I'm barely
Very cool.
opening it for the first time.
Very nice.
I should get mine
well,
this
if-
week, and I'll bring it on Saturday and open it and talk about it for Kenny.
Okay.
Well, since we're tormenting Kenny,
What you got
I
for us,
actually
Joe?
dropped something while we were talking here.
Don't drop that,
Oh,
Joe. It might
nice.
break. It looks pretty frail.
Oh,
Nice, Joe.
It's actually
my
doing
God.
all right, but
Good thing you live in the desert, because if it was in a cold area, it'd just break.
well, it is a little cold right now, so I'll
Don't
breathe
drop
on it with
Don't
my
drop
warm
it.
breath. But
There you go. There you go.
yeah.
So what are you using to connect them, Joe, from the torso?
Afarius, the centaur.
Yeah, that little
There's
same
an
thing.
adapter that goes from the horse to the ball peg there. That's
Mm-hmm.
why I put Necronominus's skirt on him to cover that up, because it's like a furry piece.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So are Terpiculi torsos like, are they brute scale too, like Afarius, or no?
No,
Oh,
the
they're not.
ball
But it
brute
fits.
scale
It fits.
ball pegs are the same size as 1.0s, so they're completely adaptable.
Nice.
Got it.
So it looked cool when Jeremy kind of showed that off like last year. It's what made me get an extra Terpiculi and a Conibus. But what you just made there blows what he showed off. out of
Well,
the
I took the halter from the horse and put it over his chest.
That-
add a little bit, and then this is the neck piece from Beluilus Chimera, so that I could have the
Yeah.
two heads, and
then the wing
I don't know,
adapter
put some of
for
the
the
armor
back.
pieces back on. I didn't want to put a saddle on him, and he's not for riding.
Ain't nobody riding this.
Yeah,
I don't know. I might roofie him. I don't know.
He got Necronominus's wings because this was the 2-pack, so I had a spare set. But
Very
turned out pretty cool.
That's the kind of thing I was talking about building, like some kind of horror out of this wave, and that was all of it, Joe.
Sorry,
You
thanks for
reminded
getting
me
me.
that No, you reminded me that I haven't actually even looked at Connovus. Like, and I'm assuming this is why mine took a little longer because I got the 2-pack. But
yeah,
I didn't even look at it. Like, this is my first time actually just sort of looking at this thing, and it's
I'll pull it up for you.
freaking amazing.
All right, now back to Chitara before
Okay,
Kenny walks off.
Sure.
Kenny's
you
gonna straight up quit this stream.
Kenny, I was
know
actually
me at all, do you?
I was
I don't
surprised how
quit
quiet
shit.
you were when we were talking Masterverse. You were super quiet.
Well, it's because I gave up on it. I came down and started painting.
Yeah, you didn't see he had his glasses on and everything. It was like
I saw the
gave up.
glasses.
I was upstairs
he's
in my
all
toy
into it.
room and I didn't say a word, so I was like, "Fuck it, I'll go paint."
So what do you think of this, Kenny?
Fucking love it,
Yeah, she
every
looks
bit of
dope.
it.
Yeah, she looks
That
really
is
great.
such. I mean that style of it, and then the fact that they're smart enough to know that we're all gonna buy two that are into this stuff because you got to
Yeah.
have both poses like that
Play
hair
both.
along with that. But they did so well with that headpiece. It's fucking I
Yeah.
love it. Absolutely love it.
And
I
again,
really
you're
like their
absolutely-
armor too, though. Like
Yeah.
the secondary designs, or I guess original designs, not the classic. They're like really, really good so far.
Now,
Next level, absolutely.
is one arm painted and then the other
Yes.
arm supposed to be bare?
Yeah.
So are we going to get a second arm? Like, they're not showing a second arm there.
Huh?
Well, she's got a
she
sleeve.
has
You
two
mean
arms.
to make the original thing? Is that what
Right,
you're
to
thinking?
get it close to that
Oh.
original look, because I
I
know that's why they were adding in the
really
parts.
think I really hope people let that go because
I mean,
don't think
again,
that's never been a goal of the thing. I think people were just
Isn't that
really hoping.
That's her cartoon accurate look though? To have one.
Yeah,
covered
she
on.
has
have
one.
one
She
sleeve?
has one
Yeah,
sleeve.
she has
Dude.
one sleeve.
okay.
There
I'm
you
just
go,
not
Oz.
remembering it, and it was probably the toy that I was remembering probably had both. But you are definitely right. Yeah, there it is. Okay, either
Oh, yeah,
way.
that-
And again, I'm not mad if they don't or if they did, but I
I wonder
unique.
if this is a paint error or they didn't think about it. But there's like definitely skin showing right
Yeah,
here.
yes. The
So
gap.
like, yeah, either. I mean, I'll just probably paint it myself.
I think it's a
but-
sample. I think that'll get picked up before it makes it to production.
She's got an arm warmer on or something. I don't know.
Maybe it's
That's
a,
good
or
looking.
it's a tear from a cut of a claw.
There you go. Either way, it's a freaking badass figure.
And like, look how like sculpted the armor is. I'm gonna have fun
Mhm.
painting all these little tiny swirls.
They
Actually,
even
I'm
have,
gonna
look
have
at the
fun
detail
painting
even
them
on
all.
the staff. Even the staff has detail.
Right? Look at that.
Like,
Give it a
Right?
black wash.
They definitely didn't just give you a plain plastic stick. They were like, no, let's texture this.
like Super 7 did.
Shoot, I might have to get or eventually get two of these just so I can give Donnie a like normal looking staff. Because
Right.
even the alt one, the one for the snake armored one, when you pull the purple ends off both, I believe there's a weird like peg hole and a ring on it. So it's not really like Donnie's staff.
Yeah.
And then I think there's just an alternate. Oh yeah, it's just up closer.
Looks good.
Yeah.
Definitely. Big fan.
Look at this beefy boy.
And throw right here. Now this is one that I was waiting to see because he was like my favorite of the Thundercats as a kid.
Panthro at arms. Hell yeah.
I gotta say, I don't know if maybe because of the way I feel they kind of overdid the Man at Arms with the Turtles of Grayskull look.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little tired of that look, but at the same point in time, I get the reason for it because it's like the engineer, the mechanic, we're gonna go with that. But
now see, he
The
also
nice thing is, I bet that comes
awesome.
right off. That's
Oh,
the
you
beauty
know
of
it
it.
does. You know it does.
That's
and
the
this
beauty
looks
of
like
it
it's
all.
just a mask that goes over his head.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not sold on this design. It's not very well kind of integrated. Feels like an old.
Well, like you said, Brick, the other ones they kind of had their own direction, where this one
Right.
does kind
The
of jump back
mashup.
to that turtle line where they kind of
Yeah.
tried too
I think
hard.
Also looks weird. Like, shouldn't the belt just go up here? Like, did they put it on wrong?
He's sagging, bro. He's sagging.
He might be bigger than some of the others, so he needs extra protection to hang down a little lower. Yeah, honestly, I could just pop off. I think really with this one, at least for me personally, I'll pop off that one leg piece and I'll pop off that center piece right there, but I might keep the arm because I'm digging the giant.
Yeah, look at that thing.
Arm.
So his like hand is in
He's
it.
holding it. Yeah.
So
yeah, I'm digging
Love
that.
And
Like,
you can
I
swap
like
between
that.
the chain and ball and chain and the axe.
That's the one thing I hated about that Two Bop Steady is that they didn't let that happen. They just like took the hand off and just stuck that ball and chain on there.
Yeah.
This looks so much better because he can drop it and still, use his hand.
I hate taking that piece off because I always fear I'm going to break it. So I just have both of them sitting here on the side. Like, I don't use them.
Do you think they're like sitting on some like old focus group data that says like that thing that Man at Arms wears is so cool and like arms with attachments? Because it seems like that's like a go-to trick every time they.
So while this looks really cool, I'm just going to quickly point out, look at that Mandalorian Predator mask.
Predator, baby. Hell yeah.
100%.
Now that you've said it, I totally want to get this just so I can paint that up as a Boba Fett colored Predator mask, which is not
sick,
something that's like original because I've definitely seen it
Oh,
on like
God.
motorcycle helmets and stuff.
I'm
But I
going to
so
ruin
want
this
to paint it up
character.
like that.
I'm going to ruin this character for you. I've seen so many people make the comparison of Carrot Top to Lion-O, but look at the eyebrows and that face. That's Carrot Top.
Yeah, I can see it. He looks good,
Son of
though.
a bitch.
That hair looks badass.
Yeah, it does.
I'm still, it doesn't ruin it.
If they could just make
You
a
could totally
Wolverine now.
repaint. Yeah, you could totally repaint the face and just make it Wolverine.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got his bolos. He's got.
But this
and mark this right here. Guarantee they'll have a clear one later, right? No, it's joking.
This is totally to what Curtis was saying earlier with the Masterverse, but Origins is even more so because it's just a different line and a different aesthetic. But all that armor on him, that green stuff, it's just like he's wearing like a chunk of plastic that's all molded, out of
Yeah. Now,
And it's
granted,
rough.
I'm gonna have so much fun painting this.
Now,
It's gonna be beautiful.
can you skip back to like either Lion-O or Panthro? Maybe Lion-O because that's the kind of the flagship. So there's a lot of paint on that armor with the logo and everything. I wonder if that's just a development stage for Tigra and that there's gonna be more than
I wish it were, but if you look at a lot of their stuff,
They
it's
do that a
likely
lot. Yeah.
not.
Yeah. But I agree. Like it's a
You would
bit
think at least
disappointing
maybe
given-
this right here would be painted silver, and like that's it.
Like, look at this, Adam. I mean,
and we're
it's
spoiled.
kinda, you
I
have
mean-
that middle piece, but everything else is
It's just yeah, I know. And we were saying the same thing with Masterverse, right? Like, why is there a wash
Same.
here but not?
I mean, it's just like it's old school Mattel kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like Hasbro seems to have gotten over it with like
Dude, that looks
Classified,
so
they
weird.
do it. But we're totally spoiled with like these horseman figures and stuff where it's like
Mm-hmm.
head to toe multiple hits of
Paint
paint.
apps.
Yeah.
and he just
Yeah.
has the one mustache on his forearm. No.
Ooh, wow, that
Damn
arm
it,
looks
every
like it's,
time I see that face now, bud. Damn it.
The mustache.
that arm's gonna
That's my
pop off.
favorite part.
That arm is hanging onto a horse.
Arm stash. I'm going to get a tattoo of my mustache on my forearm now. Great idea.
John, look at that choppy paint too, man. Oh,
Again,
that's
these are just-
amateur hour.
Yeah, but it's all prototypes. They probably rushed this just to get it to
Yeah.
Toy Fair,
Yeah.
And
those
this
kind of
arm-
paint apps are fragile.
This arm is hanging onto a hope.
Yeah,
What's
it is.
staying on? Jesus.
Yeah, it is.
But overall, like I think
Once
it
they're
looks cool.
completed and all the QC stuff is good.
They're going to be looking a heck of a lot better than these.
Hey,
It
big
should
boy.
pop and swap just as cleanly as Origins does, right?
Yeah.
Body parts and stuff.
Yeah, I
So,
hope so because they're giving us pop and swap pieces more intentionally with this.
So they showed off this one earlier, but I brought this one up in the photos because, like how we were kind of making fun of the paint apps.
Yeah, but go down to the armor.
Can somebody
There's
give him
paint
two-
apps there.
Oh.
See, that's what I'm saying. is
Yeah,
that, like
there's paint here, but this is also a deluxe, figure,
deluxe,
so maybe
yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
That
I'm
face-
just
that
saying.
face
I'm
looks like the
hoping.
Temu.
I'm hoping that we see more paint apps on that Tigra.
Yeah, no. I mean, dare to dream, but it's what they do, and it's inconsistent. But
Yeah.
and also, I think they'll do a different treatment for like He-Man and a Skeletor versus some of the other side
Right.
characters.
The saddled Tigra.
His
I
face,
mean,
if
I'm
you
getting
zoom into
these.
his face.
I'm
What was it say? Zoom
100%
into his
getting
face.
these
It looks
for
like
the
New
the-
Adventure.
It's because the eyeballs, Kenny.
The
It's
eyeballs.
definitely
Yeah.
because the eyeballs.
New Adventure.
I'm
Sorry, I don't
100%
know.
getting these for the actual like Thundercat looks. I'm like
Mhm.
I'm stripping all the armor and like
Yeah.
so I don't really care that much.
Oh,
I want little Origin style Thundercats to go with the Gray Skull and Snake Mountain that we have. So if that Tiger armor looks like shit, I'm just taking it off.
Well, and I'm excited because I could put the Super 7 guys in the Thunder Tank, and then I can take over Cat's Lair with all my Motu guys.
With the Origin stuff,
here. Hell yeah.
So one thing I will say is they need to give this Skeletor Goosebumps books.
Right.
Grr.
That Skeletor again looks so much better in these photos than it did in the renders.
The
Yeah.
wing
And-
thing on the back.
The head looks bigger
Mhm.
too.
Yeah.
Like the
And-
head in the original photo looked like a really small one.
Tiny, so
Did
small.
not like it.
And I
So-
really like that Mum-Ra head.
Yeah.
That's a really cool take on the character.
So a little something still Motu but different. I guess this was also shown off.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
2-pack.
2-pack.
Hell yeah.
Vintage He-Man, vintage
Vintage, baby.
Skeletor, 5 POA.
I think Curtis is
Curtis
crying in
passed
his chair.
out.
Why though? Curtis, do you agree? Why though? Like what? Like you've got Origins. Why go
Yeah,
back
I
to
think
5
it's just-
POA?
They're not. They're not. It's just straight up.
Just this one
Just
pack.
straight up one. Like nostalgia. All of this. I think they're still trying to figure out the brand, honestly, because it's not like
Well,
the
they've only
quote-unquote
had
adult
40 years, so I can
collector.
understand.
Right. But the
Thank you.
adult
Thank you, Trevor.
collector.
Thank you.
Well, no, and to be fair, every time they get something new, what do the old guys do? Oh, this sucks. It's not,
Yeah,
so it's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
but
No one in the
I
toy community
wondered,
does that, Brick.
I was wondering if what would people do if this or they continued doing this like straight up, like
Yeah, the pictures at the Toy Fair were way better on that one too. Sorry.
No, but if they did like a what do you call it when they reissue straight up, like do these like brand new molded reissues for the rest of them, but made that the Club Grayskull type exclusives would, because
I
that's the
just wanna
only way
know-
I can imagine them doing this.
One thing I think
in
that is kind of
growing
weird
numbers.
is the
I
fact that
canceled
these
my membership. Sorry.
the fact that these are supposed to be vintage, but they definitely have different paint apps, especially Skeletor.
But the
The two
ones at
halves
the
of the
Toy
Power
Fair
Sword.
were the right colors. The ones at the
Oh,
Toy
they
Fair
were?
were the right colors. Yeah, that's this
'Cause,
color.
like,
That's not. Yeah,
If
the other
these
picture
are
was way better.
like the two halves of the Power Sword are clearly Origins, and this other sword is Cartoon Collection, but they don't have the vintage one that's more like rounded at the end of the blade. Just minor nitpicks on my end, but
So these were the original designs for Legends of Dragonor Cub, and they're going to send a cease and desist to Mattel, and then Mattel's going to have to scramble and rework their designs to look completely different so that they can stay on a deadline.
Full circle.
Yeah. Now, can I just say I'm excited to get that vintage Skeletor head. And I mind you, it's not like I've hated the Skeletor heads that have come out.
Here you go.
But I like that vintage.
the
head.
vintage one is just so okay.
Yeah, but what if it's squishy and it doesn't switch onto your origins?
And then the He-Man had the same thing.
Well, I've got the perfect body to keep it on. I don't have to switch it to my origins brick.
True.
I wouldn't mind buying a nice little set and really just having it, as its own thing. I wouldn't go much further than just getting these two anyway. But then again, that's what I said when Origins came out. So
Is it sad that I would really want these just for the original He-Man shield and axe look?
Right.
Like why have we still not gotten this axe?
I feel like someone at Mattel was like got a peek at what Playmates was doing with Ninja Turtles and Power Rangers, and they're like, hey, let's do that too.
Well, they did that commemorative edition, right? When it was the 25th anniversary or 20th, they did the commemorative, like you're saying, with the rollout, where they had the blue covers on them.
Oh yeah, I remember those. All right, so this right here, hands down,
winner,
100%. I need it. My favorite play set as a kid.
Oh, okay, yeah, this is based on a vintage one.
Yeah.
So I never had this set as a kid.
It's truly upgraded. Like that's what I really appreciate. I feel like they did that, a little bit with Snake Mountain, but I feel like this totally.
What's
Eternia treatment
called?
Fright Zone.
So this is Fright Zone. And much like vintage Snake Mountain, Fright Zone was like all just one-sided. It was all what you could do on the outside of it. There was nothing behind it. It was just a shell on the inside. Very much how basically the Fright Zone was, or Snake Mountain. Like, it had this really cool mountainous exterior with like some play features, but the inside had nothing. And with the new Origin Snake Mountain, they definitely gave the inside of Snake Mountain some more playability. Which was cool, and it was a nice touch. So when they were talking about this, I was like, I'm hoping they will do kind of that treatment and give us some more play features.
That dude is so cool.
So Trapdoor.
I'm looking at the vintage one now. The vintage one was.
And it had that puppet that just disintegrated, and now they have this little figure instead. It's so cool.
Now,
something I noticed here.
The ground is
floor.
Yep.
Yeah, so you take it off and you put it on the back.
Yes. Absolutely.
So this is fully clamshelled. You can't open and close it.
Yeah, full all the way. You can totally do it. The floor goes on both sides. There's a jail on the inside, the outside. I don't know how well it doesn't look like with the throne being behind the tree that it can do. Like, one of the cool things about the old place is that the tree could move so that you could stick a figure like it was getting wrapped up in the tree. But I do like the fact that these crows or these birds can attach to it.
I bet you it does, Oz. Take a look at those. The
like
branch on the top right.
I think it rotates too. That's what I was thinking.
But also look at the branches that are like C-shaped. Those are total for wrists.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Yeah. So maybe it does.
It looks hollowed in the top.
Right. And again, they're showing off more of that stuff that we did see that they kind of showed off with the concept looks from the fan vote. Where, like, it's got that rock face on the one side. There's a face on the exterior of the tree now. They added a weapons rack because if it's a playset, it needs a weapons rack.
Wait, was this the fan vote one? I thought there was a different thing that was a fan vote one.
There was the Doom Tower too, but this is
100%.
This is one of the options,
And I'm glad that.
But what was the one that won? Wasn't it something different?
That was the snake layer, and
that was the.
I don't think we should bring that up because we'll argue for like an hour over it.
No, but if this was an option when they did the vote,
in the chat?
If this was an option during the vote, does that mean that they're making multiples? Like they're making different? Like theoretically, they could make all the options given.
That whole vote thing was to gauge the market, see what people were interested in. there's even people wondering how legit the actual data was. Whatever. But at
It
the end
was
of the
so
day,
skewed.
yeah, at the end of the day, just because they showed something doesn't mean that they weren't gonna make a thing. It's not like
The other
Hasbro
thing,
saying
right.
once they
Oh,
offer something they can't ever
here's
make
something
it.
else. So see the shape of the stairs here?
Mhm.
Kind of matches up right here. So I think this can like fold
Kind
in,
of
or
fold
like
up.
you like either it folds in or you just clip it in, and then the whole thing folds shut. So this thing could be very compact if you don't have a lot of room and just want to display like one side of it.
Yeah.
That monster's so cool, man.
I'm glad that they made it an actual creature.
The only it is really cool, but if you look at the eyes and you look at the mouth, it looks almost like it's like got eyeliner and lipstick. Like it's got this like very.
It's a pretty monster.
Yeah, there's something. There's just,
Well,
I
it's
don't know,
trying to
there's
look
some-
like that puppet. Like the eyes look like the puppet's eyes, right?
Oh, yeah.
But was the mouth blood red? Wasn't the mouth?
Oh,
Like,
It was a
greenish
darker
or-
red, I think. I don't think maybe it was a bright
And
red.
It looked pretty close to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool. It strikes me as like more cartoony, like a Muppet or something. There, it looks better. The design reads a little bit better.
That's got to
But-
be an articulated
And-
jaw too. I think.
Yeah.
A lot of the
Yeah, they've
imagery
been doing
that
that a
they're
lot.
a lot of the imagery that they're using on this playset is straight from Axel's artwork on the 4-pack.
The 4-pack?
Like,
Which 4-pack?
The Horde
Horde.
4-pack that was con exclusive.
Oh, okay. He did a painting of the Fright Zone in the background.
Within the box. Like
okay.
the interior, there are parts of this interior that were part of that drawing, parts of the exterior that they showed as the outside of it. The fact that they gave a full body to the creature based off of his artwork from that, because originally as a kid, again, this was just a puppet. You put your hand in it. They had no legs.
Right.
There was no full body. So we never got a full look at what this creature looked like. And the only drawings they had back then was like Earl Norm. And it looked more like a T-Rex in that drawing than the worm puppet we got. So the fact that they brought that creature, and again, I don't know if there were other designs that Axel had access to before drawing that, or if they were just like, here, have at it and draw the rest of this how you would see fit for this creature. It's still fucking cool.
So this is official news straight from my headcanon. This is what happens when you feed Modi after midnight. He just turns into that.
Oh, totally.
It makes sense. Makes sense.
It's a gremlin.
I would say don't get him wet, but he is a moat monster.
Yeah.
I mean, but with that lipstick and eyeliner, how can you resist?
Now, hang on a sec here. Hey, bud, can you go to the exterior shot? So can you remove the jail?
Looks
If
like
it's
the
like
cutout.
the vintage,
Like, does that pop?
You can
Does
snap
that?
it apart.
Okay, no, you can definitely.
Like this comes off, and this definitely comes
That
off.
comes off so that you can flip it on the inside. Got it. Okay, I was just
Hey,
wondering.
did the-
how
Yeah,
that
it's the
worked.
pegs in right there.
Did the original have like a creature on the end, that little corner head thing with like
No,
sculpted?
I
but-
have the original
No, it
right
didn't.
here. If you wanna like look at it.
And this also looks like it pops on and off.
Yeah, hold on. Let me.
Where's Thanos?
Where's
Oh, you
Thanos
got it?
at? I'm trying to look for him.
I found him.
Take it
Oh,
away,
we
Brick.
both-
I'm just gonna keep my hands off.
See, there's a cleanliness to that design, though. I like the other one too, but then the other one has like a face on the tree, a face where your right hand is, or your left, one of those hands.
Yeah.
This is just like a rocky, cool like thing.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
the other one's cool too. You know, the other one's like gives me that Snake Mountain vibes with those like random heads in it and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's more like play features and stuff too.
There is like nothing on the inside.
Mm.
Right, there was absolutely nothing. I was disappointed as a kid about that because like I felt like the only group that had a decent base was the good guys. Further proving that crime doesn't pay. Allison's saying
Hi, Kenny.
in chat, but at the same point in time I go check and the only thing I see in chat is the Shira. I don't know.
I just wanted to say he was especially ridiculously cool.
Right? Hands
What'd you do,
down, next
Thanos?
to one of my favorites.
Did the fright zone just break?
I hope not. That's okay. He's about to replace it anyway. I mean, Allison,
I'm also.
if you said something in the chat, it is not loading on my side.
It's
Oh,
nice
the
to
last
have
thing in
the
the chat
vintage
is the
and the
Shira
new
pictures.
ones, though.
So
Very
any
killer
guys, and you guys see the early '90s live action Mario Brothers movies?
That too. The Koopas.
This looks like a Koopa.
Mhm.
But now we are finally done with Motu.
Thank
Well,
God. Jeez.
Has the Motu community gone crazy over this creature the way that Modi got his love?
Can't wait to get the first 3D print file, and I'll start making it.
Right? I was gonna say, might want to hold off on that box, Kenny.
Yeah.
So we're done with Motu. We're going to go to the Formo announcements, right?
Were there formal announcements? Because
Only at
Yeah, they put up.
ZoloCon.
I think it's some more of their. Is it the Galaxy Warriors or whatever the Remco line they're doing?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna lie, 95% of this is just stuff I grabbed from the Toy Fair stuff.
That's fine. It doesn't have to be ZoloCon.
My brain totally didn't think about the ZoloCon. I was just,
It's all right.
thought Oz was just gonna show off the stuff he got, and that was it. But some Ninja Turtles.
Oh, great. This will be the next 2 hours.
Kind of, yeah. This is
Who put the
Bebop
slide
and
together?
Rocksteady.
Is this Bud?
Speaking of, I just opened this guy. This guy is
These are
rad.
tabs. They're not slides.
I'm just.
That's a
messing with
Super
you.
7, Adam?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love I have mutagen, man. That.
So
this
Alan is jumping in the chat real quick, and I wanted to say hey to him. And Curtis, what do you want to tell Alan?
See you tomorrow, Alan. If I can wake up after being put to sleep with all this Motu garbage for the last 2 hours.
Man, I hear Crybaby all over the place.
That's cool.
Joe Eyeball.
Rugrats guy.
Yeah, no, it reminds me of the Hey Monsters. The guy that holds his
Real
eyeballs out.
Monsters.
Real
Oh
Monsters.
yeah, the real monsters.
Hey
This
Arnold.
I waited forever on this, and then not Super 7, Big Bad Toy Store had him on for like $25 or something. I was like, I gotta get him.
He's cool. I had the
And he is
vintage one,
rad.
I liked it.
Yeah, me too. I forgot that he's got like all the ports to pour like goo in.
Right?
So you can take the little piece off his head and
just pour it in there, and it comes everywhere.
This little bit comes off his head.
Yeah.
And you can put that in there. And then he's got a port through the backpack into this hole in his chest. So like you put it in the backpack, and there's you can't see it, but
straight off of the vintage toy, which was
exactly.
So
you can do it.
Probably not.
You can do it. Yeah, exactly.
I
All
hate
right.
slime. I hate
Real-
my kids always ask for it, and I'm like, never ever will that be
So
around.
it finally came through. Hold on a moment. Allison's picture. Thank you, Allison, for grabbing this. So this is that artwork. And again, this was Axel's design of the inside of Fright Zone. Kind of how it looked. And again, you can see a lot of these same elements. They pulled right from this to put into the new playset for an interior of the playset. And I think it looks really good.
I gotta say that creature is like infinitely cooler though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a lot more going on with this creature.
It's just the length of it.
Right.
What struck me about the one they created was it just felt very like derivative of Modi. It just felt very Modi with an
Yeah.
extra leg. This thing is like definitely its like own creature, like a long insectoid thing. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, really,
I dig
really
it.
cool. And
Kind
I'm
of
glad we're
reminds me
getting
of that the reptile from the first Mortal Kombat when they're in the Nether Realm and it goes through
Yeah.
and they come out of the statues.
Yeah.
Best computer effects ever.
Dude, that was so good.
Yeah, it was.
Wanted to show that
Speaking
off
of
since I finally
Nether
got
realm.
it. Man, you keep poking the bear there, Brick.
No, this
Here
is
you
just
go.
for me,
Here you go, Brick.
honestly. Like, this
Here
is
you go,
not
Brick.
Kenny. This is
Here you
not
go, Brick.
Kenny. This is like, holy crap! Every time I open one of these figures, I'm
I
just like,
want that figure so bad. He's
I'm just
Hitman
like a dumb little
Necronauts
kid.
are like.
And it hits
Oh.
all my like, you know, like random stuff on some album cover that I saw
Mhm.
one time, or some weird alien biology skull thing. It's good stuff. This gigantic. This is a scythe, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep,
No, this is
that's
like
a
what they
scythe.
use in the fields. Yeah. That thing's
That's
killer.
the very traditional version, not
Yeah.
the Necronominus style, which is so elaborate and ridiculous looking.
Those figures
This
look
is
pretty
for-
cool. I might
this
have
is
to
for
check them out.
collecting. You should. This is for harvesting souls.
I think they're right up
I
your
think you'll
alley,
like
Joe.
them, Joe. I think you'll like them.
Yeah, it looks that way.
That's a
They're
cool
they're
head.
put out by the Quattro Horsemen, Joe.
I haven't heard of them, but I'll have to look into that. Check it
I
out on
would.
Google. Google them.
Yeah,
or
I
something.
guess at this point I need to actually open my 4 horses now.
Yeah.
3 of those
I was
horses
so
have never
excited.
been open.
So
Yeah.
excited
I feel
to
bad.
get
I
all
feel
4
bad
of them together.
because I'm gonna have to bump Alder and Artemis.
Probably more.
No.
They're going to be 4 horsemen and a moose.
All right, let's check
Yeah.
this out. Did anybody else love the old school Swamp Thing movie?
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Bridget,
without a doubt.
Bridget Bardot.
You know what this makes me think of?
Oh no!
You know
what was
that Winnie the Pooh horror movie that came
Oh,
out
yeah,
a couple
totally.
years ago?
That too.
That's what I
was
thought of instantly.
Totally
with
thinking
these.
about that with Bebop.
I was like, oh, or Bebop and Rocksteady like public domain now? People are just doing whatever the heck they want with these characters.
So
Also the
Sorry, Adrian Barbeau. That's what I was thinking.
man, and I feel like an idiot. Bebop's the pig. Rocksteady is the rhino. It looks like Greedo. Star Wars Episode 1.
Yeah.
Wait, who?
Not Greedo. What's his name?
Watto?
Watto.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. Rocksteady's face. I see what you're saying. Like the way
I'm a
the
Toydarian.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey,
With
Brick,
an
calm down
unfortunate
here.
accent.
Stop stereotyping.
It is so bad.
It
Come
was
on,
all-
George,
it
you can
was
do
so
better.
hard. So
Wait,
hard.
are these part of the Universal Monster sort of like
nope.
niche?
I know what these
No.
are. I know what these are, and I'm going to tell you. I'm just waiting
Yeah.
for a chance to cut in here.
Oh, sorry, bud. Jeez. God.
Hey,
Hey,
bud.
shut the
My
fuck up.
goodness.
I think
Get
you
'em,
need
bud.
to take another hit. Take another
Yeah.
hit, buddy.
I'm gonna go get some
Hold on.
more coffee while Bud schools all you people.
Bud's just beating everybody up today.
He's
Love
like,
it.
I will talk this episode, damn it.
What was in that shit you were smoking?
Hey,
got
bud,
cat
bud,
ears,
bud,
a new mic.
bud,
Yo.
bud, bud.
I'm not going to turn my camera on, but I will talk.
But I got a question. What are these? Where are these from?
Oh, cool. So these are what
Glad you asked.
Bebop and Rocksteady would look like if they were in the original 90s movies. That's what these figures literally are.
Oh,
Yeah, they're movie figures.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we got Tokar, Razor in the second film.
Uh-huh.
Everyone thought we were getting these. This is like what their idea of what those characters would look like.
I'm so glad we got Toka and Razor.
I'm glad we did 2 only because I think those characters are cool.
These
but
look
it is cool to have
terrible.
both of these. Oh, I love them.
I don't know, man. I if you haven't
love
watched
'em.
Wes Craven's Swamp Thing from 1980 something, 81, 82, there's a little dude who tries to get put into the sort of same experiment, but gets turned into a tiny little pig, and it looks like that. Dude. You know me, Ed. You hear me.
These look like very practical suits.
I'm
like
with
there
you,
is a
Rick.
guy in
I
a
see it.
suit wearing this. But I still love it.
I totally see that. And I can imagine like if they did do this, if the Henson like with the mouth moving and stuff, that'd be pretty sick in the eyeballs.
I'm very
With the
curious
old
how they're
puppet
going to
stuff.
articulate these, because these are NECA figures.
Yeah.
So these
I'm
sculpts
not
look
sure.
completely like statues, and I
think these
don't
ones are
see-
statue because I think they're just like prototypes.
They're just NECA's going to release statues of these.
No, I think when they
like,
come out,
they haven't
they'll
done
be
that yet.
articulated. These are
Well,
just
that's what
the early
No, but
shots.
what I'm saying is, based on these sculpts, I don't think these are going to translate to articulated figures very well. I think they're going to either have very weird, limited articulation, or these sculpts are going to get dramatically changed because you're right. They
depends.
look like practical suits, and that's not how.
It depends. I mean, it depends on how willing they are to break up the sculpt. But like,
The articulation on the
that
movie
doesn't-
figures aren't great anyway. They
Oh,
really
they're not.
aren't.
They're really not.
Yeah.
I'm just blown away by the Dungeons and Dragons NECA stuff and how rad those
Yeah.
move. So
Yeah, those were pretty good.
Yeah.
they look great. I mean, look at that dude's nipples, man. Those are good nipples. That's like you can tell that.
It's oddly.
You can tell
accurate.
that sculptor, zoomed in, had that thing, and worked that nipple for like an hour.
You're gonna have to do like a quiz where like just take pictures of nipples and take pictures of toy nipples, but zoomed in so that it's just
I'm
like
kind
real or
disappointed-
toy.
I'm kind of disappointed the chest hair also isn't the purple. I just think that would have been funny.
Well, you got paints. But
Oh,
maybe you
I'll
should-
definitely
maybe you
paint
should
it.
take up customizing. You could.
Oh, that's a good
do
idea
whatever
for a
you
channel.
want.
You could even change your name to My Buddy's Custom.
Oh,
My buddy.
which I got a slide for that later. Or
I love these Sakai
these, yes.
style
Oh my god.
turtles. I don't buy
I want
NECA
these
stuff.
so bad.
I will buy these.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I want these. These are so cool.
Those are cool.
Like Donnie looks good. I love
Has
that
anybody
lip curl.
Sorry, random, but has anybody ever
Okay.
filmed a review or unboxing of Mythic Legion's hands pack and feet packs? I think that'd be a killer
I
video.
don't know.
Not that I can think of.
Moving on.
Maybe Brick Something should do that.
No. Yeah, he should film it and never edit it. Dude,
There you go.
Leo looks like he's been punched a couple different times.
Yeah. So apparently I forgot to grab Usavi here, but he's also in there. But shifting a little bit into future past, I'm not sure. 2012 animated series.
Next slide.
Turtles. You don't like these?
No.
Oh. This show is actually really good.
I like the show and I like the design of the
Yeah.
turtles on that show. And the toys that came out at that time were pretty good too.
Oh yeah. Like the crack and Raph's shell here. You can literally see all the little scuffs.
The little like the extras that they come with are pretty cool. Like I will give NECA,
Yeah.
you know, that like they do include cool stuff.
Whoa,
to
that's
kinda go
cool.
with.
Little brain chicken?
Mhm.
Brain chicken. I forget the name of the character. Professor something.
That Donatello.
He's not a
that-
real professor, by the way.
No.
That thing is pretty awesome. That like they put a lot of personality into that little
Yeah.
stat sculpt.
And then
Oh,
of
he's
course
cute.
the most famous character of all, Ice Cream Kitty.
Ice Cream Kitty, yeah.
Yeah, this stuff was so not on my radar.
Oh, yeah.
What year was this?
This was
2012.
2012.
Oh, I just became a father and was probably zonked out of my brain.
It's
That is pretty dope.
the animation style just it doesn't I can't get into it. I know that everybody said like, oh, it's great and like, you know, give it a chance.
It was
but, like,
very
the
different
animation just
from what we
puts
had
me off.
before.
What were they going for? Like, is it like a samurai jack kind of like?
No, it's like a CGI almost look, but it's animated, and it's like
It was CGI.
But it's
Like,
it's
you said CGI, but it's animated.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. It just
Is it because they got like exaggerated proportions and stuff? Like that's what I'm wondering. Is that what you mean by animated?
I mean, proportions, are a design choice, right? I don't have a.
Oh no, but
problem
when
with
you say
that.
animated, I just wasn't sure because it's all animation. But do you mean like exaggerated cartoony? That's what you mean? Animated?
Yeah. I think that's like it is CGI. I'm not that's 100% what it is, but it's like the way that it's. I don't know. I tried to watch it a couple times.
It's kind of a basic, like blocky kind of look.
Yeah.
But I mean,
it's very much of the time, I think.
Yeah.
So do these feel more fleshed out than the actual CG back in the day?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the figures
I
look
love the
better
personality
than the
on
actual
these.
cartoon did.
Yeah, those feel very Disney. Like there's a lot of personality in their faces and stuff. These are cool.
These are from the last Ronin later year or
Revolution. Or
Yeah.
Revolution.
So these are basically the next generation turtles.
Yeah, so these are the babies from last Ronin grown up.
Are they regular turtles or are they mutant or something? Like
They're still
does
mutant
that brown one
turtles.
look like a bird? No, but
they're
does
still mutant turtles, but they're different species of turtles.
Oh, okay.
So in the same way that they've done that in other series, they've actually decidedly said these are 4 unique species of turtles mutated, which is why their proportions are so different. And
okay,
I think 2 of them are female.
I think so, yeah.
2 of the 4.
The one on the far left, and then I think the
third one there.
Third one in.
Yeah.
What the second one? He just that's like a costume.
I actually don't know.
I haven't read the book, but yeah, I think so. I think that's just like that's their ninja. Like
there's a turtle underneath
that kind of thing. Yeah, it's a turtle underneath. Yeah. But they're all they're all called one, but in 4 different languages. I can't remember.
That's actually cool. I can't think of them.
I'm so far behind in my comic books that I didn't buy the individual issues for this series. I really wanted to. I'm really looking forward to reading it. I really like the art style, and I really like this last Ronin universe. But I'm just gonna buy the trade and like read it on a plane on my way to a con or something like that. I haven't read it, but I like it. I like this last Ronin universe. I haven't gotten into the toys because where would I put them? But I really like these. I also like the last Ronin toys. You've got the April that comes with 2 of these as like babies, and then there's a figure that they revealed at Toy Fair that comes with the other 2 babies.
April as a grandma, and then their daughter Casey.
Was that like? Yeah, I think Mad Hatter was saying like called her a gilf.
I think a lot of people kind of were.
Yeah,
but I feel like that's an
gotta
artifact of just people having huge crushes on April O'Neil in every version. Up until the most recent one where people were like, that's not my April.
You got to watch Dan to Dan for some real gilf action. But anyways, moving on.
So switching up from turtles, Good Smile is doing some Zelda figures. Yeah. I brought this up for you, Brick. Look at that.
Did you order this, Brick?
No, I stupidly slept on both of them because I was like, I wasn't sure the scale. I wasn't sure how they'd sit next to Legions or some of my bigger figs, but they totally work. No, they're big, dude. Have you seen The Amazing's review of Link?
No.
He puts them next to Legions and AWOC.
It scales properly.
And, I mean, he's still
Link
a small
should be small
guy.
Yeah.
But it's not tiny like his head's tiny. It's like it works, and I'm bummed that I missed out on the others, but it's cool.
Apparently, Link is a short.
I'm one for toys.
You could just get the Jax one. It's pretty much the same, right?
Yeah, if I keep my eyes closed.
Like, that's dope.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing is. Oh god, I can't wait for that to show up.
I saw this next slide or next tab. I had to pull this in because I've been wanting a good Crow figure.
Oh, straight comic book style too.
Yeah.
Yes.
J.O. Barr. Can't rain all the
Got
time.
coat. He's got everything. Like,
What
this
is that
looks
far
great.
left? That's not his. That's another figure's.
No, that's
arm.
No, this is RoboCop. Yeah, because he's right here. There were also silhouettes for a movie Leprechaun. So the little Warwick Davis Leprechaun. And then
It's a 2-pack. It comes with a Jennifer Aniston figure as well.
And then I think they're also doing Terrifier.
Rumored, not confirmed.
That coat looks like Frankenstein creatures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What-
Which honestly, depending on the size of them, I just put the Frankenstein creature one on them.
Who is
Just
this?
See how it
Makes
looks.
it?
Is it?
Is this Trick or Treat Studios?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. Yeah, I think it's Trick or Treat Studios.
I wonder how they're gonna make that guy move, but I'm intrigued by how close it is to the comic.
Yeah.
Bad haircut and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Now we got McFarlane.
He's like, okay, now that I'm leaving, look at these really good women. on
You
the
asked
night.
for it, you get all women for 2025.
This one looks rad.
Figure actually looks really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is from the Woman of Tomorrow arc.
Now, is that a wired cape
Yes.
and skirt?
That's what I was wondering about the skirt.
Because
Enhanced,
if that
enhanced.
skirt looks like that all the time, it's kind of weird. But if it's wired,
I believe the skirt is sculpted.
is it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Starch. That was that was a radical shift you just did.
Yeah, yeah. This is like a collage of photos. Blame or Toy News.
T and I. Come on, JC.
Oh, classic Lex here.
Superpowers, like just getting superpowers right. Good thing because
Yep.
he's got plenty
Super
more
Friends.
characters to make in the next few years. Oh, never mind.
No, these are these Super Friends the same size as their Batman 66?
I believe so. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So these are
I
like
was
6
thinking they
inches.
were superpowers, but they looked a little bit off. So yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, I am tempted. This was totally my childhood, but
These look
I
good.
don't know. No, I don't. Let me open up Belualith and erase those ideas from my brain.
That
Finally,
spectacular.
finally get a proper.
Problem
Hawk
is
Girl.
that Mattel will make the same thing in a couple of years and they'll be better. So
And McFarlane finally listened. These wings have not appeared on any other character besides the Batman Who Laughs Tyrant figure. These are articulated wings.
That Hawk Girl is awesome looking.
This
she looks
figure is
great.
going to disappear fast just on those wings alone.
I would have loved a classic one too, but no, she looks great.
Yeah.
Those boots too.
Well, maybe
totally
that's what he'll do next.
bring me back. So, go back real quick. When you say articulated, are we just talking unfolding, or
Yeah.
is there like ball joints in those?
So
connections?
there's joints. There's two ball joints in the or like kind of ratchety.
Okay.
So the wings can go forward and back, and then
Okay.
these bottom parts, just the whole bottom part folds out.
just like the like, can you see my hands? Just like this, but not.
Yes.
Okay. Got it. She looks great.
Yeah, these wings, and from having the figure that was obviously used, because I bought it opened, those wings when you fold them out, they stay up. I had it sitting on my shelf for like months, and those wings did not move. Unlike the NECA gargoyle ones that just fall over all the damn time.
Mm-hmm.
Got a Mr. Terrific.
Plastic smell.
Didn't they just release him? I feel like he came
Yeah,
out.
this
and
is a different colored version of it.
Okay.
Then we got. I like this one. The Connor
You're a child
Hawk
of the
and
90s? No. And how old are you? It reminds me of Total Justice, but like in McFarlane form.
Oh.
Which is a thing, which makes sense to do. But it feels very Total Justice.
Good old Commissioner Gordon.
Out of everything that I've seen from Toy Fair, I never thought I'd say it, but I think this Commissioner Gordon is my favorite thing I've seen.
Nice. Interesting.
Except for the fact that all I see is diaper. Like I usually never complain about how people complain about all the figures got diapers. This one actually finally looks like he
Isn't
has
that the same figure they did for the Sam and Twitch?
Oh yeah, I think so.
I don't know. I love that jacket.
No, Ed, this one's Commissioner Gordon.
The color on that jacket is amazing.
If you just color his hair gray, it suddenly becomes appropriate.
Yeah, I was wondering about that because I figured, at his age, if he's a little older, if he's the older Jim Gordon,
Did they mention like which version it is? Like maybe it's a reference to a
I'm guessing it's younger.
I think you might be right. You might be onto something.
Yeah, it doesn't really say.
Year one.
And the best
That's,
Superman in the back.
That's what I was thinking, like a year one version or something.
They got another Superman coming up that looks really good.
Superman and Godzilla, I guess.
Yeah, that one's got like a screaming head is the only head option that comes with that one.
Our Man, hell yeah.
Yeah, I love the old JSA stuff, man.
Mm-hmm.
I just got that Wildcat too.
I don't know this one, but I think it's
That's Batman, but
Another Batman.
Old
Mango
Uh,
Man.
He fell in a big pool of
I
Kool-Aid.
think it's from the 60s comics,
It
but
is.
I don't recall why he's orange.
I guarantee you he was in the Lego Batman movie. Damn good movie.
So yeah, that
Not this one,
body's
right?
good.
Curtis?
Yeah,
Just
not
kidding.
that one. I mean,
I know which
that's
one
not-
you're talking about.
That's not the. I mean, it's not terrible, but I don't like the screaming head on it.
Well,
Eating
this one I feel
eating
like
a burger, Superman.
I mentioned Total Justice earlier. I feel like they were really channeling that old line with this kind of like 90s extreme. He just needs a mullet. Oh, speaking of 90s extreme.
Yeah,
That's
that looks
freaking
good.
cool.
I like that.
That looks awesome.
I'm not gonna buy it, but it looks good.
I will buy it.
I thought this suit was great, like back in the day.
Yeah, me too.
Loved it.
That wasn't my thing.
Starman.
Paint job on him looks good.
Well, if
Right?
you look closely, he's got like a whole bunch of like iridescent stars on
Yeah,
him.
he's
and
got the
stuff.
stars all over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Purple suit, Batman, because can't just have orange.
That's because Alfred washed red socks with his bat suit.
I'm pretty sure, like, yeah, there were comics back in the day where he's purple, but I think it was like a printing thing. This guy, Curtis.
Hell
Yeah. I think this. I mean, at
My
least the
only-
face. I think it's the best face that they've done on a Superman.
My only minor complaint is the large black border around the S.
I love the black border on the logo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little too bold for what the rest of the suit is.
I think it's.
But also the rest of the suit, it doesn't have the art lines of like the muscles, whereas the picture it's from does. So that helps.
Yeah, this
blend
is,
it out.
I'm all over this. In fact, I'll.
But as far as like
find
body
multiples
sculpt,
of this.
yeah. And the head's good. Like there's some Superman heads out there that he makes the Masterverse He-Man heads look good.
Pause, bud. Curtis, you were saying, did you get it out or any? You kept getting.
Oh, I just definitely am gonna have to get multiples of these. I love this one, but he's had some really, really bad Superman faces, and this one is the best. So
I've noticed in these, like all of these McFarlane, like it seems like every figure is in a different package. And I open all my toys, so that would be relevant in my sort of life. But
yeah, this is their digital, so it's like you get the figure, but there's also a digital version you can download.
But it's just so confusing. Like if you're trying to collect a line and you're collecting like McFarlane DC, there's so many variations of like box
and it's like not only is it
format
McFarlane, not only is it the DC Direct, but it's the DC Direct digital.
Yeah, I mean they all fit with each other. It's just the packaging.
Once they're out of the box, you're
and
fine.
If you're an inbox collector, I mean, there's something wrong with you anyway.
Like this one looks like it's completely different than any of the other ones so far, too.
That looks like a page puncher, though.
That is a
page puncher. It's
okay, yeah. Oh yeah, because they're doing page puncher in stock now, right?
I was gonna say I can't tell the name, but at first I was like, "Is this Atom Smasher?" But it's not.
What was the one that Scott made?
The Mighty Spectre.
There you go, Spectre.
I couldn't even think of the name.
Spectre.
What they need to do is put out a Nuclear Man from the 4th film. I would love that as a figure.
That's Hazmat Man.
Have they not done that yet?
Hell, now
silently judging
Curtis.
Yeah,
Curtis. This is the best Superman.
Okay,
I like this
He's
one
like,
too.
"Do you even lift, bro?"
Is this Fleischer? This is meant to be a Fleischer thing, or is it something else?
No, this is Alex Ross. Kingdom Come.
Yeah,
looks like he designed that chest.
But his hair's so dark. He doesn't look old.
Captain America.
This is the shots from like just before he left, when he takes that like 20-30 year break.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything bad about Alex Ross, but that's that's not my Superman.
So much negativity.
No,
that's all.
Just not my Superman.
No, it's fine. Like he's wrong, but I mean, it's fine. It's okay to be wrong.
I mean, there's a good chance that I'm wrong because I like the fucking mullet Superman from after he died. So
I low key love that one too because I have the comic. I had the comic as like I had the Death of Superman, but then I only had the first issue when he came back, and I read that thing constantly.
It's
like
pretty iconic.
When he is floating outside of Lois's window, she opens up the curtain and she's like Clark, and you just see the Superman logo and
He's got the black suit and the mullet.
Yeah,
Johnny Bravo Superman.
And so these
they kind of did anybody read that that Superman miniseries? There was like 10 issues where he had the white suit. It was like kind of similar, like energy suit. It was recent, like 2024, I think, even 2020.
I probably haven't read it. No, I haven't read many new ones.
Nothing new.
It's cool.
So someone was mentioning the Universal Monster TMNT figures.
Yeah, see, this is so Curtis was saying that Jim Gordon was his favorite thing. My favorite thing is you see the right arm of it,
the
right
Krang.
All of these
that one.
These sculpts are ridiculous. They're all what's his name? Oh my god, vinyl artist who did like a bunch of Mondo. He did
he did all the Universal Monster ones, or he did?
Yeah, he's done all the Universal Monsters, including the Michelangelo, which is like if you look at them, they all have like again a shared art direction because it was all done by one guy.
That Krang though is without a doubt the most iconic one as far as his style.
Yeah, and
I can't remember his name either.
Yeah, he did the Man Thing for Mondo back in the day. He did that Colossus Juggernaut recently, or that Juggernaut.
Oh,
it's just
the big guy, the big juggernaut.
yeah.
Oh, I
it's,
love that thing.
It's
Yeah.
killing me. I'm gonna look it up. I'm getting old.
That Mondo
that
Man
juggernaut.
thing, I wish I had got that.
I just want one of those to like keep in bed with me. I know that sounds weird, but
Here he is.
James Groman, killing me.
That is really
killing me, Smalls.
This
that's
crane
totally
is so cool.
Oh,
thanks, man. This is perfect. Just like Metaluna Mutant. But see, what's weird about this whole line is that it seems like between this one and the sort of like two-headed one, there's some mashing up going on. Because Metaluna Mutant doesn't have the 3D thing, but whatever, or the hairy legs. So, but this thing's badass, and I kind of don't care if it doesn't move that much.
All right,
because it looks like, it looks like a Safubi thing. It's rad,
ridiculously cool.
The color change, like going from like blue to kind of green to yellow, like, and then down to red, like the whole color, like going from
and then the 3D glasses and the
yeah. Is Hyperdelic still here? But yeah, that thing's dope.
I saw these, but I kind of saw those pictures just randomly in Instagram and stuff like that. I didn't realize that these were the NECA Universal Monster line being extended to like not be Universal Monsters really at all. Like these are so far removed from what we've gotten so far.
Yeah, I mean they ran out of the classic Universal Monsters, but Metaluna's, like classic old horror sci-fi movie. And I don't know what this is or what it's based on, if anything.
It's cool though.
Yeah. Look at that. That's straight up, Harryhausen, man. That thing is cool.
And then they're going to re-release the first movie Turtles, so people have a second chance to get them, which is great because
that
I
in the
want
back?
them.
Is that
This is Kevin Eastman, Trash Man.
He was like a background
cameo.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Of course, we got those. See if there's any we missed. Nope.
Balloolith. Did you get any of the Loyal Subjects mask stuff?
Yes. Up there is Isagi.
That was already released. That Stan Sakai Usagi Samurai has been out for a while. They've done a couple of them. So it's kind of cool that they're doing, the turtles to kind of go with that.
I think that's pretty. Oh, and then there's the Night Watch characters from the last Ronin. So there's Casey, Leo, Mikey, Donnie, and April.
April went to 8 Mile.
Right. But these are cool.
Did they ever put out the Mirage April? Because I really liked that figure. And
it's packaged here. When they were showing off these, it was packaged and it was set to come out soon.
Okay.
But this is the Gilf April that everyone's crazy about.
I don't know. Maybe if I read that, I'd be into it. But...
No,
April,
I mean, even if you read
daughter.
it, I don't know. I don't see it. I don't know why.
Honestly, I don't see it either. I don't judge that kind of thing, but it's like, I didn't see that originally, and I'm like, ooh, Gilf.
No.
Mountain Man Mikey.
Captain Cold Mikey.
Right?
Look it on.
These are really cool, man. All of this stuff. I just enjoy it from afar.
See, there's April. You can see her on the far right here.
Okay.
Damn the Flash.
Terrible picture of her.
Right. There we go.
There we
and
go.
for Oz, which he's gone, but there was a glow in the dark
Fugitoid.
I feel like it's been like a year since they showed off that April, so I've been like, when is that coming out?
Right.
That's the one who's like the skin tone. People were wondering what it's
Yeah.
actually going to be.
Whether
For
she'll
the
be black or
natural.
not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean she's darker. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I just thought it looked really good. Like I thought it looked like a cool
Yeah.
version of her.
I'll save this one for Oz when he gets back. If he does.
What is that modeled after? Is it
The
supposed to be like
Romulus
a
one, right?
Romulus, the new one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Which was
Bud,
fantastic. I watched that recently. It was so good.
What's
It was
up,
so
Oz?
good. I
was-
went out and bought Xenomorphs.
It
Oz
got
says
you
he
to
wasn't
buy
coming
Xenomorph.
back, Bud.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, we'll start with this then. He looks pretty dope.
Yeah, those things are cool.
They're kind of
I have a-
sleeker. They're kind of like, yeah, I don't know. That Romulus did justice, I think, to the IP.
Yeah, it was really good.
Mm-hmm. I saw it like a couple weeks ago, and I loved it.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference with the one you have, Thanos?
That's what I'm wondering because it looks pretty similar.
Is this NECA?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the alien Romulus alien or xenomorph too, so I don't know. Like, I mean, my lighting's terrible. So.
Romulus Ultimate. I don't know if there was like a non-ultimate version.
No, that's the name of their line.
Mm.
Not to be confused with Super 7 Ultimate.
Between
I've always
like
thought that's
people
hilarious.
doing Ultimate, Deluxe, and Maximum, I can't. Those words don't mean anything anymore.
Extreme.
But yeah, it doesn't look any different.
No.
I think you get one extra chest burster compared to like what this one came with.
Yeah.
Wish they'd give him a top hat. Oh.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my baby.
But it's a cool figure. Like if you want a xenomorph, it is cool.
Ultimate
awesome.
Oscar the Grouch and a thing of dick noses.
Yeah, what are those?
I don't know.
What the?
Snuffy's
What are
kids?
What are
Snuffleupagus' kids? I don't.
I mean, it's gotta be. There's gotta be a reference for it, but I have no idea.
Well, I think Dick Noses is where I call it quits. So,
Dick noses. I'm out of here.
yeah.
Hold on before you go.
Yeah.
I will tease you with that. There you go.
Oh,
Matt.
okay. It's cool.
Are you in on these, Curtis?
I don't know. It's just going to depend on price.
99
They look,
bucks.
they
for
look
that.
cool though. I like that they kept it at the same scale and everything. So.
They released price points.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
How are
The Raptor copter is $30, and then they kind of go 40 for Matt Tracker. I think 50, 55, and then 99 for the Rhino.
For the Rhino.
That's not bad
Fucking
at all.
all in on that motherfucker. That
Yeah,
line
me
is
too.
sick as hell.
That's nice.
Love it.
All right, I'm out. I'll see you guys later.
All right, Curtis. have a good
Later.
Mask. I remember
You like
him.
his pants?
Harry? Was it Harry? No, Harold. What was his name? It was one of those that was like kind of just disappeared once Elmo showed up. That's the one. Was I
The
talking to you guys? Or
OG
was that
head?
in Discord? I think that was in a Discord. Yeah. Wait, was it in Clubhouse? Did I put that in there?
No,
You did.
I don't
That's
think
the
so.
old school head. Yeah, that's like but that's like a transition one. That's like the 70s. The one from like the late 60s was like even more hurt than that. But it's cool. I see that and I was like, yeah, that totally brings me back to. I'm glad that they gave that alt head. Oh,
Rick,
wait,
you're
go back.
old.
Go back.
Oh,
wait.
I'm totally old. That's Mr.
Cooper?
What's the name of the
Hooper.
Yeah.
Hooper?
Hooper. With an
Hooper.
H.
Yeah.
Who
Yeah,
died.
Hooper.
Yeah. He,
He always tried to give us an apple, didn't he?
Yeah.
He always wanted to give us some healthy food. I told him, no, Mr. Hooper, I don't want that. I want cereal. I don't want an apple.
Ooh, Oscar
These
the
things are
Grouch.
really cool. Do we know how big Big Bird is?
They had it.
Man.
They had it next to other figures. It's pretty big. I don't know if that picture is going to be in this, but he's like proportionally correct compared to the other figures.
Victor Wembanyama. He's as tall as Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
Hey, Ed, did you ever go get that cereal?
No, I forgot to grab it when I was at the store, and I had it on my wrist.
Oh, damn it!
But it was hilarious because right after we got done with Rad Dom stream last night, Kenzo, I was watching some a compilation of like old cartoons from the 80s, and there was 2 commercials for chocolatey Cocoa Pebbles.
Hell yeah! Turn to milk chocolatey, baby.
Oh, there you go. You get the dick noses in the trash can.
So weird.
I don't know what it.
That is
I vaguely remember that, but I don't remember.
Hoard around. Snuffy hoard around had some kids, and they're all kids coming out.
But there you go. There's a reference for like how big Big Bird is compared to like Oscar's trash can, which is like that's
weird blue
accurate.
guy.
That's an accurate 112 trash can, or larger than 112 trash can.
What are they? I don't know what they're. It's NECA. I don't buy their shit, so I don't know what
7
the
inches.
scale is.
They run
Ken,
big.
whoever's running the show, pull up Allison's chat.
I don't have that power.
Oh, of course we're doing it at the same time.
He's a grower, not a shower. You always could count on Allison.
What is it? Those?
See, this is what perplexes me about.
Oh, it is Terry Monster. Sorry, yes.
This is what perplexes me about what McFarlane's doing. Is they're doing Page Puncher 5-inch of what kind of look like a weird hybrid of the IDW and the 2012 Turtles.
Yeah, I don't know. With these,
and it's sort of like, what are you? What's the angle that? Like, why would somebody buy these over? Over either the Loyal Subjects or a NECA figure or whatever. Like, what's the like? This is where McFarlane confuses the hell out of me. Like, he just makes things that I'm just not sure that there's a demand for them sometimes.
See, the thing is, I think I've cracked the code because when I remember, I try and remind myself that, like, obviously I have my bubble, right? And like we talk about toys all the time, and we have a perspective of McFarlane. But these things sell, and they sell at retail. So it's like there are people out there who don't know that there are better figures or options.
And there's
hardcore
McFarlane fans that are like, oh, great, now I can buy Turtles. It's like, okay, that's weird, but it's maybe.
Too. Yeah. But I just suspect that there are people, and I didn't mean that as dickish as I made it sound, but it's true. Like, they don't necessarily know.
It's absolutely true. Yeah.
A figure
So they're
with
just like,
a
McFarlane
comic
makes
book
toys.
is a great idea, though. So you can get like a kid something. It's like they get the figure and they have a story to go with it. Like
Auntie gets them a toy, and that's what she grabs. Oh, they got turtles. Here you go. It says extra.
Yeah, if it wasn't for my
I mean,
auntie, I would never have
McFarlane
thought
price
of it.
points are always good too, right? So like,
like 20, 25.
I like that they exist.
Plus, he's got a good contract with Ross. Oh no. That is one thing though, like you said when you were talking about the inboxing, like I'm never an inbox collector, but if you like the G.I. Joe people, they would lose their minds with McFarlane because you've got that one commemorative collection or something else, and then you got platinum, and then you got the gold standard and the silver, and you're like, what the fuck is going
then
on?
they're direct and just normal retail, and
then
it's
the
it's
digital,
all over the place.
like
It's all over the place.
Yeah.
Well, and then his Page
He's got
Puncher,
more ADD
these are
than me.
5-inch. The others are 7 or 3. Like,
Yeah, it's just the inconsistency of it. It's just like scattershot, and it's so confusing to me. Like I just genuinely am confused. But maybe that again, like Brick was sort of saying, like we're collectors and we kind of like follow lines and we kind of like follow, we have our own collector rules and stuff like that. It maybe McFarlane's approach is just get shit on pegs. Who cares what it is
Todd
or
says
what it looks
it's really
like?
cool. It's really cool. Put it out. It's really cool.
Yeah.
The other thing I like in it, I don't know, not a good analogy, but like, for the longest time, people have like their car preferences. And I know people who would be like straight imports. I love Japanese cards, and like they would never, ever, ever, ever dream of buying an American car, a Ford.
Yeah.
And they just love that stuff, and they never would. But then there's like other people who are like, the Japanese stuff sucks, you know. So there's this market for people that I don't think they ever look at anything else. Like, why should they? Especially if McFarlane's making everything, right? Like every movie and Batman 66. So it's kind of feels to them as like, oh, that's the one toy company.
I don't need to go anywhere else. I'll just get all this stuff. Yeah, maybe.
These things are rad. Sorry, Kenny.
Yeah.
But damn.
Don't drop it.
Sorry.
Don't drop it. It'll break. No, I'm just joking. Just kidding. Dude, I like Mythic Legions.
I know you
fuck
do.
with you guys
I know
because
you do.
I had my live last night, and I saw a different live where I saw 6 or 7 grown people completely rationalizing on why they were going to buy this dragon. And it's like, dude, if you like it, like buy
Just
it.
get
That's
it.
okay. You don't have to
Yeah.
sit there and talk shit about the cat's lair and say, well, it's
Yeah.
thin plastic and the paint sucks and this and that. It's like, dude, I love the fucking cat's lair, but you know what? That dragon's cool. I'm not going to buy it, but it's cool. I'm not going to shit on what you like, but don't shit on other things just to rationalize that you can purchase something. Just say you like it and then move on. It's cool. We're grown, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway. Everything is worth what somebody will pay for it. That's
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So, you know, they've figured out, you know, all these companies that successfully sell toys have figured out what the price point is that their collectors will pay. And it doesn't have to be a reflection of another toy line or another toy. It's just,
you like it. Yeah.
If you like it and the value's there, you're going to buy it. And if you look at another toy and it looks exactly the same to you, but it's more expensive or whatever, that doesn't mean, you know, it's not always a reflection of cost either. Sometimes markets dictate pricing and you pay too much for something based on, or you don't pay too much, but like you pay more for something that you see more value in. That's just the way people work, right? Like it's
Well, just like that cat's lair went on for $1,000 at Big Bad Toy Store, and it sold out like right away. And I was like, damn, I thought I was paying a lot when I got it the first time around, you know.
Oh, there's people that missed it, and then they kind of came back around. They could pre-order it and then kind of save up for it in their brains. No collector's ever successfully saved up for anything. That's a fallacy, but there's always something else you're going to buy.
Mental gymnastics we play
exactly.
with ourselves, right?
I have a mythic moment here before the monster. Joe. Oh, maybe Joe's busy. Never mind.
Joe's chatting.
Joe!
Okay. I was going to ask about the accessories.
4 horsemen, Joe. 4 horsemen.
I suspect he's parenting right now.
Yeah.
I was talking to my son, but not about anything super important. So
didn't mean to interrupt parenting.
No,
I just wanted...
no parenting, just talking. But what
Well, no, I'm curious about this stuff. How much of this stuff I'm trying to figure out what I recognize, what I don't. So, like her pauldron, that sort of over the shoulder thing she's got.
Yeah, it plugs into the back adapter slot and then holds the cage with the snake in it.
I almost hit
He's
remove
talking
on
about the
myself.
strap with the skull, right?
Yeah, the strap of the skull. Is that new?
Yes. Yeah, that's unique for her. I haven't seen that before.
And all this stuff, her belt is unique to her too. Is that right?
Yes, with the whip on it. Because she's a Beastmaster.
Damn. It's just like there's so much cool stuff on this thing.
Yeah.
And the soft goods. And then I'm team no nose.
See, I put the nose on her. I like that head a little bit better, but either one is good. The bottom comes off of that cage too. You can take the snake out of there.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's like the stuff with Frankenstein.
Yep.
The
bird, the sleeve just slides right over her pauldron. You just pop her hand off and slide the forearm cover on there, and it's got the bird on it.
Dubon. Is it heavy like Dubon's and kind of flop over?
No, I think because it's skeletal, it's a lot lighter. Okay. So it doesn't. I haven't had mine flop over like Dubon's does nearly as much.
I haven't either.
Man, this wave is killer. This is the one that I've been waiting on just because it's uber metal, like ridiculous darkness.
Hey,
It's
Brick, what does
crazy
this
that it was
picture look like
solicited
upside down?
over 2 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. It was 2 years ago, and I was in this room freaking out by myself and said, "Never again." Hey Ed, do you want to hang out with me for a free reveal? Let's be nerds online together.
That was a good day.
It was a good day.
Oh,
All
look,
right,
there's
sorry.
Gem right behind it too.
Yeah, now back to this. What were you saying,
Back
Kenny? What
to-
did it look like?
I
Did
said,
you
speaking
figure-
of dick nose.
I was watching. Kenny did an Insomniac stream last night, and clearly you were also like processing. I know you had a big day today, but I was
Oh
like, "Yeah,
man,
dude, pull it up. Now,
Turn it
now
around.
turn the image upside down."
What does it look like? I'm all looking at the teeth and the horns. I'm like, I don't know. And then, oh god, dick and balls.
Sorry,
Dude, his no. But then somebody was like STD dick too. Like not even just.
No, it's there's all sorts of stuff going on with this guy.
Oh.
Sorry, parents.
And
if
yeah,
you wanna get
Allison last night, the lady kept calling Scott Knightlick the toy goober, and she just kept saying toy goober. Oh, that was a pretty good one last night. Oh, and
I
thank
think
you,
this is cool, though.
Brick and company for popping my cherry last night. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
What he's
That was-
trying
that
to
was very-
say is,
It's very nice.
Kenzo's Creation channel now has super chats.
Yay!
So a lot of
They,
super chat.
they rode me hard and put me away wet. It was good. Something like that.
Damn. You had more left in you after I got done with you on random stream?
Yeah, I had a little bit
Jeez.
left. A little bit left.
Good man.
And I had to get up early and go to the funeral today. So there you go.
Yeah, man.
Well, after I watched you iron your clothes, man, I was pretty hot. So, you know.
I was getting the steamy. It was all steamy
Yeah.
on that. I had it on steam press for that iron.
All right, my little monster, my pet monster.
Yeah. What I'm really excited for, and I have a reason to be,
It's right next to him. My buddy.
I had this doll, not this version. Mine had the sorry, my dog's playing with their toy. There's the shoes that came off, and mine, the eyes blinked.
Oh, creepy as hell, then, right?
Yeah.
The murder version. Yeah.
Right.
Did it ever wink at you just occasionally in the evenings?
Oh yeah.
It just gets.
What's actually a funny story about that? So I still have mine. He's somewhere here. I'm actually trying to find him. But a couple years ago, my sister's boyfriend was just terrified by the doll. So I would take it and I'd put it under his covers, or if I knew he was going to go take a shower, I'd set it in the shower or on his computer chair. So when he came in and turned the chair around, there it was sitting there, and I terrified him so many times with it. It was hilarious.
Trauma. Let me talk to you about trauma.
But yeah, I'm excited for this. I want one. I need them.
So you said not this version. So was this a previously made version at some point?
This was like
same
the
design?
first version.
This is like the original version.
This is the original.
Okay.
And mine, it just had eyes that could blink, and then the shoes were I think they were white shoes.
They were
actually
white
rubber
plastic shoes.
Yeah, you could actually take them off. Whereas this is just kind of sewed into the feet.
How much is that one anyway? Did they show a price point on it yet?
I didn't see a price.
I didn't see
Hopefully
it
not too
anyway.
much.
Yeah, it can't be too much. There's not much to it,
But
right?
they're so this is loyal subjects, but they're including the Play School logo.
Oh yeah, on the bottom.
Mhm.
So they're going full retro for some of this stuff.
Wherever I go, he goes.
I had to pull this one here. My sister, I actually just showed her this figure today, and she was like, "Oh my gosh, I need to
Yeah,
have
this looks
it."
good. I think these are
Look at
already out.
Look at her comb.
Yeah,
her
They
gem
are,
comb.
Allison, did you ever grab one?
There's they revealed a misfit, one of the misfits too, I think, today.
Throw your thing down, flip it, and reverse it.
Flipping up and down, yep. Something like that.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, cool.
That is a rubber dog toy in the back. Gem is out. None of the other ones are.
Yeah.
Still trying to find one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've been looking forward to. Just
Yeah.
And Lone Dragon, his brother, had the original, and the eyes were like that, and the shoes came off. Don't remember the hat being like that though. Carol found gem at Walmart.
Yay.
And
Hey.
sorry we forgot about you, chat. Stanley says in elementary, my brother put a plastic Halloween spider in my mom's bed. She sprayed her ankle jumping out of bed.
Oh my god,
that's
awesome.
tragic, but
In
funny.
in 2025, that would be filmed and on the internet.
Yes. And Allison would be sending it to me on Instagram. Yeah.
These look great, and I think if for anybody that doesn't have the vintage ones, this is a great opportunity.
I have the vintage ones. I still want it.
Yeah. Oh well, I mean, or like I've heard people that are like, "Well, why do I need these if I already have the vintage ones?" You don't. You don't need any toys. But I love Mask. I love that these transform. I love that they kind of do cool stuff.
A couple little extras here and there, blast effects,
They added
top to
articulation to the figures too.
Yeah,
like the knees,
the shoulders
there's
have
a hinge at the shoulder. Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
Their faces have eyes that actually have eyeballs.
Their eyes are kind of creepy though.
They are a little wonky,
but they're also 1/24 scale, so I'll let it go. Plus, you're gonna put a mask on them anyway, so who cares?
Yeah, those.
But
masks
these are
too
gonna be
cool not to
fun.
leave them on.
We're gonna play with these. These are gonna be cruising around on our living room floor, so I'm excited
Dude, I
about
love
these.
it.
Have they talked about how far they want to go with this line, or are they going to see?
No. This is the first
All of
offering.
them.
Like
No, joking.
there's not that many. Is the
No,
thing?
there's not.
Right? Like even if
No.
they did all of them, it would only take them a couple years to cover everything. There was only what 3 series. There's like these are effectively like series 1.
I had all these ones except for the Rhino when I was a kid.
Even if they get into the really obscure stuff, there's not that many to make.
No.
I think like the great thing about this is that like price point wise, even if you look at the Rhino for $99 and you're like, yeah, it's a bit expensive. Good luck getting a vintage Rhino that's complete.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, let alone the price that you're going to pay for this stuff, because it's.
But if I have one, why do I
crazy.
need these? Just kidding.
Which is fair if you've got one. Like,
It's not fair. It's the stupidest question in the world. Like, just don't talk. Just go sit in the corner and enjoy your Rhino.
But you don't need it. I mean, you don't need your vintage one either. That's the
Again,
that's the
people
answer,
always
right?
forget that the entire toy community is not about them.
Is not their
I just
their
love
collection.
that hello guys.
Right.
Why do I need this if I already? It's like you just. Why are you asking that question, dude?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's
No,
Yeah,
I
treat 'em
had
like
like
10
I'm
like
I'm looking at the
11:30 at
only
night.
mask toy in my collection, and it's the red car. But this one I'll definitely buy because that one's half busted, and it's like, I think it's probably worth a lot of money, so I don't let my kids play with it.
Well, look at the side view mirrors on the new one. Look at that.
Yeah, it's updated.
Yeah.
Like everything.
Freaking love
and
that.
Everybody's been saying like, oh, they're like 1-to-1 to the vintage, and I'm like, no, they're not. Like, if you
Mm-mm.
look closely, like there's little design things where like these are modern toys. Like they've made these better than the vintage ones.
Even if you have the vintage one, right? You're better off buying this one, like the re-releases, so you can at least fart around with them,
Play with them, yeah, exactly.
Open the door.
Well,
I think
This is $40. Like that's a good price for what
That's,
you're
it was
getting.
30 or 25 when we were kids, right? So it's not that much more.
It's less if you convert it.
If you if you
for-
convert it,
for,
yeah.
like it's
As soon as the ramen one came out, this is the hope I had. As soon as that Machina line came out, I just kept thinking, someone's gonna do it sometime. It's gonna happen, and yay! So
Yeah.
because I didn't get any ramen stuff, I just
those doors
nothing
look
against
better,
ramen
too.
stuff. I
Like
just
I'm looking at my vintage one and I'm like, the details on this just look better. Like it just looks sharper. It looks cleaner.
Yeah. And who knows how those doors are going to pop up. I always know mine sometimes, like the one door wouldn't pop up. So you had to fix that little safety pin looking thing on the inside. So both
I had to
wings would
do
go
that.
up. And
I had to do that a couple months ago. Yeah.
Yeah. This looks great, man. God, they look good. I'm excited.
I think that's the problem when that, you know, there's just those people out there that when they see someone excited about something or something makes them happy, they're like, gosh, that really bothers me. How can I ruin it?
So so Allison's put in our Clubhouse chat like a little walkthrough that John Warden did with the Loyal Subjects mass line. Is John Warden one of the guys that just got laid off by Hasbro like 6 months ago? He was like one of their like tenured employees in like the boys toy line, and now he pops up doing Mask at Loyal Subject, which is technically a Hasbro owned IP. Like these Hasbro layoffs are a weird kind of smoke and mirrors thing where I just
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like Corey Cantalupe is another example of like I know for a fact that like when he got laid off, he was like, I'm not that worried. Like there's other like people were knocking on his door the next day. I think it's just odd that like that's how they go about.
Yeah, I think it's the way the industry's structured and just like in general.
Yeah,
the notion of a steady job.
Yeah, it kind of doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, let me take that back. An actual job where you're not a contractor, even because a lot of these companies do contract, just doesn't exist. So, like a lot of folks, you know, before the whole teaching thing, I was doing graphic design stuff, and it was just the norm of just like, oh, I guess I've got a gig today. Oh, I don't. Or yeah, I moved in here, and there was just this feeling, especially if you've been around and you have talent and skill and honestly people skills,
and you know people that
like it's just a different deal. But
yeah, I'm almost positive that John Warden was at Hasbro in that last round of layoffs, and now he's doing a walkthrough of a Hasbro IP for another company, which is it's just weird.
And I'm not trying to yuck anyone's yum, but I was never into Mask. And, you know, obviously, like, you probably heard me talk about toys before.
They're the mighty power that will save the day, Brick.
Yeah.
Come on.
The K for command always made me just a little bit nervous. But no,
you were a teacher your whole life, weren't you, Brick? Damn it. I knew it. So this is the old one for that vote line, just so you guys saw. I'm sorry, I had it up, so I just wanted to show it real quick. That's what we were voting on. It looked way different, Adam.
But that looks more like the old one. Like that looks more like the vintage one with the weird
purple
tentacle monster.
Sorry, Brick. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Oh no,
my brain works a little weird.
We were like, you know, Star Wars and G.I. Joe, and my parents were pretty much like, that's your lane. You're not really allowed to, even though they cheated every now and then. But so when things like Mask came along, I just kind of admired it from afar. But there was always something about the concept that just never quite worked with me, especially once we got to like, I forget who it was. Someone was dreaming the other night, sort of saying like, oh, what if we could get G.I. Joe in this scale so we get vehicles, and then what if we, you know, these things could scale well with like Transformers. And that was the thing that always messed with me, is because like Transformers was coming around, you had these vehicles that would transform into full-on like robots. I was like, that is so cool. And then it was just like, again, I don't mean to yuck the yum, but it just never calculated in my head. I was like, well, no, it's a car, and then the doors open and then it can fly. There was just something about that the
transformations are pretty weak when you actually like
and the car one was
got its own
there's
power.
A Jeep that opens and a boat comes out. It doesn't even transform.
It just flies a helicopter that turns into a jet. I mean, that's
that right there. That was the one that was like
with the helicopter. Yeah,
I was just
and
like,
but it's just the thing just flips up and you flip out the little
But in when you look at the cartoon line, I mean, those are complete playability for a kid, though. Like if you have a tub and you want to shoot that thing in there, that's awesome. But the cartoon line is more along for the Mask itself. Like the Mask had the power to do whatever, and Scott and T-Bob were always getting into hijinks, and you know,
I hope they do Scott and
T-Bob. Scott and T-Bob were way cooler than me. Like the robot that turned into a scooter and stuff.
Yeah.
Like
dude.
That
And
was
Scott
all
was
about.
always like, he was doing shit, and then Matt was just like, hey, Scott, maybe try not to do that next time, but good job. It's like he was such a good dad. He always encouraged his kid. Didn't tell
My
his kid
thought
to shut the fuck up. It was nice.
as a kid, my thought was like it was like for people who were into Hot Wheels, but like we're just really into cars, but wanted to kind of be superhero stuff, but not really.
Not
So
really.
give me a car that turns into another car, or like you said, a helicopter.
So you're all in on the line then, Brick? No.
No, I'm just watching you guys and see you.
But if
enjoy
Scott and
it.
T-Bob come, you're getting them.
I don't know.
Because T-Bob
give me-
is a
if-
robot
if
that
you give me
turns into a
112
scooter.
Dude, that and then the Transformers movie, taking Spike's kid and turning him into like a suit, that was the shit right there.
There you go.
Anyways, I digress. Mask, congratulations, guys. Mobile Armor Strike Command with a K.
Okay.
A little suspect. But
Well, with me, with Kenzo's creations, I should have because you know what? You put too many, and then
You're
it's not
getting
good.
dangerously
You leave
close.
those K's alone.
Mhm.
That's why I still have a Kenzo's with a customs with a C and creations with a C. You don't want to put too many of those together. Yikes! Yikes!
Why I was lucky my brother's middle name didn't start with a K. His first name's Carl with a K.
Oof.
Did you tell Allison? Does she know?
She knows. I told her it had to be Carl because he's an alcoholic who's kind of a fucked up in life anyway. So.
There you go.
You got any
All
more
right,
slides,
fellas.
bud?
I'm crashing,
no.
so I got to get
That was
going.
it.
I've been up since early this morning, so
Yeah.
Have a
Right
good
on,
night,
Wait, Joe,
everybody.
look. Wait, Joe, look. Hold on. Look.
Yeah,
Later, Joe.
that looks kind of familiar. Did you print that, Kenny? Or
Yeah, I was on that guy's Patreon. It was Faker Battle Cat had me get on this guy's Patreon, and it was like $25 a month. But I got some really cool scans or parts for Mythics. Yeah,
those are awesome, man. I'm trying to think.
And
that,
and the cat too.
and that is awesome. Yeah, freaking love those.
So if you guys need any, I don't know what size you need, but let me know. I can send you off some, and you can paint them.
Hey,
For
Joe,
the dragons would definitely be ogre scale, but like for the Arakagor bodies.
He's really cool, and he has 3 different styles where the horns either go out like this or just straight back. There's 3 different sets of horns for that guy.
Nice. Yeah, that's awesome.
But I'll get with you,
Yeah.
Joe. If I could figure out the size and stuff, I'll ship some out to you so you can.
Okay, it looks
play
like the
with them.
ball peg is a little small too, maybe, but yeah.
Yeah, but I probably printed them small. I just kind of wanted to
Right.
see what they look like, so I scaled them
Gotcha.
down quite a bit.
Right.
I could scale them up as big as I need to.
Definitely looks super cool. So right on.
All right,
Hey
Joe, have a
Joe,
good night.
before you go, real quick,
Uh-huh.
I just want to let you know, look out for the Brick Something channel. I'm going to open this up and walk you through all 30 hands, all the articulation.
I just want
Every-
you to do something with each hand, Brick, with
Yeah,
a figure,
okay.
reaching for, high up on the shelf, closing
It's
a
gonna be
door,
great.
that kind of
Yeah.
stuff. So
In-depth
I'm
review,
looking forward
baby.
to it. Yeah, right on.
Good to see you, Joe.
Right
Later,
on.
Joe.
Good night, man.
Awesome.
Hey,
All right.
Joe.
Good night,
Later,
guys.
Joe.
I'm gonna take off too. It's been a pleasure, gentlemen.
I'll see you tomorrow, sir. We'll talk more.
Yeah.
Space Zombies from Mars. I'm curious. Is your show? Are you going to be doing that too? Or are you going to talk nerd news?
I'm gonna talk Space Zombies from Mars, but I'm gonna talk nerd news too. There was a couple things that we didn't even talk about tonight, so I'll pull those up. But yeah, I think I'll probably just like start with zombies and see how long it goes, and if there's time, I'll talk about other stuff. Otherwise, I'll just talk zombies. We'll see.
Well, on my channel, it's going to be all zombies the whole way. Because
What
I'm going to
about
talk
sports?
the entire name of this toy company, right?
Well,
Is there still a possibility?
Arlen might be able to jump in for a few minutes, but we'll see. I'll send him the link
Okay.
and then we'll see. But yeah.
All right. Cool. Maybe we'll hear a little music. That's my other question to you.
Oh,
Ask them if that's a possibility. Because I'm really
I mean,
into
it
the
is.
idea of music.
The holdout was that we hadn't actually been invoiced for our masters, and so the masters are all paid for now. We didn't want to like share anything that for whatever reason, somebody could be like, you didn't pay for that yet. So
Okay, well, think about it. Even like a 10, 20 second, just to give an idea of the
Mhm.
vibe. I'm just really curious because it's so integral to the project that I would love to.
yeah,
be able-
I should be able to load them into the studio, so then we should be able to just play them.
Maybe you
Let's
could
do it.
sing them, Adam.
Please. And then you would
I
sing. it.
couldn't. I couldn't if I wanted to.
Dang it. Oh.
All right.
All right, man.
Break
Hey,
talk
Adam.
tomorrow. I'll see you guys later.
Later, Adam. Hey, might I add a little bit to this? Good job, bud. You did really good on your
Yeah, that
slides.
was
You did a
super
good
thorough,
show.
dude. Thank you.
Thank you.
You put your best foot forward and you kicked ass, dude. Good job.
I'm going to nominate you to start doing Punk's slides, but at least you knew what the hell figures you were talking about and the names.
Yeah,
See, look.
exactly.
Well, I'm not. Stanley has questions.
Ooh,
However,
that's cool.
there were no
Oh,
classified
yeah.
slides.
No classifieds, and there was some
Stanley,
good
turn
ones
into
too.
Punks on Monday for classified. Come on.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
going to
true.
let you in on a secret. There was. I skipped them.
Oh, wait, do you still
But
have
no,
them?
I do not. But
Okay,
because
what-
I closed
what-
off the tab, I
Was
just
it
opened. I think I got mine from the
20's SI, 20's I.
yes,
International wasn't. Yeah.
yeah.
Sure.
But
Sorry.
no, all those tabs were choking up my computer pretty bad.
Yeah.
So finally releasing them.
It was good for it. Hey, Brick, you want to see something sad?
No,
Remember I showed you this like
but I'm willing to.
I showed you this a year ago. I still haven't painted it.
Oh,
I can't see because
wait,
Stan's.
hold on. Yeah, let me bring it. Wait, why are you bringing that up? Are you making me feel bad because you gave me parts that I haven't painted in like a
No,
year?
just how like I should have had this painted. Like I'm really because I had the Brave Star stuff, and I'm like, dude, I really need to paint him. He is so
Wait, hold
badass.
on. Where are you? How come I can't see you? Oh, you're on the bottom. There you go.
Hey.
Sorry, Ed.
You're all right.
Damn.
Yeah, that looks good.
I'm disappointed, Kenny. Why haven't you painted 30-30 yet?
How?
You know
Wait,
what?
you're
I'm
holding
gonna
that in
paint
your
it.
hand. So is that like ogre scale, kind of? Is that
Well,
almost
it
like
was a
11
big-
inches?
Yeah, it was a big statue, and it has Brave Star and his little deputy and all that on there, and they're standing on a rock. But I only printed him because I was like, he just looks so badass. If I could have him stand on his own, I want to do that.
Does he have his gun too?
Yeah, I didn't when I picked him up, it fell off. So yeah, but he's got his gun and a tail, nice tail too.
Awesome.
But yeah, I'll paint him and do a little video on it sometime soon.
This is here. Let me move myself. There you go. And let's do this. This is exactly. I kind of do want to see crystal ball,
like
but
the
just the
crystal
figures in
ball.
general. Yeah.
Oh, I guess I
And-
forgot Marvel Legends too.
Crystal Ball looked good. I was actually surprised.
Dude,
All right.
I always remembered the box art for him where he had that little funky look to him. I just remember
I never
having
hated him
him
as
for some
a
reason.
kid, but I mean, like what they did with him in Classified is pretty cool.
Yeah, I had
Wait.
him and the Falcon guy.
Is that? Am I sharing?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not. Sorry. Share this tab instead. Okay. So here, I actually haven't seen these, but I'm a big High Republic guy. So this is from the video game though, which had a High Republic tie-in. I don't know. Jedi that most people don't recognize. I can see how that would be a weird selling point. Hey, look at this, guys. I never had that figure.
Before
in
you
my
get too far
collection.
into this, I'm actually going to jump off. My headset needs to get charged.
All right,
All right, bud.
Have a good one.
Yep.
All right, see you, bud. Good
I'll
job tonight,
catch
bud.
you. Yeah.
Thank you, man. Well done.
Happy to do it.
Here's Star Wars. It makes me sad to think that Star Wars is.
That R2's cool, but I heard it's a Walmart exclusive.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Kit Fisto, I
Good
want to
luck with
get
that.
too, and he's a Walmart exclusive also.
Is this is TVC?
That's Black
Scale?
Series
Black
in the
Series.
special Black Series packaging for the retro.
Ah, okay.
So they have those bubbles like that. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
That
It's
looks cool.
reminiscent of the packaging from when the movie came out. For
Right, the old the old tiny ones.
Yeah.
This guy looks good. That's
What's
a
his
good
name?
looking.
Is that
Count Dooku.
Grievous? Oh, Dooku.
Dooku.
Who is Grievous? What's Grievous? Is he?
Grievous is the dude with like 6 arms.
Oh, with the arms. He was his
Wait,
homie,
hold on,
right?
hold
He
on,
was like,
hold on.
he
If
taught
you
him.
weren't clear, Thanos will do it again. Do that again. That was you had it there. That one. See,
He's the one that did the spinny thing with the like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's all like this, and you couldn't understand what I was saying. Yeah.
Crown Dooku taught me everything I know.
I'm
And
actually
gave me
really
some
impressed.
prune juice. Oh,
I'm impressed by that Christopher Lee prune juice. That's good. Well, here's Star Wars.
oh, look at his open shirt. Look at that. He's trying to be sexy. He's got a little hair
Hey.
coming out too. Look at that.
He's wanted in whatever search or whatever he is. Amazon. All right, I can't do it like you can, man. You've got like a photographic memory. All right, let's talk. Copy link address.
Oh yeah, I was a little out of hand last night, wasn't I? With that shit.
Yeah, you were just going with your
2
Star
hours
Wars.
later, I was like, I was only going to be on for like half hour to an hour.
I can't believe you got on after the fucking rad. Now we didn't end until like 1:30.
I know.
This is a good looking Death or Archangel. And they just released that 2-pack of these guys, this X-Force team with Warpath.
Don't forget the chat, you guys. I can't do it, so you guys have to deal with the
What
chat.
are we doing?
I don't know, like highlighting it and stuff, like letting the
Did you
voice
see something?
No, just in
Oh.
general. I don't know. Because
Like,
Steve wanted.
Remember how we told you?
How come Steve hasn't come on yet? Come on, Steve. What are you doing?
Grievous was awesome.
He was, man. That was like even the way he walked, like up the fucking wall and shit. He was cool.
He had one of the coolest vehicles too. I thought that little like unwheel thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, see, this X-23 is this 2-pack, this X-Force 2-pack, and then they just announced, this guy. So that's a big deal with all these Legends collectors around, like teams, finishing out teams, and so they're moving on that one.
Jr. I think I started too late to finish any teams.
There's this. I don't know how to control this well, so it's weird. But for your role play.
Thor, the answer is yes. You're doomed to pay $100 for a leader class just to complete the set.
Is that Transformers talk? No.
An SS-86 Snarl.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Snarl-
It's Maximum.
Snarl,
Oh.
Snarl was the Triceratops or Stegosaurus. I don't know.
I'm
Here's
happy
Ron.
we're getting comic books. Like I know
That's
it's
awesome.
a stupid little thing, but I think it's super cool.
You like
That is
the
cool.
comic book deal? God, why
Yeah.
can't I
Well, it
make-
was a cool way to tie all the figures together too that were unrelated to each other. So I mean, it made it good point for the wave.
Here, hold
You know,
on.
it'd be
Well,
cool,
in
like,
toy
to
photography, you
pictures
can't go
cover.
wrong with a little
Photography,
extra.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That was one of my favorite
That
things
is-
from that Clark Kent figure I got was the newspaper.
Mm. Well, and it's cool like they
There.
do that.
He
They really do. It's nice that they think about stuff like that with toy photography, like even like that Sergeant Slaughter with the little toy and like just
Yeah.
I don't know, little things like that are cool. They're
Okay, that's fine, and I'm into the idea, but that's a huge comic book.
That comic book is big for sure.
yeah.
Whatever.
You can get those little. What were those little? I
It'll
did a
work
whole
though
video on them.
in photography. It'll work.
Yeah,
You can
like
get 'em at
having it just
Walmart.
kind of like on a table in a room
Yep.
or something. Like I just think it'll be cool. Like,
It's a trade paperback. That's why it's bigger.
Do you guys have any big, deep insights about the conspiracy against consumers that is Maximum Spider-Man?
Well, from the
Anything?
videos I saw today, the thing's superposable, like they said. So
It looks pretty
It
cool.
does look good. The thing with this Spider-Man, right, is like there's been a million other Spider-Mans that almost got it.
yeah,
And then they're finally like, okay, we'll put it all together, and then it's a little pricey.
I think there's a lot of people that are upset about that part of it. Exactly, that we've bought 18 different Spider-Mans that were just so close, and now you finally decide to put them all together.
Like I have like 3 Spider-Men that are like almost perfect, but not quite. So
Now the other thing
I don't
is
have
that
any
Hasbro said they were going to release this line to compete with like Mafex and stuff. So if they actually make it,
I don't think they ever said that. I think that was Toy Tubers thinking it. But anyways,
well, they said it was to compete with
CT Toys?
No, not CT Toys. I can't remember what the guy said, but it was something along the lines of this was going to be like to compete with higher quality brands or whatever.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Yeah. And
well, I think that's like implied in the maximum, right? Like this is the definitive version. Maybe not so much that it's competing with the imports.
If that's what they right, everybody's bitching about $50, but if it actually competes with Mafex, which is 80 to 110, then $50 isn't that bad, right? I mean, $50 is nothing.
I don't like Mafex. Like I know people are like, "Oh, I love Mafex."
I don't like Mafex either.
I feel like they feel a little fragile to me.
They do.
So...
They're very light plastic. I had the Batman and Bane, and that was because I liked the way the Batman looked. But yeah, I don't really like the way the plastic feels. They feel very.
I have the Psylocke and the Poison Ivy, and they look great. They move well. I feel like I'm gonna break them sometimes, and I don't like that.
Welcome, Steve.
Hello,
Hey, Steve.
Present. How are you?
We're
here.
Not sleeping, looking at toys.
Nice.
So, it's a good day.
Late night.
This stuff, all the extra stuff, I love the idea of it, but I'm really not feeling that Peter sculpt.
Oh, so bad.
Peter's head looks a little wonky for sure.
Yeah.
He looks like that guy from Lazy Town or Crazy Town. What was it? The Canadian cartoon or the
Lazy
Canadian
Town.
Lazy Town. He looks like the bad guy
Oh.
with the chin.
All he needs is that mustache.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rotten
Good one.
Rotten Robbie or Rotten Robbie.
Yeah,
Rotten.
yeah. Oh man, I forgot all about that horrible.
My one
show.
daughter used to watch that show religiously. And
He passed
Yeah.
away too, right? That guy that played
Yeah.
him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That show is so bad. Now I got to look it up. Oh man, that's a mind bomb.
Does he
put him
have
side by
like a-
side? I bet that's close.
Does he have bruises? Is he supposed to have like a bruise here or something?
Yeah, it looks like he's beat up, but I don't know.
Oh
He
yeah.
looks like Chuckles. Looks like they
No.
did a Chuckles on him.
Robbie Rotten.
Robbie Rotten. He does look like him.
Oh,
I
no.
like the hands,
Chin.
but whatever. I don't know. I'm not even gonna. Yeah, moving on. Is there
I didn't
anything?
order him, so I'm not going to say anything about him.
If I
Sure.
collected Spider-Man, I think it would be cool. I don't know. Yeah.
If I didn't have the Renew Your Vows Spider-Man and the Amazing Fantasy Spider-Man, I may have gone in on him. But
Yeah. I bought him just because I heard so many people saying, "Oh, he's got new articulation. This is all brand new." Blah blah blah. And then I bought him on pre-order, and then everyone was like, "And I can't cancel it with the little store I bought it from." And now all the toy tubers are like, "No, this isn't new articulation at all." I'm like, "Oh, shit," you know.
There were some videos today of people playing with him, Steve, that made him look pretty damn articulated. So
Oh,
it
okay,
has
cool.
more in the neck, and there's a little bit like on the leg. You can see there's like extra like gap around the knee for a little bit more movement. Like it actually does have some upgrades to it. But
Nice.
hey, Steve, in
I
case no one ever
like
told
Marvel
you,
Legends because they're not expensive. So like
Yeah.
making them expensive is a little bit of a pushback to why I even bought them in the first place. So
Good point.
listen to Toy Tubers.
Yeah, good point too. I don't know. I mean, you got to figure it out before you just jump in, right? I don't know how to think of some of this stuff.
Or just order it
I
from
think
a,
we gotta-
order from a
we gotta
site you
stop.
can cancel.
We got to
Yeah,
stop
right,
prejudging things before they're actually in people's hands. And
Yeah.
I mean,
Then we
part
can-
of the problem with toys, though, is you have to kind of make a pre-snap judgment
Yep.
Because like it's like, well, I need to pre-order this because that one's not going to be out in stores, and it sells out super quick. So you don't have time to think. You really do have to just be like, okay.
Well, that's it,
here
right?
we
You're
go.
either in or you're out. There's no time to think about it. You're either in or you're out.
Yeah, it sucks. Definitely sucks.
He said full force.
Club Grayskull.
Where can I actually see that stuff? He says
the full force.
I saw a
Yeah.
video
For the G.I.
of,
Joe?
I think it might have been Toy Shiz did like a go through on it. I don't know.
I was looking on Instagram on them. I don't know.
Here,
But I saw they had like the mech that looks cool, and
Snake.
I saw Crystal Ball.
Here you go. Let's look at our friends Michael and Toy Sorceress over at toyhabits.com.
Toy Habits. Toy Habits. But before we get into it,
Here you
just
go.
hit that like and
Yeah.
subscribe channel. Right, better.
Well done. Well done.
Brave Star.
Brave Star.
Nice.
This thing looks rad. Like I don't G.I. Joe.
It does.
It's
Yeah.
really cool.
I have
looks
that sad
big.
Super 7 one, and it's really sad compared to
big.
that.
That's really well done. That's great design. And the fact that it's an actual mech that you sit inside the core is really cool. I'll probably buy 2 of those.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
got that
So that's
chair
what
in there. Looks
in
good.
here.
Yeah.
Seatbelt.
They
It
made
seems
those
pretty big.
back in the day, didn't they, Steve?
They what?
Made them in white and blue back in the day.
White and blue, and yeah, you could get them. Well, and later on they made them in black. I got a black one there, and the white and blue there.
Oh, I never saw a black one, but
Do they
Yeah.
say the cost on that one? Yeah.
That's what I was wondering. Price.
no, but I'm guessing
Uh,
probably like 79.
Like that's the black one, right? It comes with a modern figure.
Oh,
Oh, for the later
So the-
line.
when
Yeah.
they did the later stuff, they made a black one. That's cool.
Oh.
Yeah, one of the movies or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Rise
Sorry,
of
you throw that up
Comes with
again.
the Rock. No, just joking.
Oh yeah, that's
Were
movie
those
back-
basically the
that's
same old
movie back.
molds too?
It looks
yeah,
the
the
same.
mold is absolutely the same. It's just the
Okay.
modern figure jammed in with it.
The Lone Dragon. Put your weed in there.
Uh,
It's like everybody's go-to with anything that has a hidey hole.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, Rob Schneider did it for us, right?
Today.
It's definitely
On
cool
the
that you can
screen.
actually like they designed it so the guy sits inside of there and pilots it and not
Dude, it's so it looks
like
so good.
Yeah,
standing
it's not
him
just
up in
like
there.
body armor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's controlling it. Yeah, he's not just standing there. Yeah.
It's the perfect balance because that weird head has that totally retro 80s, 70s look to it, right? Because I mean, you just wouldn't see anything like that in a futuristic kind of thing. But the rest of them is so funky and cool. Like it's really well done. I don't know who designed that, but they better tell us because that's really well done.
It is. I really do like that. If I
Hasbro
end up,
designed
you
it,
know,
Steve. Hasbro.
Yeah, that's
I'm
right.
working and I'm getting a little extra. I might splurge on that one.
Yeah. Oh, it's got to be done, man.
I'm gonna go back.
Like I said,
to...
I got that sad little Super 7 one that's horrible.
Oh no.
Ooh.
This thing, which is not,
Dang.
there's probably a better view of it, but I love the claws back in the day,
Claws, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what that one is.
especially that. I don't know. Do you guys read the comics? The silent issue.
Oh yeah.
There's
So good.
that scene with on the claw with Scarlet about to escape and the catching of the sword. Spoiler alert.
Yep.
Here it is.
Hell yeah.
Not so into the pilot guy, but whatever. I've always tripped out on, even as a kid, I've always tripped out on this notion. It's like, okay, so I'm gonna go flying around. There's no protective bubble or whatever. So G.I. Joe, just aim for the red. Just aim for the big bright red.
Yeah.
They just knew that nobody hits anybody in that cartoon, so they knew they'd be okay.
Well, even if you shoot a plane in the cockpit, the dude's still parachuting out, so it didn't matter.
Yeah. The only thing that ever gets hit is a bat. That's it. Like,
Well, okay. To be fair, it's like the X-Men comics. You know, Wolverine has the healing factor, so he's the guy that gets stabbed and shot constantly. Right?
No one else does.
Yeah. That guy's just like a total bullet sponge.
Don't worry, I'll take it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like his
Well, then
job.
why?
Right?
Then what? Yeah, and then why are they gonna let the little girl, the young kid, walk around in a bright yellow trench coat?
Yeah, really.
Jubilee.
Yeah.
Don't
Can you
worry.
imagine? Sorry, and I'm just being a dork, but like all these little landing gears and stuff. I can't imagine landing that thing and just like holding my breath. That like my face doesn't.
Because then
get
if you hit
scraped.
like a speed bump or a big rock, you're fucked, man.
Yeah. Wow.
Well,
Getting into-
yeah. Also land on 2 wheels. So, or do they put a
Yeah.
third one on the front now?
Oh yeah.
Oh, they put something on the front now.
There's 4.
Yeah, back in the day, it only had the 2.
It's such a cool. It looked cool in the air. I always loved the idea of this sort of like winged backpack. That's cool looking. I like that.
The only time my GI Joes flew is I used those Safeway bags, the plastic ones, and I tied it around their arms and then threw it in the air.
That's awesome.
That's a great looking polar bear, man. They did a good job on that. The way it moves.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Hasbro never
Oz see
fails
that
with
one?
with the animals.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oz knows about that one.
Oh, okay. That is
So
from
this
what I
entire
heard,
time,
from what I heard, this guy's going to glow in the dark because in the cartoon he had the
he's irradiated.
Radiation. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I heard
That
this
was a
guy's
good
gonna glow in the
episode.
dark. Or at least parts of them will.
Yeah, and he gets
A lot of
saved by
smoke,
that
yeah.
Inuit dude.
Yeah.
Quinn.
So do they have the rights to make the cartoon stuff then? I mean, like, is this a new thing that they can make cartoon
No, they can
style
make the cartoon
figures?
stuff as long they have 6-inch cartoon stuff they can do.
Okay,
Well, as
so
long as they
Hasbro has
can,
the right.
I want one
to
of
do it.
those chocolate marshmallowy nutty bars from Quick Kick. That's what I want.
Look at that. They've teased this whole this is the whole mass device thing, but is there any chatter about them actually making a buildable or like using these things for an eventual
Well, there's
mass
rumor
device?
that that's what they're going to do for the HasLab, but that hasn't been confirmed yet.
Okay.
I sure hope not. I mean, it's going to be huge.
Oh yeah.
And it's just going to be a dumb, this panel and then some, I don't know. It's not a very cool, it'd be a cool toy in 1/18th, but even if it was too big, I still wouldn't be interested in 1/18th. It would have to be, I don't know. Maybe if it's Build-A-Figure, then it would be interesting.
What if it
Didn't
actually works?
Mindbender have something like that? The little piece.
What's that? Sorry, Kenzo?
No, I was thinking that piece with the little cover on it. Did Mindbender have something like that, or was it am I way off? Like
A mass device element thing? I don't know.
No, he didn't
like
have
something
that,
close to that, but I don't know. Maybe
I
yeah.
think he had some kind
He had a
of
bunch
lab
weird
equipment
shit.
because he was building Serpentor.
Okay, so you had the brain and you had some other shit. Okay.
It was probably the
That's
same
right.
little bucket, but just different stuff inside. of it.
Different shit inside.
Here
There
it is,
he is.
Stanley. It's Crystal Ball trying to stand out amongst the Cobra crowd. He joined the team and was like, I need to look good, guys. Lenticular or no? What are we talking?
No, it's got a little
Should've
thing that
been,
it
right?
you put on top of it. If you scroll down, there's another picture, like a green snake thing on the ground. And that
But
attached.
face sculpture looks cool, man. It's like it's a cool looking dude.
It looks like the artwork from the first card back.
He looks good. He
Face.
looks really good. There it is. That green thing locks onto that.
It looks like the never-ending story book.
Yeah.
Oh, this thing is it meant to be
Yeah.
like a thing coming out
Yeah, 'cause
from the shield?
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, that's
I love this. I love
Yeah.
this, like leaning into the whole occult thing.
Yeah.
That is cool.
What were you gonna say, Thanos?
I was just the like head thing and the shield thing look cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't really know anything about G.I. Joe. I watched the cartoon. My cousins had a bunch of the toys. I read some of the comics, but I don't really remember much about it.
I agree 100%, Allison. Definitely a cool
Yeah.
redesign.
Me too.
Oh yeah. Well,
I think this does glow in the dark, Ray, but I'm not 100% sure. I think all of his magic pieces glow in the dark.
But classified toy line, like I don't collect it, but it's an awesome toy line. Like I have a few figures from it. They're really well done.
Yeah.
Everything I see looks cool. It's just not like my flavor, basically.
Ooh, what you got,
What do
Steve? What you
What
got?
you got there,
Oh,
Steve?
this you're
Oh, is
asking
that
about the Mindbender stuff.
Mindbender. Okay,
Yeah.
there it is.
Hold on, let me
Something.
make him.
Yeah.
Whoops.
You
Sorry,
did
that
have
was
those
Beautiful.
capsules or whatever, but I don't know if they're the exact same.
Hmm.
Smaller one and a larger one.
I think that's supposed to be the blood that he uses to make Serpentor, though.
Ah, okay.
DNA
Oh,
of Genghis Khan and
Yeah.
yeah.
Julius Caesar.
That
This
was
is
a
yeah,
great
this is really cool. They pulled it off. I think they did a good job pulling it off.
So Stanley says those are just translucent and aren't supposed to go in the dark.
Mm.
But
That's
between
disappointing.
Raptor and now this, they're doing some good stuff.
And I
Next
had
up-
both Raptor and him as
Psych
a,
out.
as a kid. Psych out. Blowtorch. Good colors on that guy.
Yeah, I mean it's so much better than those like leaked prototypes are just kind of boring plastic. At least you see him in his colors. Yeah,
Well, that's
cool.
not
The blowtorch looks good.
bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
You always have to
Yeah.
be careful when you're talking about blowtorch and snow job, though. I don't know. There's been a couple times where I've honestly made that mistake, and I said, "Oh, this is do," and I'm like, "Oh shit!" I mean, sorry.
Is it snow job or blowtorch or
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Snowtorch doesn't sound that bad, but
Snowtorch.
blowjob definitely makes you question.
Yeah.
This guy was not around for it. I heard everyone talking about him that he's like Zartan's or no Destro's brother.
Yeah. Dark
Is that a
line.
tongue?
Is he a McCullen?
Yeah.
Is that his tongue sticking out?
Yeah, I guess it's
Oh,
like
wow.
yeah.
That's a little different.
That's his Destro mask or whatever. Their variation of it. That's Dark Lawn. So he came out when
That
I was
black
getting
mask is-
out of GI Joe.
Yeah, I don't remember him at all. But I do like the
Yeah.
black mask on him. That's pretty cool.
This looks straight up Mask. Going back to Mask.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that thing. Oh man, I would have been all over that as a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. But when you think about it, basically like they sell Nerf guns that actually do look like that now. So he had a sword, huh? There's like a barbarian. Do you know what he looks like underneath that?
Like this is the
Human head
original O-ring figure.
The semi.
He just had one gun and that's it, but he came with a vehicle, so he was sort of like complete with his vehicle, right? Not the most interesting O-ring, but not bad. Some people liked him.
Huh. Yeah, I mean they
He
definitely
looks like Steve
improved.
Buscemi if you take the mask off.
Yeah.
Crazy eyes.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that and all the hand signals.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
The happy dog.
Law and
the
Order
pistol.
looks good.
Yeah. It's a good dog. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
different.
it's really
Lawn and
nice.
Order. I've seen these renders before.
Oh, dragon.
Why are we back to Dark Lawn? Footloose. Footloose.
He looks exactly like the old O-ring figure.
Yeah, he's nice.
Do you get classified, Steve?
Oh yeah, I got most of them here. There's a few that I'm sitting out, but I have almost all of them. I love the classic stuff like Footloose. That's my favorite.
This is what's his name? Pedro Pascal.
Yep.
That does look like him, huh? I would
Oh
really
yeah.
get
Someone doing Venture Brothers line, like the classified line.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
So good.
I just watched that movie last night. I finally got the movie in, the radiant the radiant blood of the heart. No, the baboon heart. I don't know what it was.
I know what you're
There
saying.
you
It's a
go.
long, weird title.
Yeah.
Lone Dragon. Nah, I'm making Snowdrop and Blowtorch partners when I get them. Go team Blowtorch. Oh, yeah. You know what? Question. What is his thing? Is his job, Crystal Ball's job, to be an interrogator?
He's a hypnotist.
Yeah, he's a hypnotist.
So, but in the ranks
What is he getting
of
paid for?
Cobra, what's his role? Yeah.
Mind control.
Yep.
So like maybe interrogation, I guess, they're saying, or
Well, yeah, that
or a Manchurian Candidate kind of thing.
Yeah. Either of those.
Help Cobra Commander sleep at night.
Yep.
Yeah. Sleep.
He helped them all quit smoking. Got over their alcoholism.
Here you go, Brick. I got
Help
it
with
right
their
here.
weight loss.
Yeah.
In the G.I. Joe universe, Crystal Ball serves as Cobra's primary hypnotist, using his mind control abilities to manipulate and control individuals, often turning them into unwitting Cobra agents by implanting post-hypnotic suggestions.
Ah.
There you go.
Or you'd hit them over the head
That was
with a shield like Captain America.
There you go.
Like Flint
Is that
starts.
Scuba Steve? Scuba Steve.
He's totally Scuba Steve.
Yeah.
And Scuba Sam.
It's like, remember that one time I made Flint bark like a dog?
He had a
Who are
good
these? Who are these guys?
I think those are supposed to be the Night Force, Quick Kick, and Firefly.
Is that a samurai mask? Look at that.
That's Firefly. It looks like Beachhead, but
Or maybe
Yeah,
Beachhead.
okay, there's Beachhead, but who's the other dude?
Quick Kick.
he's saying Quick Kick.
That's
Did
Quick
Quick Kick get an upgrade?
Yep.
That looks like a fatty.
He does look a little chunkier.
Yeah, it's supposed to be Quick Kick. I think it's Night Force.
Maybe that's Budo. That's probably Budo.
Or it might be Budo.
It's Quick Kick after he ate all those chocolate bars. No.
Quick Kick. It says
What?
Quick Kick.
No.
Beachhead.
Maybe it was just the angle, Steve. Maybe.
No, his arms are definitely bigger than the original
Oh,
Quick
yeah.
Kick.
Oh yeah.
Figure.
Yeah.
Hashtag not my Quick Kick. Is that what's...
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Firefighter looks pretty badass.
Yeah.
These are cool. I like that they're doing that. Totally, throwback
That's
to
a
the
nod
old
to the
12-inch.
Adventure team.
Yeah. Jaws of Life. Or whatever that is.
Yeah, that's it.
That is it, right? Who had that? Was there a Dreadnought that had that
Yeah,
back in the day?
Buzzer. Not Buzzer. Ripper has
Ripper.
it.
Yeah.
Ripper. Oh, cool. The alt heads. That's rad.
Yeah, they made
I'm
it
seeing this-
totally for an army builder.
I feel like this could totally fit with Adam's new line, Space Zombies.
Oh yeah, crash
Oh,
land
yeah.
on the Earth. Got a fireman waiting out there for you.
Allison
like
has a good question. Why is Quick Kick wearing boots?
He didn't have to in the snow, so I don't know why he has to on Night Force, but
Yeah, exactly.
Night Force. You never know what you're going to step on.
yeah, maybe.
Glass, Lego.
Yeah, they're in San Francisco around all the needles.
Yeah.
No. Just to be safe. Too close to home, Steve. Too
He
close to
definitely
home.
Yeah.
right?
Dude,
What's that?
who's this guy?
He is
Frag Viper.
Frag Viper, yeah.
Are they like manipulated? Like he looks like I don't know.
Shia Muslim?
No, I was gonna
He
Dude.
definitely has like a zombie looking face.
Yeah, I was gonna say it wasn't like I was thinking like an AIM or what are the other guys that Claw was with for a little bit in Marvel? Not AIM, but the other.
There's Hydra.
Is it? Is Hydra? Did Hydra have like troops like this with like a
Yeah.
cap like that? Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was
They
thinking.
were green and yellow with a bit of black, and they had
But where their faces look a little bit like they look like
Jaundice?
they looked a little bit jaundice. Yeah, they looked a little bit like the Monarch's henchmen on Venture
Okay.
Brothers.
Yeah, they had a mask and that's
Yeah.
what I'm thinking of. But it's cool. It's just like those one guys, the Viper that they made up. That's like they're like underground.
Oh,
whatever,
those
they-
zombie mole rats.
Yeah, those zombie ones.
Yeah.
Alton says he looks like he drives a Tesla.
Nice. What's this weapon? Is it highlight? What's he doing
No,
here?
it's for throwing the frags. It's like
Yeah,
the,
it's
like
like
a lacrosse thing.
Lacrosse
It's
thing,
like the-
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like those things for your dogs.
Yeah,
and throw the
exactly.
tennis.
Yep. That's exactly it.
Is he blowing a bubble?
Hey, he's got his bubble gum.
Yeah.
Breaker.
Breaker with the bubble gum.
Nice. That's classic.
Kinda cool.
Yeah, I remember that in the comic book. He always had that big circle in front of his face.
Yep.
Another mass device.
Is he supposed to be Night Force or just?
I think that's supposed to be the OG Breaker.
Well, more like the cartoon, right? Because in the cartoon, he kind of was like grayish. The OG was green, wasn't he?
Yeah, as a figure, yeah.
Yeah.
But I feel like in the comic book, he had like this grayish uniform, or was it the cartoon? I don't know. One of them.
One of
was
them
a
he had
grayish.
gray. But they also only released him with the cycle so far. So
Right.
That's a good looking head sculpt.
Yeah.
Hasbro does a pretty good job of their head sculpts.
Falcon.
Hellfire
card.
No, it's Flint.
I know. I'm talking about Falcon's head sculpt. I'm being.
Oh.
Well,
What's up
it
with
was
that?
so bad they had to redo it.
What is up with that?
Ooh,
that
that's
looks weird.
Oh, that looks bad.
It might be the angle because their heads look gigantic.
Yeah.
It almost looks like it's AI, not an actual art.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like a photo that's been altered or something. Yeah. Looks bad.
I think this kid goes to my school. Looks like a kid that goes. Looks like he's holding a guitar too. Posture.
Yeah.
Mossberg 590.
Yeah, cartoon cover girl.
That's not bad. What's with the sledgehammer? Well, I guess you had to
For
drive the
Wolverine.
pins on the tracks.
Yeah.
It looks good. I like the head sculpt.
Yeah.
Yeah, she does look good.
Give you a couple options.
You're totally right, Thanos. These illustrations look like AI. Like they look weird.
It wouldn't surprise me if they just went
Bad
AI.
lighting.
They're like, yeah, we're not hiring an artist.
Yeah.
God.
They almost look like, I don't know if you guys collect comics, but Greg Land is this illustrator. He uses real models and then he draws over, he takes pictures of them and draws over their face, and they just look weird.
Lots of time.
Did he do a Star Wars book for a while? The main Star Wars book?
He does everything. He bounces all over the place. And you'll see
He's
his
ruined
stuff.
some X-Men.
What's that?
There's been issues. I really love the story and his art. Just like, oh my god,
Yeah.
guys, it's crazy.
Well, he uses the same like 2 females and like 1 or 2 guys for every book. And so every book that he's on, you see the same 2, and it's all the same poses pretty much. He's got like this catalog of photos and he just does them over and over again. It drives me nuts.
Yeah.
Greg Land, Land. Yep,
Mhm.
this is him. It's totally him. Right when you said that, I was like, "Oh, I know who that guy is," because he was doing the Star Wars books
Yeah,
when they
he's-
relaunched them, and it bugged the shit out of me because it all looked so fake. Like he was trying to be photorealistic, but in that it.
Well, it's because
That's
he's
him, right?
tracing over a real picture. Like he
Yeah.
used to actually
Photo.
draw back in the day, and at a certain point, he just went like just the digital tracing, basically.
Yeah, and
And Allison
he
says
uses
he
for-
traces over corn on the cob.
Yeah, and he uses a really weird colorist who does everything in gradients, these soft gradients that I find really annoying. But the funny thing is with Greg Land, when he does a cover, he actually tries, and his covers are astounding sometimes.
Mm.
Sometimes he just does his usual formula, and it's like, oh,
Earlier work, he actually did draw. It wasn't like tracing.
Yeah.
Now it's like you tell tracing, and people have like pointed out it's like this is what he referenced, this is what he referenced, and Allison's right. Some of it has come from porn.
yes,
Yeah, let's not go crazy here with this, Allison. Come on now. I've seen that original head sculpt. But yes, Cover Girl is a mechanic. No, but I think you're right about the sledgehammer. What's his name came with that too? Toll Booth.
Toll booth, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's to
And
to
that
fix
made sense too for the
track.
treads.
Yeah, exactly. Is this all on
She looks great.
Toy Habits? Eh? Wow.
This is
Yeah, I
from
like that.
all from Toy
And you
Fair.
can switch the hat to both hairstyles.
Oh,
Nice.
that's cool.
Wow.
Yeah, that
nice.
looks good. Yeah, I like it.
Is it like a when you say the hat, does that mean like it's like a Lego type situation where the hat's attached to the hair?
I don't know how the system works, but they said you can put she's got 2 different hairstyles and the
Right,
hat
the
can be
braid
used
and
for
the
both.
hair down.
So I don't know how they have the
So like
placement.
Zorana, where you could just take it off, or like Lady J.
Maybe.
Wow.
Okay, my one big question is how the heck does Toy Habits? They always put out these amazing, like every time they do a thing, it's just tons and tons of info. It's really well done. Like when
I
they
was talking with
when
go
they
ahead,
said
sorry.
they're going to do Delta, they're just like boom, 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 boom. They do a really good job putting out stuff. Toy Habits.
Yeah, I was talking to
Dedication.
Toy Sorceress this morning, and she was just like on the computer, just all
Wow.
about it, trying to get it out and trying to be as quick as possible.
It's amazing. Alert.
I remember this guy. Yeah, that's straight
Yeah.
from the cartoon. But this is what I remember. The ones that they came out with before this all had sleeves.
Right.
And this is how I remember him back in the day as a kid. No, but you're totally right. Look at all this. This is like there's just so much content.
Yep. No, they must work hard.
Well, even the couple times that Michael did a story on some of the customs that I did, yeah, he just sent me some pictures and I'm working on a story, and then like a couple hours later, it's all.
Yeah, it's like
Good.
how did you do that?
There you go, Stanley. Ask and ye shall receive. I don't know if there's anything more.
Ooh, Stitch.
This stuff.
What's that?
This one?
Well, there's Stitch there. I love Stitch. I'm a huge Stitch.
Yeah, there's a couple of Stitch coming out. There's this one that's just a Diamond Select bust, but there is a NECA Elvis Stitch figures coming.
No way.
Yeah, these are just busts.
I'll probably buy that. Let me check.
Yeah, this is no longer
Did anybody get the
Toy
Samurai
Fair.
Jack?
No,
What's that?
I haven't ordered him yet, but I'm debating on doing it. He's still available on Nerdzoic and Big Bad, so
Yeah.
Who was that, Thanos?
Samurai Jack. I always liked Samurai Jack, but I'm trying not to spend money right now. So
that's where I'm at because I have a lot of other things I'm buying. So it's like, oof. But he
Yeah.
looks good.
Yeah,
He looks
with all the
good.
different hairstyles and stuff.
Yep.
Where is it?
I did order Cotton Eye Joe, though, Thanos. No, I'm joking.
Who?
Cotton Eye Joe.
Where did he come
from? Where did he go?
Nah. Oh, get it. I get it.
My kid said that they made him dance in PE, and I said, "What song? Cotton Eye Joe?" He goes, "Yeah." How did you know? He goes, "Because like in 7th grade, they made us do it and said if we didn't, that we would fail PE, so we all had to do it." Terrible, and it continues apparently.
Wow. The punishment never ends.
Fratelli.
Yeah, looks like people already got their things. I wanted to find that. I know where I
Brunette
can
and Redhead, eh?
Yeah.
That's the dream date right there.
With these dudes?
Yeah, the blonde brunette and the redhead. There, boys.
Quite intense, though, right?
Yeah.
And that face.
Death by Snoo Snoo.
Hell of a way to go.
And those are 50 each, so somebody got all 3 of them to post that.
Wow.
150 bucks in one picture.
You only
The
look
question
good.
you have to ask yourself, Steve, about this trio is: do you start with the redhead or do you end with her?
don't know. I just run away.
Speaking of redheads, here's Chucky. This is
Oh,
more
no.
NECA.
Oh, look at the one on the right. Holy cow.
Yeah.
The cut up
That's-
face.
Are they doing like Chucky blind box? What is that?
It looks like it.
Yeah.
NECA silliness. But I'm looking for that Stitch. If I can find it.
Well, is that a Hannibal mask on one of them?
Looks like it. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
the
got a
battery
straight jacket
popped
on
up.
too.
Yeah.
Oh, right there. Yeah.
They're stylized.
That's awesome.
Hold on
I
a
got the old
second.
McFarlane one.
Oh, there you go. The one in the back looks like Kane. The wrestler.
More
with his
NECA.
mask off.
NECA classic horror. The Mask of the Red Death there. Phantom of the Opera.
It's a good head sculpt.
All those figures look great.
Accurate as hell, yeah.
Speaking of horror, there's this.
Ah,
Ah,
crack bird, crack bird.
Wait, where is it? It's Stitch. Yeah, here it is. There's just so much going on at Toy Fair today.
No,
Here you go, Steve. Check it out. Stitch Elvis.
Oh, cool. Who's making it?
NECA.
yeah.
Okay. I don't love the suit though. That gold, that looks weird, but yeah.
No, in NECA, they'll put out a white one too.
Yeah, true, eh? And red and blue.
I mean, the Stitch thing is cool. Just give me an actual Stitch. But
Yeah, I kind of want Stitch to be Stitch, not Elvis, to be quite honest. Like the hair, I don't want the hair.
yeah,
So I had a
I'd
real
be
life-
down for his little space suits too. I
Yeah.
do like
Oh,
him in those
Stitching one
little
of
like
his spacesuits would be awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. So I had a real life Black Hawk Down today. This guy, this big BBI, came back into my room and he had fallen off.
Oh
of his
no!
Shattered all the wheels and everything.
Is
Right.
that? Where'd you get that? What is that thing? Is that a model or?
No, it's a BBI 1/18 scale.
Oh, I've never.
Well, that's
I'm
probably
not
what,
familiar.
20 years old, isn't it, Steve? 25?
Yeah, I bought it off of Dom from Toy Domination at Joe Fest. He gave me a good deal on it. Usually they're like $400. He gave me like 150 or something. So that was sad.
Yeah.
BBI did some awesome 1/18 scale stuff. Same with 21st Century Toys back in the day. Damn.
Yeah, I love it. I've got 5 now, and I just want to keep going. I've got 2 Huey Cobras, an Apache, and I've got a Hornet, and the Black Hawk, and something else. I don't know what. I want to get them all eventually. If I can find a good deal. I don't know. Okay, he looks weird there. Look at those eyes.
Yeah, I don't know what that's meant to be, but
Got a better jacket though, at least not a gold. Huh?
Did you ever see that Stitch that was made out of die cast? I want to buy him. It's by Carbotics. Carbotix Stitch. And it looks pretty cool. He's sort of like half robot. They did a good job. They want like $200 for him.
It was like 185 on eBay right now.
Holy cow. That's too much.
I guess these are a thing. Avatar: The Last
Avatar?
Airbender
Oh, yeah.
by Jazzwares. I'd never held a Jazzwares figure in my life, so
Me neither. Looks like soft goods.
They're not bad, but they're not great. You know, they're like what you
Yeah, that's
expect.
one. He's pretty cool.
They did wrestling figures that were decent for a while, though, so it's not like they're new to the game.
Yeah, you always hear of them, but I've never had a Jazzwares anything in my life, unless I have some and I don't know about it, right?
I got the Loyal Subjects Avatar set that was at Ross. They're not bad.
Yeah.
They're not great, but
the posing is what's tripping me out, or just catching my eye here. I was like, oh well, interesting. I don't know. Somebody
Yeah.
needs to do a good figures of these, but Noda or something.
Oh,
And
Noda
then,
did it. Jeez,
Eventually, they
awesome.
pass the license around because McFarlane, Jazzwares.
Oh, that's true.
Mothra.
Was it Ultimates, Super 7 Ultimates Mothra? It's like 12-inch wingspan.
Some fire
That's
extinguishers.
fun. Here you
What
go.
is that? Is that what that is down there?
No, those
case?
are two people.
Oh,
Those are
people,
the
yeah.
the little, you watch old, yeah.
I
Sounds
got
like
you.
you got
It
there.
just kind of clicked once you said that because then I was like, okay, never mind. I see arms. Yeah.
And it's
Gotta
singing the song
focus.
and stuff.
Focus.
Yeah. Dude, it's the fact that I'm sitting here being like, hey, let's look at G.I. Joe. Okay, great. Now let's look at Mothra and let's look at Chucky. Like, it's freaking wild right now.
It's bizarre, eh?
Can you pull
All
up
this
that
stuff.
new Death Dealer brick? That was like one of the things I saw that I was like, ooh.
Savage Crucible? Yeah. Let me find that. I'm on the Toy Migos thing.
I
so
gotta
it's
get that
probably,
Death Dealer.
Yeah.
Death Dealer was the like the mascot for my army unit.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks cool.
Oh, damn. Hell yeah.
That the guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
A lot better than the Frazetta Girls $300 version with a horse.
That was
Loose Collector.
Or Loose Collector, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's cool. Look at all that extras.
One sculpt that
Nope.
really
Badass.
caught my eye lately is Sideshow just put out a new Archangel statue, and it looks insane. Like every now and then they do a statue that is like the most beautiful thing ever. That looks really good. That's a good sculpt. Wow.
I wonder what they're going to charge for him.
Yeah, I'm wondering that too.
What did they do?
with it?
How much did they charge for the ball and chain guy? 59 or something like that? Wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't that much, but that Melnibone guy, Alric.
Melnibone.
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 That was like, it's going to be like 70 at retail, but they were offering it like a, an early bird special for like 50 or whatever.
But 70 isn't bad because that's what Dark Wolf and Norseman were, right? $70.
Yeah, you're right. I do think that those are genuinely overpriced.
Oh,
but...
definitely, for sure.
All right. And I will end on these because this is not Toy Fair, but this is my kind of jam. We were looking at this in the Clubhouse thing.
Man,
these tigers are going to be freaking crazy.
Big jam.
How big is that for real?
That's like 17 centimeters. I think when I look up like a 17 centimeters here. Sorry, I should just do it.
Steve should know this. He's Canadian.
Well, okay. Is it 27 centimeters? So that
that's like 6.7. Oh, this figure is 6.7 inches tall. So
10 and a half inches long is 27 is 10 and a half inches. So 18 is, like what you were saying there, about 7 inches tall. Yeah.
You still need to get Panther brick. Come on. No.
I mean, I'm just saying,
I know.
If this is coming, I can take the money. That would be, it would just be,
Didn't you
put
cancel
towards
your
one of
Griffin?
these. I did cancel my Griffin.
Not that
But
he's
look
ever
at that right
won.
there. Look at that right there, Kenny.
Oh, Battle Cat.
So who's making this?
This is Rage, or what are they called now? Rage Toys? I think it's called Rage Toys.
I like that orange one.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, those look great.
Stout.
Now you need to put the elves out there with them though.
Yeah, in World of Warcraft, right? That's what these are?
Yeah, they're the night elf mounts.
Okay.
The tiger
right,
one
folks.
is like anybody can get it. It was a raid drop from Soul Grub, which I never
with
got
you,
the
Brick.
drop.
Said, I'm with you. He said, all right, folks. I said, yeah,
Yeah,
I'm with
no,
you. My
I'm
eyes
about
are
to
starting
crash.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I would like to do a quick report out on this guy.
Yes.
That I finally loosened him up. I loosened him head to toe. It took a total of about 3 hours.
Oh.
Starting last Saturday while we were here, I kind of just was heating him up slowly, and then just I had to take whatever. I just doing other stuff, but just over the course of the week, I'd step in here, heat up a part, loosen him, and he's pretty good now. Hold on.
He looks
Yeah,
awesome.
I did like 3 separate like messing with him before I got him to where it's like, okay, he moves good again. Like,
Does his joints hold up once you break them free, though?
yeah, they're actually like scary tight. Like you feel like you're gonna break them, but that's the design. Like,
yeah,
I'm really
exactly,
excited for
but-
their Sasquatch figures, so I'm glad that these
Yeah,
are.
but I heat him up, and I've heated him up to the point where it's not that scary anymore. Some people I think have pointed out like the legs seem like a little loose, but they're like the balls are actually faceted, so they're almost like so they have stopping points. So the looseness that you're seeing is like it's in between a stopping point, but I don't know how to explain that.
Well, he's also a heavy, thick figure, so of course you're going to get some wiggle
Yeah.
no matter what.
But he's
Yeah,
rad,
he
man.
looks great.
He's
Looks great.
solid. Everything moves now, but when I first got him, man, I was scared as hell. Like Dano said, but now he's good. He's good to go.
Who makes that guy?
That's Loose Collector. It's my
Oh.
first Loose Collector figure. I've been kind of iffy on their stuff in the past. So,
Right.
Dano, question for you. You have this.
yeah,
Does yours? So I've got the bends, right? I think I asked you about this before, but I can't get a proper twist on him. Can it twist? I can get bends. I can get side bends.
yeah.
But no
I don't
twist.
know, like because he'll twist a
I can do
little bit, but he
this.
kind of goes right back into the. It feels like it should, but it also feels like maybe I'm gonna mess him up.
Exactly. So you can't just you can't do a straight
No.
turn. Neither torso nor waist.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, good. I mean, I've put it out to Loose Collector and I was like, hey, dude, how does this work? I got to go back and see if he's answered, but he hadn't. But other than that, which feels like somewhat of a big deal, it's dope. And
He looks great, man.
It's not good that you got to take like 3 hours to freaking loosen them up and work them out. That's kind of, I don't think most collectors would do that. So,
But you're not most collectors, Brick.
yeah, I'm a ridiculous man.
Just have a hot bath and throw them in there, dude.
Well, even like you give him a
Take
hot
him to the
bath,
gym and the sauna.
You'll give him a hot bath. Like the first time I gave him a hot bath, I moved him
Yeah.
around. Like, okay, he's kind of moving, and then when he cooled down, like it was stiff again. So like I heated him up again, and it took me like 3 heats and a little bit of oil, but now he moves pretty well.
Wow.
What do you use? Do you use water or
The shock oil, whatever.
but for the heating?
Oh, for the
Heat
heating,
gun?
I just do a coffee pot with no coffee, and I put it in a big bowl and douse him in it.
You go.
That'll work.
Well,
Very
it's
cool.
a ridiculously cool sculpt, and I'm into it. And I'm so stupidly into it that sometimes I'm like, do I need a black one? Do I need a brown one? So
They all look so good, though.
No, you just need the Sasquatch.
yeah, I know that's
Yeah,
how you tell me.
Sasquatch,
Resist.
damn. That
All right,
Mr.
guys.
Hyde is gigantic, and that Sasquatch towers over that Mr. Hyde figure. It's going to be crazy huge.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
Yeah,
All right,
we're
guys,
outta
it's
here.
like 1:03 over here. You guys are crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm gonna go out of you. Ed's
I'm
got
outta here,
control.
yeah.
If,
I'm
okay,
Yeah,
we're
we're
all
out.
out of here.
We're out.
Yep.
All right, folks.
All right, guys.
Good night.
See you
This is
next
where we
time.
say
Thanks,
goodbye.
everybody.
Tell you to watch other things and yay. Bye-bye.
Later.
Ending the stream.